Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. Navigation. Comprehension Heaven-Defying, Understanding 8-Gate Escape at the Beginning. Chapter 61. If you need help, just ask. When Vivi was in despair, she suddenly heard such a voice in her ears. Luffy. Vivi screamed subconsciously, gritted her teeth and turned around hard to look, and saw Luffy sitting there on the roof in front of her. The white moonlight fell on Luffy's body, but it was just blocked by a straw hat, making it difficult for people to see his appearance clearly. Who? Mr. Five and Ms. Valentine also spotted Luffy, looked up at the figure and asked. But Luffy ignored them completely, staring directly at Vivi, waiting for her answer. Seeing that Luffy didn't take them seriously, Ms. Valentine couldn't help biting her teeth and cursed, and prepared to use her power to fly to the roof to teach Luffy a lesson. Don't worry about him, complete the task first. Mr. Five said coldly, stopping Ms. Valentine. Seeing that Ms. Valentine still didn't give up, Mr. Five added another sentence. If we fail to complete our mission, the higher-ups will send people to kill us. After hearing this, Ms. Valentine gradually calmed down. He glared fiercely at the shadow with a straw hat whose face could not be seen clearly, and asked. I'll settle the score with you later. When Ms. Valentine finished speaking, Mr. Five also flicked the boogers in his hand towards Vivi. Go to hell, Princess Vivi. Vivi's pupils dilated immediately when she saw this, and she saw the booger getting closer and closer to her. Faced with the threat of death, Vivi's mind flashed with countless images. Don't forget, the lives of millions of people in Alabasta are still waiting for you to save. Igaram's voice sounded in his mind, and the way he tried desperately to cover his escape also appeared at this moment. She remembered her original intention of sneaking into this studio with Igaram. I think of the country that is being devastated right now. She can't die here, run away from 9, and can't work. Vivi suddenly gritted her teeth, with strong conviction in her eyes, and yelled with all her strength. Help me, Luffy. When he heard Vivi desperately asking for help, Luffy raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and then disappeared in a flash. Boom! There was a violent explosion. The firelight mixed with smoke completely enveloped the place where Vivi was. Mission completed. Mr. Five looked at the billowing smoke and said lightly. At this moment, Ms. Valentine looked up to where Luffy had been with anger and excitement in her eyes, and shouted at the same time. Asshole! The next moment. Before she could say the word, Ms. Valentine was stunned. The place where she looked was empty. Did that fool escape? Ms. Valentine cursed bitterly, her eyes filled with anger. But at this moment, Mr. Five suddenly exclaimed. What? Ms. Valentine was confused when she heard this and turned to look at Mr. Five. What's wrong? When she saw Mr. Five's frown, Ms. Valentine looked curiously in the direction he was looking. Within the billowing smoke and dust, an illusory figure gradually emerged. And when Ms. Valentine saw the familiar shadow of the straw hat clearly, she was incredibly shocked. How is it possible? That guy was on the roof just now, how could he do it so fast? Ms. Valentine couldn't believe it. She didn't catch any sign of the figure moving at all. Mr. Five was shocked at another point. Frowning, that guy, if he blocked my bomb, would he still be unscathed? Vivi closed her eyes the moment she asked Luffy for help. When she heard the violent explosion, she found that she seemed to be uninjured at all, and she opened her eyes in surprise. In front of her, a figure wearing a straw hat was standing in the gunfire, with his hat swaying in the wind. Vivi was very excited to survive the brink of death. At the same time, she was very moved by Luffy's unhesitating help. With a touching smile on her face, she looked at Luffy's figure and murmured his name. Quote. Mr. Five and Ms. Valentine. When they saw Luffy rescue Vivi and were unharmed, the expressions on their faces became solemn and shocked. Mr. Five asked, Who are you? Luffy looked at Mr. Five, and suddenly raised his mouth and said. You don't need to know, because you will die soon. Luffy had thought about giving devil fruit to some weaker people on the ship before. And this Mr. Five's explosion fruit was one of them he had considered. This fruit has a strong ability. It can turn any part of the body into a bomb with gunpowder properties. Although the original book does not explain how this fruit awakens. But according to the characteristics of the awakening of the Paramesha fruit, this fruit can also turn other nearby objects into bombs. And after eating this fruit, you will not be hurt by the explosion. So if it can be developed well, it will definitely be a very powerful fruit. It's a pity that this booger man in front of him only likes to use the ability of booger bombs. This fruit is really a waste. Hearing Luffy's words, Mr. -5 and Ms. Valentine frowned and were furious. Ms. Valentine, who has always had a bad temper, immediately said angrily, You underestimate us too much." After the words fell, Ms. Valentine jumped up, stretched out a leg, and made a downward chopping motion. 10,000 kilograms of guillotine. Ms. Valentine shouted angrily, and the whole person was extraordinary. In addition, his own weight suddenly increased to 10,000 kilograms, and the whole person fell rapidly like a meteorite, smashing towards Luffy. "Luffy, get out of the way." Vivi cried out in worry when she saw this. She knew Ms. Valentine's ability very well. This move was Ms. Valentine's most destructive move, and it was extremely powerful. But what puzzled and worried Vivi was that Luffy did not dodge or avoid, and did not even look at Valentine 10 times. Such a scene made Mr. 5 confused. Why didn't this man dodge? Was he scared silly, or stupid? Ms. Valentine laughed loudly. "Ahahaha, are you scared to the point of being unable to move? You, go to hell." Ms. Valentine shouted angrily, and hit Luffy with a force of 10,000 kilograms. However, the next second, Mr. 5 and Vivi both widened their eyes in shock, their mouths opened involuntarily, and their foreheads were covered with cold sweat of astonishment. Ms. Valentine looked extremely incredible, but more of it was intense pain and fear. Luffy just threw a punch and neutralized her attack, knocking her out, crashing through a row of buildings on the way, and finally lost consciousness in shock and fear. 10,000 kilograms is only 10 tons. In the world of One Piece, which giant creature does not weigh tens or hundreds of tons? For Luffy now, it is really too easy to deal with such a character. However, in the eyes of Vivi and Mr. 5, it is really incredible. Even though Vivi has seen Luffy use Conqueror's entanglement, Vivi is too weak. The power shown by Luffy makes her unable to judge how strong and to what extent. After seeing Luffy deal with Ms. Valentine so easily, Mr. 5 also became scared and nervous. In his opinion, it is absolutely impossible for him to do it so easily. In an instant, Mr. 5 had the idea of running away. However, as soon as he had this idea, he saw Luffy's figure suddenly disappear. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of him again. So fast, Mr. 5 only had time to sigh before he felt a blow in his stomach that seemed to penetrate his body. He didn't even have time to be shocked before he completely lost consciousness. Both senior cadres solved it with one blow. This shocked Vivi so much that she couldn't help but sigh when she looked at Luffy's figure. After taking care of the two cadres, Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine, Luffy took Vivi back to the original place. The unconscious Mr. 5 was also brought back by him, and he planned to conduct an experiment later. As expected, 100 bounty hunters have been eliminated long ago. There were a bunch of people lying on the ground. Zoro and the others looked unhappy. The opponent is really too weak. Not enough to fight. This made Vivi stunned again. She only knew that Luffy was very strong, but she didn't expect that Luffy's companions were also so strong. Just when Vivi was shocked, a voice suddenly sounded. "Princess Vivi, it's great that you are okay." Vivi heard the sound and looked around, and saw the bruised Igaram running towards her with excitement and difficulty, dragging his shaky body. "Igaram!" Vivi gave a worried cry, and immediately ran over to support Igaram and asked, "Are you okay, Igaram?" Igaram shook his head and said, "I'm fine, Princess Vivi, I made you worry." After answering Vivi's question, Igaram said anxiously, "Princess Vivi, you must return to Alabasta as soon as possible. Our identity has been exposed, and Baroque Studio will definitely send a large number of killers to hunt us down. Only you can save Alabasta, Princess Vivi. You must go back safely as soon as possible." As he said that, Igaram suddenly turned to look at Luffy and knelt down with a plop. "Mr. Straw Hat, I know this request is too much for you. After all, we planned to do you harm from the beginning. Mr. Straw Hat, please. Now only you can help Princess Vivi return to Alabasta safely. If Princess Vivi can't go back alive, Alabasta is doomed." When he said the last words, Ikaram's eyes were filled with grief, anger and unwillingness. He grabbed the ground with both hands, and his fingertips were rubbed with blood. Igaram. Seeing Igaram like this, Vivi was also in extreme pain, with the same emotion in her eyes. Just when the two of them were filled with grief, anger and pain, Luffy spoke. I will escort Vivi back. Igaram and Vivi were both moved when they heard this. Igaram. Mew thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Straw Hat. Vivi was moved again and called Luffy's name. Luffy, thank you. Seeing that Vivi and Igaram were temporarily relieved, Nami then opened her mouth and asked all the questions that everyone else was curious about. What happened in your country? Why did you join a criminal organization like Baroque Studio? Both of them were in low spirits when they heard this, and their eyes were full of grief and anger. Vivi explained. Our country is Alabasta. It is one of the few civilized countries on the Grand Line, and it has always enjoyed peace and prosperity. But in recent years, revolutionary trends have begun to appear in our country. People are rioting, and the country is now in chaos. The Flat Names formed a rebel army to overthrow the rule of the king, my father. Everyone showed doubts when they heard this. Why do you want to overthrow your father's rule? Is he a foolish king? Vivi's eyes showed anger and she shook her head. No, my father is a good king who cares very much about his people. It's all because of that Baroque Studio. We overheard the name Baroque Studio when the country was starting to riot. After our investigation, we found that the riots were basically secretly instigated by this studio. In order to find out the purpose of this studio and solve the chaos in the country, Igaram and I sneaked into the Baroque Studio. After our secret investigation, we finally found out the truth behind it. Hearing this, everyone pricked up their ears. Just listen to Vivi continue. Baroque Studio declares to its employees that it wants to build an ideal kingdom, and the members of the studio will hold important positions in this ideal kingdom in the future. And what they are doing now is to seize Alabasta. After listening to Vivi's explanation, everyone showed emotion and sympathy. You are really a brave princess. For the sake of the country, you risked your life to infiltrate this kind of criminal organization. Now I finally understand what's going on in your country. It seems like the problem is really serious. By the way, who is the boss of this Baroque Studio? He is the one manipulating all this behind the scenes. Hearing this question, Vivi waved her hands in panic. No, 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 no. You'd better not ask about the boss's true identity. I won't tell you anything about that, otherwise your lives will be threatened. Although you are very strong, you will definitely not be able to defeat Sir Crocodile, one of the martial arts. The air suddenly fell into silence for a moment. Vivi covered her mouth as if she was electrocuted, rolled her eyes, and froze in place like a sculpture. Igaram also looked panicked and surprised, because he shouted, Princess Wei Wei. You accidentally said it. But Igaram then breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Luffy and others and said. But fortunately, the members of the Baroque Studio here have been eliminated. If we don't tell them, no one will know the secret, so you will not be attacked by the Baroque Studio. The studio is chasing him. Quote, phew, phew. Suddenly there was a sound of flapping wings in the distance. When everyone heard the news, they saw a bald eagle wearing sunglasses carrying a sea otter wearing sunglasses and taking off. Seeing these two creatures, Igaram immediately exclaimed. Ah, oh no, they are the unlucky duo in the studio. They must have gone back to report to the boss. Vivi still looked like she was rolling her eyes, crying and apologizing to Luffy and others. Sorry, I accidentally exposed this news, which caused you to be targeted by Baroque Studio. Really sorry. Realizing that her apology had not been responded to, Vivi rolled her eyes back to their normal state. At this time, she discovered that Luffy and others all looked calm and unconcerned. Suddenly, both Vivi and Callum were stunned. Vivi looked at Luffy who looked normal and asked in confusion. Luffy, aren't you scared? Luffy said casually. Isn't it just a Shichibukai? What's there to be afraid of? Vivi was confused. Igaram was also confused. The two of them looked at the others. Aren't you worried at all? The other party is Shichibukai. But no matter who you ask, the answer they get is the same. Isn't it just a Shichibukai? At this moment, both of their worldviews seemed to have collapsed. Seeing that Luffy and the others were not worried at all because their opponent was Shichibukai, Vivi suddenly shouted with anger and excitement. Luffy, what's going on with you guys? Don't you know the seriousness of the problem? The opponent is that Shichibukai. That is a big pirate recognized by the world government. Pirates like you who have just entered the Grand Line cannot imagine their terror. Luffy, this is a matter of life and death, you must take it seriously. Don't joke with your lives. Vivi roared out the last words. She takes life too seriously. Especially the lives of people she cares about. She thinks that Luffy and others have no idea of the horror of Shichibukai. Facing such an opponent, it was hard to even muster up enough energy, but Luffy and the others looked so unconcerned. This made Vivi feel that they were kidding with their own lives. Vivi lowered her head, tears constantly falling on the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably, and her mind was filled with the lives that died because of Crocodile. At this moment, Wei Wei suddenly felt someone touching her head. He looked up doubtfully. Then I saw Luffy's extremely serious face. Then, she listened to Luffy. We are not kidding with our lives. It is you who were persecuted too deeply by the title Shichibukai and imagined him to be too powerful. Vivi let out a sigh, with confusion in her eyes. She didn't think Luffy was joking. But, that's Shichibukai. While Vivi was lamenting in her heart, she saw Nami walking over and patting her on the shoulder. Don't worry, Vivi. With Luffy here, it'll be fine. Yuta also came over to comfort Vivi. Vivi, Luffy is very strong. Nokiko followed closely behind. Vivi, trust Luffy. Vivi looked at the people in front of her blankly. She saw the extreme trust and reliance on Luffy in everyone's eyes. It seems that with Luffy here, there is nothing that can't be done. She couldn't help but look at Luffy, confused. Why does everyone trust you so much, Luffy? Now Vivi still cannot understand this problem. Just when Vivi was confused, Igaram's voice suddenly sounded. Ahem, mama, Princess Vivi, everyone, please listen to me. Hearing Igaram's voice, everyone followed it. Discovering that he had dressed up like Vivi at some point, Guoli took a bunch of dummies made with the characteristics of Straw Hat Crew. Then, everyone listened to him. Please listen, Princess Vivi. From now on I will dress up as you and leave here with the dummies of Mr. Straw Hat and his crew, heading straight back to Alabasta. While Baroque Studio is chasing me, you can follow the normal route back to the country on the ship of Mr. Straw Hat and his crew. Although I have never walked this line, I should reach the sky after passing 2 or 3 islands on the way. I hope we will all be safe and well and see each other in our motherland. Vivi looked at Igaram with worried eyes, knowing that he was absorbing the greatest danger by doing so. But now, this is the safest way for her to return to the country. Igaram, please be careful. Faced with Vivi's concern, Igaram smiled and nodded slightly. Then I'll leave first. After I leave first, you should leave here quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Igaram rushed to the coast with the dummy in his arms. Luffy watched Igaram leave without stopping. He knew that even if he said that he had the ability to protect Vivi and did not need Igaram as a bait, he would not be recognized by the two of them. They were too afraid of Crocodile to take the risk. At this time, Vivi looked at Luffy anxiously and said, Luffy, let's go quickly. Such a big thing happened here. Baroque Studio will definitely send someone here soon. Luffy shook his head and said, Wait, I have one more thing to do before leaving. After saying this, he looked at Mr. 5 whom he had brought before. Seeing this, the others looked puzzled. Luffy, I just wanted to ask, what are you doing with this guy? Isn't he from Baroque Studio? What do you want to do with this guy? Luffy nodded and said, This guy is a user with the ability to explode fruits. Do you know, demon fruit power after death, this fruit will be reborn somewhere in this world. Everyone understood something after hearing this. Do you want to take this explosive fruit? But didn't you just say that you would be reborn in a certain place? In this case, you won't get the fruit even if you kill him, right? Luffy replied, You really won't get the devil fruit by killing him directly. But there's a saying about devil fruit. Devil fruit will consciously search for its owner. Before anyone could ask again, Luffy suddenly asked, Usopp, would you like the power of this exploding fruit? Hearing that Luffy suddenly mentioned himself, Usopp was stunned for a moment. Me. Luffy nodded and said, After eating this fruit, you can turn any part of your body into a bomb with gunpowder properties. If you develop it, you can even turn everything in a certain range near you into a bomb, and you will be immune to explosion damage. Aren't you very knowledgeable about gunpowder and bombs now? If you eat this fruit, you will definitely develop powerful abilities and become stronger. After listening to Luffy's description of the exploding fruit, Usopp was instantly moved. He is now focused on becoming stronger, but his talent lies in sniping after all. Even if he trains with Zoro Sanji every day, he is still not as good as them. And if he can eat this fruit, he will be very strong in both long range and melee combat. There was excitement in Usopp's eyes, as if he had seen the brave sea warriors of the future, and he said excitedly, I do, but can't I get the fruit even if I kill him? How do I get this ability? Usopp added doubtfully. Luffy said with thinking in his eyes. Actually, I'm just trying. Your current understanding of bombs and your talent for them should be top-notch. So I want to try to see if this fruit will be attracted by your talent and find you. After saying this, Luffy exerted heaven-defying comprehension on Usopp, activating all his understanding of bombs, allowing him to develop this talent to ultimate at this moment. Usopp also felt that in an instant, all the bomb knowledge that he usually needed to think about bit by bit in his mind suddenly came out like a blowout, and it was extremely clear. At this moment, Luffy picked up a knife on the ground and inserted it into MR5's heart. Immediately after the person with the ability dies, the fruit ability will still stay in his body for a short period of time. So all Luffy can do now is wait. During this time, he has been exerting heaven-defying savvy on Usopp. Cuckoo, cuckoo, a bird chirped overhead. While Luffy was waiting, he looked up curiously. Suddenly, they noticed that when the bird was flying over their heads, something seemed to fall off its back. As the thing fell lower and lower, Luffy could see what it looked like. A touch of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Your understanding is heaven-defying, and through understanding transmission, your conductor is extremely talented, and the explosive fruit is attracted. It's done. Luffy suddenly screamed in surprise. Immediately afterwards, the others followed Luffy's gaze and noticed the black fruit with strange lines falling straight towards where Usopp was standing. Usopp was stunned and reached out to catch the fruit. Is this the exploding fruit? See gooey. He actually came to see Usopp. Eat quickly, Usopp. Let's see what this is capable of. Usopp put the exploding fruit into his mouth amid sighs from around him. Ah, it tastes so bad. After taking a bite, Usopp spat it out in disgust. Hey, Usopp, don't vomit. If you don't eat it, how will you get this ability? Nami said anxiously. She was curious about what Usopp would become. Usopp looked at the fruit with a painful look on his face and couldn't bear to eat it. At this moment, Luffy spoke. You don't need to eat it. Just take a bite of the devil fruit and you will gain abilities. Really? Usopp looked surprised, and when he saw Luffy nodding, he threw away the rest in disgust. Nah, Usopp, show us quickly. Nami looked excited, and the others also looked curious. Because of the blessing of Luffy's heaven-defying understanding, Usopp instantly mastered the basic usage of this fruit. He came to a house and punched it. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the east room collapsed. Discovering that he had become so strong, Usopp was so excited that he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha, the brave sea warrior Usopp is me. Ha 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 ha. The others also looked shocked at this moment. See gooey. Especially Vivi, who couldn't help but exclaimed. It's actually more powerful than Mr. 5 when using it. As Vivi said, Usopp's power far exceeds that of Mr. 5. Luffy had actually expected this. The strength of the fruit has a great relationship with the owner's ability. Although Usopp just ate the explosive fruit, he had been training every day before. In addition, his understanding and talent for explosions far exceed those of Mr. 5, so it is normal for him to show power beyond him. However, for subsequent development, it is up to Usopp to understand it himself. The upper limit of explosive fruits is more than that. After solving the matter of the exploding fruit, Luffy and others headed towards the coast, ready to set off. As Luffy was walking, he suddenly felt something soft pressing against him. Turning around, he saw Nami holding his arm, looking at him expectantly with big eyes and pursed lips. Luffy was amused and had a vague suspicion in his mind, but he still asked. Is there a problem? On Nami's face, His expression suddenly brightened and he smiled. Hee, can you get me and Noki Takaya a devil fruit sometime? It's best to have something that's so powerful that you can become as strong as a monster after eating it. With that said, Nami explained to Luffy rationally. Look, we have entered the Grand Line now, and we will definitely encounter many powerful enemies in the future. Zoro, Sanji and the others are getting stronger every day, and Usopp also has the explosive fruit now. Only me and Nuauchi-Gao are the weakest. What if one day we encounter many powerful enemies and you fail to protect us, then won't the two of us be doomed? After saying this, Nami put on a pitiful look, her begging eyes shining like stars, like a pitiful and helpless kitten, looking at Luffy expectantly. Looking at Nami like this, Luffy couldn't help laughing and said, "Don't worry, I have already considered it. The devil fruit I found for you two must be monster level. Didn't I say it before? Our pirate team must be all monsters in the future." Nami suddenly looked surprised and excited after hearing this, holding Luffy's arm like a kitten and happily nuzzling him. Nagio was not as unrestrained as Nami, but she was still very excited and happy. She couldn't help but imagine what she would look like in the future when she was as strong as a monster. Vivi, who was walking beside them, looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel envious. She was envious that they could get along so happily, but she didn't have the time or energy to experience the happiness of being with her partners. She looked towards the sea in the distance, and could vaguely see the miniature of Ikarim's ship leaving. Everything must be safe and sound, Ikaram. Vivi looked at the ship that was so far away that it was about to disappear, and murmured. Boom! Suddenly, there was a faint explosion sound in the distance. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. The next second, Vivi's body trembled, and her eyes seemed to lose focus and turned pure white. The picture reflected in her eyes was a burning fire and billowing black smoke. Luffy and others also heard the explosion and looked over. The moment they saw the situation clearly, everyone also showed shock and sadness. I saw that the Ikaram ship had now turned into a piece of burning debris with black smoke. How is it possible? Did the pursuers arrive so soon? No way, Ikaram, Ma. Everyone was amazed and sad, and cast worried glances at Vivi. At this moment, Vivi was biting her lips, with tears in her eyes, but her expression was firm and she spoke firmly in a deep voice. Luffy, let's go. The others couldn't help but be moved by this strong look. Luffy just nodded and said nothing more. In fact, when Ikaram chooses to do this, he will definitely be pursued by Baroque Studio. It is just a matter of time. Arriving at the shore, everyone quickly got on the boat and prepared to set sail for the next island. At this moment, Zoro suddenly frowned and let out a deep cry. Luffy nodded slightly to express understanding. He also sensed an extra breath on the ship. In fact, everyone in the Straw Hats, except Vivi and Karu, was aware of the presence of outsiders. They all looked in the direction of the breath, and saw a woman with black hair and dark skin sitting on the railing on the second floor of the melee. Luffy recognized this person immediately, Nicole. But now, her external identity is still Crocodile's partner, Ms. All Sunday. Robin was a little surprised to find that he was discovered by so many people on the ship at the same time. Ah, how strange. Why did you all notice me at the same time? Hearing this sound, Vivi followed the sound and looked over. Suddenly, her expression became horrified and she shouted. Why are you here? All Sunday. Robin put his chin on his hand, smiled lightly, and said. I just found Mr. 8 over there, you are really cunning. Ms. Wednesday. When Vivi heard this, her pupils suddenly shrank, her expression was shocked, and she said tremblingly. It's. You gave Ikaram. The rest of the people were also hostile and angry towards Robin at this moment, and they were all ready to fight. Only Luffy smiled, took 2 steps forward, looked at Robin and said. Now that you're on my ship, don't even think about leaving without my consent. Now that you're on my ship, you can't leave without my consent. After hearing this, Robin looked at Luffy with curiosity in his eyes and said. I know you, Monkey D. Luffy, you are the pirate known as the worst rookie with a bounty of 60 million Baileys. It's amazing, this bounty. It's really impressive for a newbie pirate. But unfortunately, your opponent is Baroque Studio. You picked the wrong opponent, Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy smiled and said as if he didn't care. It's just a Shichibukai. Rather than that, what I care about now is that I want to keep you as my crew member. When everyone on the boat heard what Luffy said, everyone immediately exclaimed. Luffy, what are you talking about? That guy is an enemy. Yes, Luffy, Igaram was killed by her. How can such a person be a partner? Luffy, Ms. All Sunday is Mr. Zero, Crocodile's partner, who persecutes this country with Crocodile. The last words were spoken by Vivi in tears. She tried her best to dissuade Luffy. Such people would definitely destroy Luffy and his gang. Faced with everyone's dissuasion, Luffy just smiled and said, I don't think she's a bad person. Vivi, didn't I believe you the same way at that time? After Luffy finished speaking, the others were stunned. Vivi's expression was even more dull, recalling the way Luffy trusted her when he first met her. But, looking at the guy in front of her who persecuted Alabasta and killed Igaram, Vivi still couldn't bear it. Luffy continued, besides, didn't you say she was Crocodile's partner? Then if she joins us, wouldn't we be able to learn a lot of information about Crocodile, which would make it easier to save your country? At these words, the rest of the Straw Hats couldn't help but nod their heads. That makes sense. If that were the case, it would be easier for us to deal with Crocodile. Although this woman is an enemy, if Luffy believes her, then there shouldn't be much of a problem. But can she join us so easily? Seeing how easily the Straw Hats changed their pervert just because of Luffy's words, Vivi looked puzzled again and said in confusion. Why did everyone suddenly accept it? You were obviously against it just a second ago. Vivi was very puzzled by this. She couldn't understand this team. She also doesn't understand why everyone in this pirate group trusts Luffy so much. Seemingly sensing Vivi's thoughts, Nami suddenly came over and hugged Vivi, and said with a smile. Hehe, Vivi, you will know after you sail with us for a while. Although Luffy is a bit stupid, he is still very reliable. I was just like you before, I didn't believe him at first. But after he saved my village, I have been relying on him. Vivi, as long as he is here, your country will be safe. Vivi looked at Nami with tears in her eyes. Then he looked at Luffy again, asking himself, can Luffy really save my country? ... At this moment, Robin suddenly covered his mouth and chuckled, looked at Luffy with a smile, and said with curiosity and interest in his eyes. You are really a trustworthy captain, Mr. Luffy. But, should I say that you, the captain, are stupid, or that all of you are stupid? Don't you understand yet? Your opponent is Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a pirate recognized by the world government. Before he became 7 warlords of the sea, the bounty on his head had already reached 81 million belly. Moreover, after becoming 7 warlords of the sea, this bounty will be fixed. In other words, if he were not 7 warlords of the sea now, the bounty would only be higher than 81 million Baileys. Mr. Luffy, even so, do you still think you can beat him? Luffy didn't want to explain, it was useless to just talk, so he just said. Won't you know when you see it with your own eyes? Then, with a smile on his face, he looked at Robin and asked. What do you think? Do you want to agree to join us directly, or do you want me to force you to stay here? Robin looked at Luffy quietly, and she saw infinite confidence in his eyes. But he still couldn't hide his curiosity and asked. Why would you want me to join you? You don't know me at all, right? Besides, we are still enemies. Isn't that weird? Luffy replied, no reason. I just feel that you should be on my ship, so I want to keep you. Robin was stunned when he heard Luffy's answer. No reason. It feels like it should be on this ship. What are these weird ideas? Robin laughed again. You are really interesting, Mr. Luffy. But I'm sorry, I can't agree to your invitation. In this case, I will be killed by Crocodile as a betrayal. If you want to keep me, just rely on your own ability. As soon as he finished speaking, Robin crossed his arms and made a strange gesture. The second round of flowers blooms. With a soft shout, everyone on the boat saw 2 arms suddenly growing out of Luffy's back, grabbing his head tightly from behind and pulling him back, making a strangulation gesture. What is this? Devil fruit. What a strange ability. It actually grows hands from the body. Robin looked at Luffy whose neck was about to be broken backwards, smiled softly, and said. With such strength, you can't keep me, Captain Luffy. As soon as he finished speaking, Chuanyi's eyes suddenly showed shock. She saw in disbelief that Luffy's neck, which was tightly held by her, suddenly stretched out and broke free from her restraints. Then he wandered to the second floor and wrapped her whole body up like a rice dumpling. Then, Luffy put his head in front of Robin, looked at her and smiled. It seems like I've defeated you. Your abilities are completely useless to me. How is it? Do you want to continue to do it? Robin's forehead was sweating now. She really didn't expect Luffy's ability to be like this. Her main attack ability is to break people's joints, but Luffy is a rubber man, and it won't work if you twist his head 10 times. Quote. Robin exhaled, feeling helpless, looking at Luffy and said, "It looks like I have to stay here." Luffy was delighted when he heard this, and then let go of her. Then he looked at Robin and asked, "What's your real name?" For Luffy, Robin felt no malice, and even felt that the other party seemed to trust her, and there was a vague feeling that she was a partner. This strange feeling made Robin feel an inexplicable trust in Luffy, and he spoke. "Nico Robin." After hearing this, Luffy suddenly yelled on the deck, "Guys, let's have a party. Welcome Vivi and Robin to join us." As soon as Luffy finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded. "Gah." Turning his head to look, he found Vivi's mount and pet Karu looking at him, as if saying he had forgotten about it. Luffy smiled and added another sentence. "And Karu." "Gah." Karu shouted again, with a look of joy in his eyes. "Luffy, didn't you just attend a party?" Nami said helplessly. "That's different. This time it's to welcome new members, so of course there will be a banquet." Luffy explained. Yes. Who told you to be the captain?" Nami responded. Then, the rest of the Straw Hats went to prepare for the banquet. Vivi looked at all this with worry and helplessness in her eyes, and thought to herself, "Is it time for the banquet now?" Robin kept looking at Luffy and the pirate group curiously, his eyes growing more and more interested. What a strange group of people. The morning sun rises in the east, dyeing the place where the sea and sky meet in the distance red. On the sparkling sea, a sheep-headed sailboat slowly moved forward in the direction of the rising red sun. On the deck, a bunch of people were lying in various places, snoring constantly. The messy plates and wine glasses around it all indicate that a happy and joyful moment was spent here not long ago. Ouch! Sea Kings, punch my brave sea warrior Usopp. In his sleep, Usopp suddenly stood up, punched the air, and lay down again. "Oh, beautiful lady, don't leave me, just stay together like this." Sanji looked happy and twisted around holding a wooden barrel. Luffy, on the other hand, was drooling and kept shouting incomprehensibly. Everyone's face is filled with happy expressions. Vivi stood on the second floor, looking at the group of people on the deck below with a complicated expression. What an interesting group of people. Really, Princess Vivi. A voice suddenly sounded in her ears, and Vivi turned her head suddenly, with a flash of anger in her eyes. "Ms. All Sunday," she snapped, "don't come near me. Even if Luffy and the others accept you, I will never forgive you. You killed Igaram, Alabasta was also killed because of you and Crocodile." As she spoke, Vivi's eyes were filled with tears again, and she clenched her fists tightly, with hatred in her eyes. Robin sat on the fence, crossed his legs, supported his chin with his hand, looked at the red sun in the distance, and said leisurely, "Mr. 8 is still alive." Vivi was suddenly startled when she heard this, stopped crying, and looked at Robin in confusion. Then he asked again, "You're not lying to me, are you? I clearly saw his ship explode in the sea." Robin turned his head, looked into Vivi's angry eyes, and said, "I'm not interested in killing you. And I didn't receive an order to kill you when I came this time. I came here on my own." Vivi was confused. "Why? Then why did you blow up his ship?" Robin looked at Chaoyang again and said calmly, "Princess Vivi, you are too naive. If Mr. 8 were allowed to go back so obviously alone, he would definitely die on the road. I just let him die early to dispel the idea of other Baroque studio personnel chasing him." Vivi was stunned when she heard this, looked at Robin in confusion, and asked, Why do you do this? Don't you want Alabasta to perish? Why are you helping us?" At that time, it was only after we followed you that we found out that Mr. Zero's identity was actually Crocodile. That's what you deliberately let us know, right? What on earth do you want to do? Facing Vivi's question, Robin just looked at the sea quietly and said with a slightly confused tone. I don't know either. Why would I help you? Probably. I want to see if you are so hardworking and serious, can you change anything? Probably. That's it. For Robin, she has been living a life on the run. So she was very confused about the future. Sometimes she doesn't know why she does things she does. Just follow your heart and do it. Vivi looked at Robin with tears in her eyes, and she saw the confusion in his eyes. In an instant, her hatred for Robin disappeared a little bit. Puff, 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 puff. On the way to the next island, a phone bug suddenly rang on the ship. Everyone on the boat heard the sound and saw Robin taking out a phone bug from his arms and looking at Luffy quietly. That seemed to be asking for Luffy's opinion. After all, judging from the current situation, Robin was forcibly kidnapped by Luffy and brought to the ship. Luffy came to Robin and answered the phone bug. Soon, a slightly angry voice came from over there. Where have you been, Ms. All Sunday? The unlucky duo reported to me that Mr. Five and Ms. Valentine, whom I sent to hunt down Vivi and Igaram, were defeated by a group of people, and that group also knew the secret of my identity and planned to escort them. Vivi returns to Alabasta. Among those people, there was a guy wearing a straw hat. That guy is the pirate with a bounty of 60 million Baileys, Monkey D. Luffy. I want you to come back immediately and send me someone to intercept them halfway. We must not let them bring Vivi back to China and ruin my plan. After these words fell, the air fell into a brief silence. Seeing no reply, the voice on the other end of the phone became even angrier. Hey, answer me, Ms. All Sunday. On the other side of the phone, Crocodile was biting a cilantro, his whole face trembling with anger. There was a reward list in front of him and a phone bug in his hand. Looking at the guy wearing the straw hat in the reward list was enough, but even Ms. Kwan Sunday, who usually answered all his questions, didn't reply today, which made Crocodile even more angry. Come somewhere. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. A voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone. Suddenly, Crocodile looked stunned and stared at the phone bug, speechless for a long time. Suddenly, Crocodile frowned, his face became extremely gloomy, he bit his cigar fiercely, with murderous intent and anger in his eyes, and asked in an extremely low and cold voice. Ms. Where's All Sunday? Robin's voice came from over there. I fought with Straw Hat Luffy and lost to him. Now I am forced to stay on their ship. Click. The cigar in Crocodile's mouth was bitten off and dropped, and Crocodile's heavy breathing and anger could be heard on the other end of the phone. What do you want? Luffy listened to Crocodile's extremely angry and cold voice and just said lightly. Kick you away. The phone bug fell silent. FP. Gooha. Gooha-ha-ha-ha. Crocodile laughed in anger. Suddenly, the laughter stopped, and Crocodile said harshly in an extremely angry and deep voice. Straw Hat, you've pissed me off. Aren't you coming to Alabasta? Then come on. I will personally bury you in hell. I'm going to make you pay for your stupidity and let you know that you and I are not the same class of pirate nephews. After Crocodile finished speaking, then, he heard Luffy's deep voice. You and I are indeed not the same class of pirates. Crocodile raised the corners of his mouth when he heard this, with pride in his eyes. You are not worthy to be compared with me. Clip. Such a voice came out from the phone bug and the call was hung up. Time seems to have stopped at this moment. Crocodile's office was eerily silent. Crunch. The office door was suddenly pushed open, and a bearded man said with a smile. Mr. Crocodile, someone in the casino down below said he wanted to take a photo with you, would you like to? Halfway through the words, the man suddenly trembled, his whole body was cold, and there was extreme fear and terror in his eyes. Just by looking at Crocodile's eyes that were so angry that he could kill, he was so frightened that he lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground. The next second, amidst a burst of screams, the man finally turned into a mummy and withered bones that had absorbed all the water. Crocodile looked at Luffy's bounty list on the table and groaned in an extremely low and angry voice. Straw Hat Boy. As he spoke, he grabbed it and kneaded it in his hands, then turned it into a handful of loose sand and scattered it on the ground. Aboard the Golden Mary, Vivi looked at Luffy solemnly and worriedly and said, You were so impulsive just now, Luffy. If you anger Crocodile, you will be in danger. Luffy looked at Vivi and asked in a low voice. Vivi, do you think if you don't anger him, he will let you go and let us go? Vivi was stunned when she heard this. After being told this, she realized that she really would not let them go. Luffy came over, patted Vivi's shoulder gently, and said softly. Relax, Vivi, you fear Crocodile too much. He's just a Shichibukai, nothing to be afraid of. I promise you that I will help you save your country from him. Vivi looked at Luffy blankly. She thought of what Nami told her and the unconditional trust that the people on this ship had in Luffy. Perhaps, can she trust Luffy for once like Nami and the others? Vivi took a long breath and said with an apologetic smile. Sorry, I'm too nervous. Seeing Vivi relax a little, Luffy also smiled. I saw the island. At this moment, Nami's cry of surprise came from the bow. She followed the direction of the record pointer and looked at an island gradually appearing in front of her. Soon, voices of surprise and emotion sounded from on the ship. Is that our next destination after leaving Prickly Pear Island? We enter the second island after the Grand Line. Just when everyone was sighing and looking forward to it, an unsociable voice suddenly sounded. If you land on that island, someone might die. For a moment, the boat became extremely quiet. Everyone followed the voice and saw Robin looking at them calmly. Soon, voices sounded one after another. Dead people, what does this mean? Isn't that island dangerous? Are there monsters? Are there zombies? Or, cannibals? Ah, I don't want to be eaten by cannibals. Why can she say such terrible things with a calm face? Robin's expression remained unchanged and he explained in his usual tone. That island is called Little Garden. Everyone was confused when they heard this. Little Garden. Robin nodded. There is a primitive forest from the Jurassic era, and there are all kinds of ferocious beasts and dinosaurs on the island. Hearing this, Nami, Usopp and Vivi were immediately frightened and their pupils turned white. Dinosaur. So scary. Is it called Little Garden just because of these large beasts? In this way, we are really small compared to those dinosaurs. Robin shook his head and said, no, it's called Little Garden because the island is as small as a garden to the people living there. There. Are giants in there. When the three of them heard this, their fear level reached a new level. Is such a big island as small as a garden? How scary. It's over, we won't be eaten by giants, right? Seeing the three people like this, the others were speechless and complained. When I talk about you guys, am I exaggerating? Weren't you all trained very well by Luffy? Just dinosaurs aren't that scary, right? Haven't you beaten all the Sea Kings? Why don't you just leave a few giants to us? Especially you, Usopp. Didn't you guys eat the exploding fruits? Why are you still so timid? Wouldn't it be nice if the dinosaurs came and blew them up? Nami and Usopp were stunned when they heard this and straightened their bodies. Nami, that makes sense. Dinosaurs are not as big as Sea Kings, right? What am I afraid of? Usopp, that's right. I've already eaten the exploding fruit, what's there to be afraid of? Vivi was the only one crying there. Ooh, I haven't been trained by Luffy. I can't beat the dinosaur. Seeing Vivi crying and helpless, Luffy smiled, walked over, patted her and said. Just follow me later. As long as I'm here, it'll be okay. Vivi stopped crying immediately, grabbed Luffy's arm tightly, pursed her lips, looked at Luffy pitifully, and nodded repeatedly like a rattle. After approaching Little Garden, everyone also saw the appearance of the island clearly. The whole thing looks like a tropical rainforest, with towering trees, a variety of strange plants, and constant chirping of insects. It looks like there are many different types of plants here. I'm going to collect and study them to see if I can find some novel plants or cultivate new useful varieties and then plant them on our ship. Nuo Chigao looked excited. Since Luffy helped her learn a lot of botany knowledge, her interest has been piqued, and she has always wanted to find an opportunity for her to develop, so she is extremely excited now. There's almost no food on the ship. I'm going to hunt for some edible wild animals. I'll also see if there are any other edible wild fruits or anything like that. Sanji said what he wanted to do. Usopp just made me a weather stick, so I'll find some ferocious beasts to try out the new weapon. Nokigao, just so I can be by your side to protect you. Nami gave Nokigao a confident smile and gave her a thumbs up, and the other party also smiled and nodded at her. Then the next second, Nami looked at Yuta with pleading eyes. Yuta, come with us. I can feel at ease as long as you're here. If there are several dinosaurs coming at once, we will be eaten. Yuta looked at Nami, who changed his face at the speed of light, smiled and nodded. Sure. The corners of Zoro's mouth curled up, and there was excitement in his eyes. Didn't I say there are giants on this island? I'll go find them to see if they are strong. Usopp saw that everyone else had formed a team, and immediately hugged Zoro's thigh. I'll go with Zoro. I'll find a chance to get used to the explosive fruit's ability on the way, and then see if I can use my understanding of improved buggy bullets to develop new abilities. Even with the explosive fruit, Usopp should still be timid. In the end, only Robin, Luffy and Vivi were left. Luffy and Vivi said they wanted to form a team on the boat. Then he looked at Robin and asked, Robin, do you want to be alone or with us? Robin looked at Luffy curiously and asked, Alone? Do you allow me to be alone? Are you not afraid that I will leave you in the middle and return to Crocodile? Luffy said indifferently, If you leave, I'll bring you back. And I want you to be my partner, not a prisoner. I will not restrict your freedom. Robin was stunned when he heard this, then suddenly laughed and said, Then I'll be alone. If I take a look around this island, I might be able to find some interesting history. Luffy nodded in approval. Then, he said to everyone, Crocodile said that he will hunt us down on the way. Please be careful and see if there are any of their people on the island. If so, arrest them, and then we'll see if we can get some useful information. Everyone nodded to show their understanding. Afterwards, they dispersed and left as planned. Inside the little garden, Luffy, Vivi, and Karu were walking in the dense and towering forest. From time to time, a series of roars of beasts and dinosaurs came from inside. Vivi and Karu also trembled in fear from time to time with those roars. Vivi, you and Karu are too nervous. Relax, I'll be fine. Luffy glanced at Vivi, who had been tensing her body, and couldn't help but say. She had been in this highly nervous state since she got off the boat. Vivi forced out a stiff smile and said, Ha, ha ha, I'm already relaxed. Roar. At this moment, a dinosaur roar suddenly came from beside him. Wow, gah, Vivi and Karu screamed at the same time, and both jumped up like springs. The next second, Vivi was hanging on Luffy's body. Karu was holding Luffy's calf tightly. Boom, Luffy knocked the dinosaur away with a random punch. Okay, it's okay. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Vivi sighed. Only then did he get off Luffy. In the forest, Luffy and Vivi sat on the head of an extremely huge long-necked dragon. All surrounding scenery is unobstructed. Yeah, so, too high, Luffy. Is this dinosaur really not going to eat us? Vivi looked nervous and shivered in Luffy's arms. Gah, Karu was also trembling. Vivi, don't worry, I'm here. Look around you, there are beautiful ones. Luffy sat behind Vivi, patting her gently and comforting her. As Luffy solved the dangers around him time and time again, he took Vivi on various tours. Vivi also gradually became relaxed from her original nervous state. Even later, when he heard the roar of the dinosaur next to him, he would proactively remind Luffy and report his location. Under Luffy's protection and company, Vivi's face gradually bloomed with a smile from the bottom of her heart. Luffy, this way. Vivi called out to Luffy and pointed him in a direction. There was a smile on her face, no fear in her eyes, and she looked extremely relaxed and happy. Boom, Luffy dodged, came to the direction Vivi was pointing, and punched the dinosaur away. Good job, Luffy. Drink some water. Vivi smiled and handed Luffy a small barrel-shaped cup, which contained the drinks that Sanji had prepared for everyone before leaving. Gudong gudong gudong. Luffy took the cup and drank heavily. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there were violent sounds near them, and the ground continued to shake with the sounds, like an earthquake. Vivi subconsciously let out a cry of surprise. What's going on? Quack. The two men and the duck looked over. They saw an extremely tall figure walking towards them. After discovering the two men, the figure immediately lowered his head and looked over. Luffy, the two men and the duck also saw the appearance of the huge figure at this time. The other party was a giant with a long beard, wearing an iron helmet, holding an iron sword and a shield. Seeing such a tall giant for the first time, Vivi couldn't help but hide behind Luffy unconsciously. Although she was not as nervous and scared as before, she was still a little scared when facing an object that looked scary. Spoon, spoon, spoon. The giant laughed a unique laugh, then looked at Luffy and said, I haven't seen humans for many years. Are you willing to be my long-lost guests? Luffy recognized that the other party was one of the two giants on the island, Blue Ogre Dory, and nodded. Yes, Vivi asked quietly behind him. Luffy, the other party is a giant, is it okay to agree to him like this? Luffy responded, it's okay, he has no ill intentions. Hearing Luffy say this, Vivi was relieved and no longer hid behind Luffy. This strange change even made her not realize that she had begun to trust and rely on Luffy unconditionally. In a huge camp, Luffy sat cross-legged, and Devi and Kalu sat beside him. Dory sat opposite. Luffy and Dory were eating the barbecued dinosaurs that Dory caught. Dory was holding the outdoor lunch box that Sanji prepared for Luffy. Dory pinched the lunch box with 2 fingers, which was almost the size of his fingernails, and laughed. Hey, I will accept your pirate lunch box, but the portion is too small. Luffy said vaguely while eating the barbecued dinosaur meat in front of him that was bigger than him. That's because you're too big, but this lunchbox is prepared by the best chef on our ship, and it tastes great. Dory laughed again when he heard this. Really? Then I'll thank you. He then opened his mouth and poured it in. Hey, it's really delicious, this taste. If only there was a little more. Luffy suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, we still have wine on the ship. You haven't had it for many years, right? I'll get it for you. Dory was immediately excited when he heard this, and laughed happily. Hey, thank you so much, my friend. Luffy laughed for a while and brought Dory a few barrels of wine. After that, the two ate and drank while chatting. But most of the time, Luffy was listening to Dory telling his story. It's basically about him coming from Elbaf, fighting with another giant Bridgie for 100 years, and having long forgotten the reason for the fight. Later, Luffy and Vivi watched the duel between the two giants together. During the period, they also found that Zoro and Usopp were with another giant Bridgie. It seems that they were also regarded as guests of Bridgie. Usopp was even more adoring of Bridgie and regarded him as his master. Because the duel was too loud, all the Straw Hat crew were attracted. Luffy was inspired and asked everyone to hold a happy banquet with the two giants. After eating and drinking, everyone lay on the ground contentedly. Hey, Dory, Shiloki, do you know how long it takes for the record pointer of this island to record the magnetic field? Nami raised her hand and glanced at the record pointer on her arm that did not change. Then, 2 leisurely voices rang in everyone's ears at the same time. 1 year, 1 year. Upon hearing this answer, everyone except Luffy and Robin jumped up from the ground and exclaimed. What? For a time, they all fell into despair and helplessness. Vivi was even more worried and asked Luffy. What to do, Luffy? If we wait a year, Alabasta will be taken away by Crocodile. Luffy stood up slowly at this time, smiled and touched Vivi's head and said. Didn't I tell you everything? As long as I'm here, everything will be fine. After saying this, Luffy took out a permanent recording pointer from his arms, with a line of letters engraved on it, which translated to Alabasta. This is what I found on Mr. 5 when I knocked him down. Permanently recorded pointers to Alabasta. He had long known that the island's record pointer stored magnetic field time, so he had prepared in advance. He would not do anything like getting the record pointer by luck in the original work. Just like now, Crocodile didn't send anyone to the island to intercept them for some unknown reason. If you are not prepared in advance, you will be passive. Everyone was relieved when they saw Luffy taking out the record pointer. It's so good, I almost thought I would stay on this island for a year. Thanks to you, Luffy. Sure enough, you are still very reliable at critical times. Vivi couldn't help but rushed towards Luffy with excitement, hugged him tightly, and choked with sobs. That's great, Luffy. I almost thought I couldn't go back. Thank you, Luffy. Feeling Vivi's trembling body with excitement, Luffy gently patted her back and comforted her. Little garden. The Melee slowly sailed out from a concave coast. Dory and Bridgie stood on both sides of the shore. Our friend's ship is about to set off, we can't leave them alone. Yes, people who reach this island. The reason why they can't reach the next island is right in front of them. Dory and Brigitte looked straight ahead, talking to themselves. When Luffy and others immediately drove out of this concave coast, the two of them shouted one after another. You are our important friends. We must not let our friend's pirate flag be broken here. Trust us and go straight ahead. No matter what happens, keep moving forward. Everyone on the Merry heard the words of the two giants and said goodbye to them. Goodbye, Master. Dory, Brigitte, goodbye. Luffy believed their words and gave the order. Go straight ahead. At this moment, everyone suddenly saw that the sea level in front of them suddenly began to rise. Immediately afterwards, an extremely huge island-eating monster that was as big as an island suddenly surfaced and opened its abyssal mouth in front of the melee. Seeing this scene, the ship suddenly fell into panic. Then, what is that? So big. Oops, I'm going to be eaten. Hurry up and adjust the direction of the helm. Nami commanded in panic. But at this moment, Luffy stopped her. Go straight ahead. Nami wanted to cry but had no tears. Immediately afterwards, they felt their eyes go dark. And at the same time, Dory and Brigitte combined their weapons and charged up power at the same time, sending an extremely powerful shock wave forward. Hakoku. As the two roared, a shock wave suddenly erupted, and their weapons also shattered at this moment. Just when Nami was crying in her heart and had been eaten, everyone suddenly heard a loud noise coming from outside. Boom. An extremely powerful shock wave hit the island-eating monster. Light suddenly reappeared in front of Luffy and others. On the coast, two laughters came. Misfortune, misfortune, misfortune. Fruit, fruit, fruit. Quote / / / / / / quote. Accompanied by the unique laughter, the ship sailed away. The wind is gentle and the sun is beautiful, and the blue waves are rippling. The melee sailed slowly on the sparkling sea. On the deck, everyone was busy with their own things. Nokigao studied the plants and seeds he had newly collected, and Usopp claimed that it was possible to synthesize special buggy bullets directly from his body using his ability to turn his body into gunpowder, so he also studied it himself. Zoro is still training day and night, Sanji is preparing food, and Nami is staring at the record pointer to ensure the direction of the melee. The remaining 4 people gathered together with nothing to do, killing time. How strange. Didn't Crocodile say he would come to chase us halfway? But I didn't find any enemies in Little Garden at all. Vivi suddenly said something at this time. Luffy specifically warned others about this at the time, but in the end they found no one else on the island. Just when everyone was wondering and guessing, Robin suddenly spoke. I have always been in contact with those cadres before, and Crocodile's identity was kept secret from them. After I was left on this ship by Luffy, Crocodile won't be able to send anyone. I think he is busy summoning those cadres to meet with his boss. After all, the plan is about to begin. Vivi suddenly became excited when Robin mentioned the plan. Plan? What plan? What are you going to do? Robin said calmly. You know that, right? Vivi, isn't Crocodile inciting riots just to provoke a domestic war? The plan is to let this war break out completely in the near future. When Vivi heard this, pain and worry suddenly appeared in her eyes, and she gritted her teeth and asked. What are the specific steps of your plan? Tell me quickly. Robin shook his head at this time and said. It's no use. Crocodile is a very cautious and cunning man. If I were not here, he would have taken matters into his own hands and organized and planned this operation. I don't know exactly how it will be done. Anyway, the plan will be implemented in the near future. After Robin finished speaking, Vivi immediately lowered her head in pain and resentment, her eyes were wet, she gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. At this time, Luffy patted her back gently and comforted her. Don't worry, Vivi, I have already thought of a plan to deal with Crocodile. I promise you that we can stop the war and save your country. Vivi heard this and looked up at Luffy. Luffy has already figured out a plan to deal with Crocodile and save the country. Vivi didn't expect Luffy to have reached this point. Although she said she wanted to return to the country to stop the war, she was not sure whether she could do it. But Luffy is so confident and has already thought of everything. At this moment, Vivi deeply realized why everyone relied on Luffy so much. Vivi was moved in her heart, her voice choked with sobs, and she murmured Luffy's name. Quote. Robin looked at Luffy in surprise at this time. She didn't expect that Luffy would have made a plan. I couldn't help but secretly sigh that this captain didn't seem as nervous as he appeared on the surface, and at the same time I was full of curiosity about Luffy's plan. After all, who will be better, Luffy or Crocodile? Robin asked in his mind. At this moment, Nami's voice suddenly sounded on the deck, which sounded a little painful. I'm a little tired. Let's go back and take a rest. Please pay attention, and watch the direction of the ship. Nami continued. Luffy and others heard the news and saw Nami looking in pain. Her face and forehead were red, and her face was covered with cold sweat. He staggered toward the cabin with frivolous steps. When passing by Luffy and others, her body suddenly fell forward. Upon seeing this, Luffy quickly stood up and caught Nami, who was about to fall. Nami, are you okay? What's wrong with you, Miss Nami? Quote. Everyone on the boat immediately gathered around and asked worriedly. Nami was lying in Luffy's arms, her expression was painful, her tone was weak, and she almost said in a voice like exhalation. Quote. Just take a break, Vivi. The most important thing now is to go to Alabasta and save Vivi's country. Everyone. You don't have to worry about me. I'm just a little tired. Nami said this, but everyone could see that she had a serious problem. Luffy reached out and touched Nami's forehead. The temperature made him feel hot. Luffy, I'm fine. Gotta go to Vivi's country quickly. Nami opened her blurred eyes, looked at Luffy and said. Shut up. Luffy interrupted her sharply and said without any doubt. You go and have a good rest now, and then we will find a place to treat you. After the treatment is over, let's go to Alabasta. As soon as Luffy finished speaking, he shook his head bitterly. It was said that he was shaking his head, but in fact the amplitude was very small. Then, she continued. No, it won't work, Luffy. There is a newspaper in my drawer that I received 3 days ago. But I was afraid that Vivi would worry, so I never told everyone. Now, Vivi's country has entered a very serious period. While Nami was talking, Robin used his power to take out the newspaper from Nami's drawer and bring it over. Vivi just glanced at it, her pupils shrank, and she exclaimed. How so? 300,000 royal troops defected to the rebel army. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Everyone already knows that the battle in Alabasta is mainly a battle between the rebel army and the king's army. The sudden defection can only mean one thing. The people of Alabasta have become increasingly dissatisfied with their rulers. War is about to break out. Nami continued to speak to Luffy at this time. You know it now, Luffy. Please give me flowers. We don't have time. Quote. DB. Nami was talking when someone suddenly covered her mouth and she could only say, aha. The sound of Luffy's tone was still unquestionable and he said seriously. It's up to me, the captain, to decide how this ship goes. You idiot, go and have a good rest. With that said, Luffy looked at Vivi. Vivi, do you believe me? Vivi looked at Luffy blankly after hearing this. Luffy's eyes showed absolute confidence and concern for his companions. All kinds of deeds while staying with Luffy suddenly came to mind, whether it was in Little Garden taking out the permanent record pointer, or having already thought of a plan to deal with Crocodile. No matter what time, he is so reliable. Vivi suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Her nervousness and worry about the unfortunate news she had just received dissipated a lot. She looked into Luffy's eyes and nodded heavily. I trust you. After that, she looked at Nami again and said, Nami, just take a good rest. Let's find a place to treat you first, and then rush to Alabasta. Vivi said so. Nami didn't say anything more and could only nodded. At the same time, he couldn't help but glance at Luffy and thought to himself. It seems that Vivi has also relied on this fool. Nami breathed a sigh of relief and felt much better. If you are looking for a place to get medical treatment, there is indeed an island on the way to Alabasta that has this condition. At this time, Robin suddenly spoke. Luffy looked back at her and asked, do you know how to get there? Robin shook his head and said, without the recording pointer, I wouldn't be able to find the island accurately. But that island is in the middle of the line from Little Garden to Alabasta. It is a winter island. If you pass nearby, you will clearly feel the change in temperature. Moreover, if there are islands nearby, the climate on the sea will become very calm. Using these 2 points, it shouldn't be difficult to find the island on the way. Luffy nodded and said to everyone on the boat. Everyone will wait until the temperature gets colder and the climate stabilizes, and then look around carefully and report any islands in time. Deck. Everyone responded in unison. After that, Luffy took Nami back to her bedroom and asked Yuta and other girls to take care of her. On the endless sea, the melee was driving slowly. Several hours have passed. The air gradually became quieter and the temperature gradually dropped. After noticing this change, everyone on the ship suddenly scurried like frightened rabbits and came to all directions on the deck, looking into the distance, looking for the island that was actually said to be there. After driving for a while in this environment, a loud shout suddenly came from the boat. "I saw the island." After hearing this, everyone ran over in surprise. As the melee approached and the fog in front of it dispersed, a snow-capped island gradually appeared in everyone's sight. Looking at the tall chimney-like peaks on the island, Zoro said, "That's it, Drum Island." After discovering the location of Drum Island, the melee approached the island at full speed. Walking closer, the appearance of the island becomes clearer. The entire island is covered with thick white snow, and huge continuous icebergs run through most of the island. Everything around it is pure white. Of course, correspondingly, the temperature is also extremely cold. After approaching a canyon-like seaport, everyone on the boat discussed the next matter. Just listen to Robin speak first. "I also visited this place once a long time ago. As far as I know, there is only one doctor in this country." As he spoke, Robin pointed to the tallest chimney-shaped mountain deep in the island. Then he continued, "The doctor lives in a castle on the highest mountain. But I heard that she is a weirdo. She only occasionally goes down the mountain to treat the residents here. She is a weird mother-in-law who is difficult to get along with." Luffy already knew this was Chopper's hometown when he heard Robin mention the name of this island. And the person she is talking about now is Dr. Kureha, who is currently living with Chopper. At this moment, bursts of noise suddenly came from the banks on both sides. Soon, there were hundreds of people with guns aimed at them. "Don't move, pirate!" There was a loud shout from the shore. Immediately afterwards, Luffy and others saw a man who was as strong as an ox walking forward and speaking. "You should leave this place quickly, pirates are not welcome here." Luffy recognized the man, who was the country's original guard captain, Dalton. This man was a nice person, and Luffy didn't want to conflict with them. Then he spoke. "We don't mean any harm. We heard there was a doctor here, and he just wanted to treat one of the patients on our ship." As soon as Luffy finished speaking, various shouts and roars rang out from the shore. "Who will believe what you say? Pirates, this technique is too clumsy, we will not be fooled by you. Shameless pirates. This is our land, and pirates are absolutely not allowed to enter the island. Weigh anchor immediately and get out of here. Otherwise, your ship will be blown up and sunk." People on the shore were yelling and yelling, telling Luffy and his gang to leave quickly. The people on the boat looked puzzled at this scene. "What's going on? You hate us so much when we first met. Even if we were pirates, we wouldn't be so angry and disgusted. It was obviously the first time we met. It seems like this island must have been ravaged by pirates, right?" Everyone was making guesses. At this moment, an extremely angry and excited man aimed a gun at Luffy and roared tremblingly. Get out of here quickly, you pirates, you are the ones who killed my family. Get out of here. No, otherwise, I will shoot." The brim of Luffy's hat blocked his vision, and he raised his eyes to glance at the man. However, this one looked up. The man seemed to be frightened, his body couldn't help but retreat, and his hands trembled. Boom! A bullet shot straight towards Luffy and hit him. Seeing this scene, the murderer immediately screamed. "Idiot, who asked you to shoot? That's right, didn't we agree that we just need to drive away these pirates? What if they are angered and fight us? We don't have that many guards to protect this country anymore. If Wapol's group comes back, we will be doomed." There was fear and annoyance in the man's eyes, and he said tremblingly. I was frightened by him, and my hands shook. I didn't mean it." At this time, these people had no time to blame that person. They just looked at Luffy and the others with worried eyes, ready to welcome the anger of this group of pirates and fight at any time. However, What surprised everyone was that Luffy, who was shot, did not fall down and was still standing upright. Then, everyone saw in disbelief that Luffy suddenly raised his hand and covered the place where he had just been hit by the pirate. The next second, he opened his palm and presented a bullet in front of everyone. Then he said slowly, "I told you we didn't mean any harm. Let's go to the island. You, are no match for us." Luffy's voice was calm, but it made everyone in the audience feel frightened. Then, what happened to that guy? Why is it okay to be hit by a bullet? He said we are not opponents, is that true? That's for sure. If guns don't work, what else can we use to fight with? He doesn't seem angry. Is he really not here to attack us? When these people were speculating and doubting, Dalton suddenly spoke. "I will take you to the village, follow me." He also saw Luffy's sincerity at this moment. With this kind of strength, if you want to land on the island, it shouldn't be too easy. In this way, he trusted Luffy without fighting. After Dalton spoke, no one else stopped him. After all, in the hearts of this group of people, Turton is already their leader. Under the leadership of Dalton, Luffy and others successfully entered the village, leaving only Zoro and Karu to watch the boat. On the way, Luffy and the others got to know Dalton briefly and learned about the relevant situation here. It turns out that a group of pirates attacked this place before, so they hated pirates deeply. Moreover, when the pirates attacked, the former king of this country, Wapol, fled with his army without fighting, abandoned his people, and became a pirate. In addition, this Wapol is tyrannical and incompetent, and he did not care about the life and death of the people in the past. So these people planned to build a new country from scratch. And they were also afraid that Wapol would bring people back to kill him again and take away the country again. That's why they have been armed and on alert at the coast to prevent anyone related to pirates from entering the country. After everything was explained, the misunderstanding between the two sides was eliminated. No one was making things difficult for each other. After arriving at Dalton's house, Luffy immediately asked, "Dalton, I want to take my partner to the top of the mountain to find Dr. Kureha. Can you tell me the fastest way?" Dalton looked at Luffy's worried expression, pointed in a direction, and said, "Go up along this road, it's the fastest route." Halfway through, Dalton suddenly changed the subject. "But I suggest you take the other road behind. There is a kind of brutal creature unique to our place on this nearest road, Labang. This is a particularly ferocious carnivorous rabbit. If you encounter a large group of them." Before Dalton finished speaking, Luffy had already carried Nami on his back and tied her firmly with a rope. Then, ignoring Dalton's astonished eyes, he said to the others, "I will take Nami to see a doctor. You can go to the nearby village to see if Dr. Kureha has come down the mountain. If she has, let her return to the castle as soon as possible." After Luffy finished speaking, the others nodded. Then, he took Nami along that road alone and walked towards the top of the mountain. Dalton and the surrounding guards were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They looked at Yuta and the others in disbelief and asked, "Are you going to let him go alone? You don't know the horror of Labang. If there are many of those ferocious rabbits, even the army may not be able to defeat them." However, they saw that no one had any worry on their faces, and they spoke confidently and calmly. "That guy is our captain, and he alone is enough. With Luffy here, there will be no problem. Let's move quickly and go to the nearby village to see if Dr. Kureha has come down the mountain. We can't let her miss Luffy and Nami." As soon as Yuta finished speaking, his group left the place. Only Dalton and a group of guards were left standing there in a daze, watching Luffy's back as he walked away, and they couldn't help but be curious. How strong is that guy? The snow and ice, the biting cold wind. In the weather of more than 10 degrees below zero. Luffy carried Nami on his back and walked quickly towards the highest mountain in front. Because the temperature was too low and Nami was extremely weak, Luffy kept talking to her to prevent her from falling into a coma. Falling asleep in the snow and ice at more than 10 degrees below zero is extremely dangerous. "Nami, are you cold? If you feel cold, hold me tight, we'll be there soon," Luffy said to Nami lying on his back while running in the snow several dozen centimeters thick. Nami looked painful and weak, and her body was extremely weak. Luffy felt that her hand on his shoulder was slightly stronger. Then, he squeezed out a smile on his painful face and said in an extremely weak tone, Luffy, I'm very happy. Quote. If you just die like this, I will be very satisfied. Luffy cursed immediately after hearing this. Idiot, you are my navigator, I will not let you die. You are the same. As my navigator, you are not allowed to die without my permission. Nami's painful face smiled more. Die? Do I need your permission to die? It's really unreasonable, Nami said, pressing her face tightly against Luffy's back, closing her eyes, and bending them into a crescent shape. Nami, are you asleep? Quote. Quote. Nami, we're almost there. Did you hear that, Nami? The cold wind howled and the snow fell. Countless rabbits as big as bears suddenly appeared in front of Luffy. Their pupils were red and full of anger, and the claws in their hands were as sharp as the tips of knives. Looking at the tiny humans in front of them, the corners of the rabbits' mouths curled up, and their eyes looked as excited and playful as seeing prey. One of them called out with a unique cry, and all the rabbits swooped down from the mountain like crazy. Click, click, boom, boom. Along the way, there are trees and rocks destroyed by them everywhere. Amidst the snowflakes all over the sky, gravel and branches and sawdust were flying in the air. As the rabbits get closer to Luffy, suddenly, hundreds of crazy rabbits jumped up suddenly, their eyes glowing red with excitement and amusement in them. Roll! Luffy suddenly raised his eyes and shouted angrily. Suddenly, an unparalleled momentum suddenly broke out, sweeping dozens of kilometers around. For a time, the entire forest even fell into silence. Dalton and other guards in the village, as well as all the villagers, looked at the direction Luffy left with expressions of horror and shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Although Luffy's conquerors didn't target them, the momentum it exuded was extremely shocking. After removing the threat from the rabbit, Luffy moved forward again. Nami, say something. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Go through the forest and kill the rabbit. He escaped another avalanche, and finally climbed a 5,000-meter mountain in the biting cold wind. Luffy finally brought Nami to the castle. Observation. After Haki sensed the two auras, he pushed Nami directly through the door and found the room in the castle. Crunch. The door to the room was pushed open. Luffy's voice sounded. Please, treat the patient behind me, Luffy said, and began to untie the rope on his body, preparing to put Nami down. At the same time, inside the room, an old woman, Dr. Kureha, wearing sunglasses and with many wrinkles on her skin, and a little reindeer Jaba wearing a hat and a blue nose. Both of them were surprised when they saw the sudden intruder. The next second, Chopper suddenly reacted as if he was electrocuted and quickly ran behind Dr. Kureha. Then, it used its unique evading posture, exposed most of its body outside, and peeked at Luffy. Dr. Kureha also recovered from his daze at this time. She looking at Luffy's dirty clothes and frostbitten body everywhere, he couldn't help but marvel in his heart and asked. Couldn't you have come from the road to Ulabang, through the forest, and finally climbed the mountain? Luffy had already untied Nami, held her in his arms and came to the two of them. That's not important. Treat her quickly. She has been sick for several days and looks very serious. As soon as he saw a patient, Chopper stopped hiding and his expression immediately became serious. Bring her here quickly. In a room, Luffy was sitting on a stool. Chopper was extremely nervous. He was always vigilant about Luffy, but he also dealt with the frostbite on his hands physically and mentally. On the bed next to her, Nami, who had recovered a lot, was lying in a deep sleep. Dr. Kureha sat on the other side, holding a wine bottle in his hand, keeping his eyes on Luffy, and spoke. She was bitten by a bug called Gaiski. This is a poisonous parasite that usually only lives in forests with high temperatures and humidity. After being bitten by it, it will lie dormant in the body for 5 days. After 5 days, the patient will die suddenly. As he spoke, Dr. Kureha took a sip of wine. You were really lucky. Judging from the wounds, today is only the 3rd day. After listening to Dr. Kureha's words, Luffy also realized that Nami must have been accidentally bitten by this bug when she was in Little Garden. However, seeing that her complexion had recovered a lot, her mood felt much better, and she thanked Dr. Kureha. Thank you, D. Kureha. Then, Luffy looked at Chopper again, smiled slightly and said. Thank you too, Chopper. Chopper was suddenly startled when he heard this. Its body dances like seaweed. His eyes were narrowed into slits, the corners of his mouth were raised, and his whole body was filled with happiness. I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. Human. How can a human thank me? Do not make jokes. Seeing Chopper's appearance, Luffy couldn't help but smile. I'm just thanking you, Chopper. Chopper's body swayed even more. You idiot. Even if you say that, I won't be happy. Not happy. Ha 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 ha. Luffy looked at Chopper and couldn't help laughing. At this time, Dr. Kureha suddenly asked, "Who are you? Why would you go to a place where there are bugs like that?" Under normal circumstances, that kind of environment is not suitable for human habitation at all. Luffy responded casually, "We are pirates." Hearing this, Chopper suddenly stopped, his eyes full of curiosity, and asked Luffy, Are you really pirates? It is true. Is there a skull flag? Yes, just hang it on the boat. After answering Chopper, Luffy suddenly asked, Chopper, are you interested in pirates? Hearing this, Chopper suddenly retreated like a frightened rabbit, his body tensed up and sweating, his eyes almost popped out, and he screamed with bared teeth. No, idiot. No, idiot. Luffy looked at his mood written on his face, smiled and said, Chopper, we are missing a doctor on the ship now. Are you willing to be the doctor of our pirate group and go to sea with me? Ah, Chopper was stunned for a moment when he heard this. The next second he bared his teeth and screamed. Stop saying stupid things. I'm a reindeer. How can you be with humans? You said, aren't you afraid when you see me? I am a reindeer, but I walk on 2 legs and can also talk. And again, blue nose. Quote exclamation mark quote. When Chopper said the last words, there were memories in his eyes and they were full of sadness. Luffy knew that Chopper was once a reindeer, but he was abandoned by the group because of his distinctive blue nose. Later, he accidentally ate the renren fruit and learned to speak. They want to integrate into humans and find new partners. But they were treated as monsters by humans and attacked and driven away. For these reasons, Chopper has been afraid to approach humans. Just when Chopper was feeling sad, thinking about these painful memories. But I heard Luffy speak. Chopper, how much do you know about the sea? Chopper, how much do you know about the sea? Suddenly hearing Luffy's question, Chopper pulled his thoughts away from the sad memories, recovered, looked at Luffy, and murmured. See, I heard from Dr. Halulik that there is an island full of miracle sakura flowers in the sea. Hearing Chopper mention the miracle sakura flowers, Luffy recalled. Halulik was the only one who approached Chopper and lived with him when he was most helpless and lonely. Halulik once told Chopper a story about a pirate who had an incurable disease, but after landing on an island, he saw the whole island full of sakura flowers, and then the pirate's terminal disease was cured. In fact, the protagonist of this story is Halulik. The miracle sakura flowers that bloomed all over the island represent his belief in turning the impossible into the possible. And then the pirate flag with sakura flowers raised by Halulik also became Chopper's belief. This is why Chopper is so interested in pirates. In his heart, he yearns for the sea and pirates, but because he is a monster in people's mouths, he dares not approach humans and dares not take this step. Looking at Chopper, who is still in a low mood, Luffy smiled and said, Chopper, do you know? There are all kinds of people on the sea. Humans, giants, dwarves, fishmen, long-handed people, and animals like you who can talk, fur people. This sea has all kinds of incredible races. You are just one of them, just like them. Everyone is just one of the races, there is nothing special. Chopper listened to so many races he had never heard of, and his eyes were obsessed, especially for the fur people. He asked excitedly, Really? Are there really other talking animals on the sea? Luffy smiled and nodded. Yes, and do you know, Chopper? On the sea, only those who are incredibly powerful can be called monsters. Monsters. Are a symbol of power. Every pirate dreams of becoming a monster. Chopper listened to Luffy's words infatuatedly, with infinite excitement in his eyes, and murmured in his mouth. Monsters. Are a symbol of power. Every pirate dreams of becoming a monster. At this time, Chopper suddenly looked up and looked at Luffy and asked, Where is Luffy? Luffy, do you want to become a monster too? Luffy smiled. I am a monster now. But I am still pursuing to become the strongest monster in the world. Chopper's eyes were excited. Is Luffy a monster too? Will everyone not hate you because you are a monster? Luffy smiled again and said, not only do they not hate me, they also rely on me. Chopper, when you meet my friends, you will know, monsters are very popular. In the castle, Luffy continued to chat with Chopper about the sea and answered Chopper's various questions. At the same time, on the sea near the Drum Island, a huge iron ship with a hippo bow was slowly sailing. Oh, I see it. Lord Wapol, I see our hometown. Suddenly, an excited scream came from the ship. Soon, a bloated and fat man who looked like a hippopotamus immediately stood up and looked in the direction that the man pointed. Then, he laughed. Gah, our hometown, our drum kingdom, is finally coming back. On the coast, Wapol stepped on a guard who was beaten and bruised all over, and snorted disdainfully. Humph, there are still guards. This is my drum kingdom. A bunch of fools. Then, he looked at the highest mountain on the island, where the tall castle still stood. My castle looks intact. Let's go. Head to the castle. I want to go back to the castle. I don't want to be a pirate, I want to continue to be the king. Dalton's village. Dalton was patrolling the village with the guards. Suddenly, a guard covered in wounds limped over. Captain Dalton. Seeing this, Dalton ran over and supported the guard, asking in surprise. What happened? Why are you so badly injured? The guard's face was covered in blood, and he said in a weak and angry tone. Wapol is back. As soon as this was said, the guards and villagers around him were shocked and panicked. That tyrant is back. It's over. This place, which has just regained some vitality, is going back to the dark days before. That fool, let's go fight him. Where is that fool now? The injured guard said with difficulty. They took the troops back to the castle. As soon as this was said, all the guards and villagers became angry. Let's go fight that fool. Fight. Instead of being oppressed by him all the time, it's better to fight him. That's right. We finally saved this place from the brink of destruction and plan to build a new country. We can't let him take it away again. Captain Dalton, take us to fight Wapol together. The guards held weapons and gritted their teeth. Dalton looked at the angry eyes of the crowd, and then looked at the resentment and pain on the faces of the people around him, gritted his teeth and frowned, and said in a deep voice. It's time to end it. Inside the castle, Dr. Kureha has been sitting there quietly, taking a sip of wine from time to time, but he has a faint smile on his face, staring at the two people opposite him. Sure, is there a whale as big as a mountain? Chopper looked at Luffy in shock, exclaiming. Luffy smiled and nodded. That whale is called Laboon. We agreed to go back and fight again after I sail a grand line. Chopper's eyes were full of yearning and expectation, and he exclaimed. It's great. The sea. There are so many interesting things. Luffy looked at Chopper's expectant look and invited him again. Chopper, come to the sea with me. Be our partner. Hearing the word, partner, Chopper was stunned. This is what he has been pursuing. Look, Chopper, this skull is a symbol of faith. I will raise this flag and fight like a pirate. Skull, pirate, yes, there are many of these guys on the sea. If you have a chance, go out to sea. Then you will understand that your troubles are very small. The island where you were born is only this big. No, it should be smaller. Quote. Haruluk's voice sounded in his mind, and Chopper now has only 3 words in his mind. Partner, skull, go out to sea, sniff. Just when Chopper was about to make a decision, he suddenly smelled a smell and moved his nose. This smell is. The next second, Chopper's face suddenly changed, and his eyes were full of anger. Quote. With a deep roar, Chopper quickly switched to deer form and ran to the castle gate at the fastest speed. Luffy and Dr. Kureha followed closely. The castle gate. Wapol led a group of men and stood at the door admiring the long-lost palace. Looking at the majestic and huge castle in front of him, Wapol opened his arms and raised his voice. Look, everything is the same as before. Okay, the Drum Kingdom is coming back to life. Ah ha 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 ha. While Wapol was laughing, one of his men suddenly exclaimed. Please wait, Lord Wapol. Look at the top of the castle, there is a strange flag flying there. After hearing this, Wapol looked up and saw a Sakura flower skull flag floating at the top of the castle. His brows suddenly furrowed, and there was confusion in his eyes. What is that skull flag? Where is the flag of the Drum Kingdom? At this moment, the castle door was slowly opened. At the same time, a voice floated out from inside. Quote. That crap would have been burned down long ago. When Wapol heard this, he looked over and saw Dr. Kureha holding a bottle of wine with a smile on his face. Beside her, there was a reindeer and a man wearing a straw hat. However, Wapol didn't pay attention to the others, but stared straight at Dr. Kureha, his eyes filled with destruction. You old fool, how dare you occupy my castle while I'm away? Dr. Kureha ignored it, but put one hand on his waist and pointed behind him with his thumb of the other hand, and said, This castle is now the tomb of Cerulach. It is not a place where fools like you should come. Get out of this country, the Drum Kingdom has been destroyed. Wapol laughed as if hearing a big joke. Grave, that idiot doctor's grave. Ah ha ha ha, so funny. Chopper's eyes were filled with anger when he heard Wapol mocking Cerulach like this. At that time, it was Wapol who spread rumors that all the country's doctors were sick. The purpose is to trick Cerulach here and kill him, a doctor who will go to treat someone whenever he hears someone is sick. Chopper looked gloomy and suddenly transformed into an orc form, clenching his fists and saying in a deep voice. Doctors want to save this country, so I won't let you go into the city and destroy that flag. I will never let you taint. Chopper roared angrily. The doctor's faith. After hearing Chopper's words, Wapol's face became more mocking. He looked at Chopper like an idiot and smiled. You said that idiot skull flag is the belief of that idiot doctor. Unknown currency A, unknown currency A, unknown currency A, unknown currency A. Stop laughing so hard. That idiot doctor was so stupid that he came here to die himself. Ah ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Wapol stopped laughing and used the way of enjoying the prey being played to death in his own hands. Expression, looking at Chopper, sneered. You said you wanted to protect that idiot doctor's belief. Then, just show me. Wapol suddenly pointed his finger at the flag and ordered the gunners in the next row. Listen up, blow up that idiot skull flag. Then, he looked at Chopper and smiled. Ah ha 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 ha. Go protect that flag. Use your body to block those shells, just like that idiot doctor back then, and run to die yourself. Ah ha 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 ha. When Wapol laughed, several gunners were already aiming at the sakura flower skull flag on the top of the castle. When Chopper saw this, his eyes suddenly showed panic, he became extremely excited, and roared angrily. Stop. However, his roar certainly couldn't get the gunners to stop attacking. He knew that he could not deal with so many gunners in such a short period of time, so he immediately twisted his body with tears in his eyes, just like Cerulach who came to die. Rush over and protect the flag with your body. At this moment, Yinba suddenly heard an extremely deep voice ringing in his ears. My doctor asked you to stop, you. Chopper was stunned and turned his eyes towards the sound, and saw Luffy, whose face was so gloomy that it seemed to be suffocating. Suddenly, he saw Luffy raise his head suddenly and let out a deep roar. Didn't you hear? The next second, Chopper's body shook, and his eyes were filled with shock. He saw that there seemed to be a ball of anger gushing out of Luffy's eyes, and the momentum bursting out of it was unparalleled and shocking. Kel, boom, bang, boom, it was the sound of falling to the ground. Chopper turned around in shock and saw the dozen or so gunners, all with their eyes turned white and foaming at the mouth, lying motionless on the ground. It was as if he had been extremely frightened, with a look of horror on his face. This moment, Chopper was shocked. Wapol and his men were all frightened. Dr. Kureha, on the other hand, was holding the wine bottle motionless, with an incredible look in his eyes. At the same time, Dalton and the guards who had just arrived at the scene also looked shocked, and they were all stunned on the spot. After a moment of shock and horror, the whole place erupted. What was that just now? What a terrible feeling. What on earth is going on? Why did all these people faint after the Straw Hat Boy got angry? Did that Straw Hat Boy do it? Who the hell is that guy? That Straw Hat Boy looks so dangerous and scary. Wapol's men and Dalton's guards each made statements of horror and shock. Dalton, on the other hand, stared straight at Luffy with shock and appreciation in his eyes. His mind couldn't help but recall the situation when the rest of the Straw Hat crew expressed their trust in Luffy, and the shocking feeling he suddenly felt from the depths of the forest at that time. An overwhelming feeling. Thinking back on all this, he looked at Luffy and couldn't help but sigh with shock in his heart. Is this a real monster? While everyone was in shock, Wapol finally came to his senses. Realizing that I was so scared just now, I must have lost face in front of these people. Wapol suddenly jumped up, pointed at Luffy and shouted, "You, what did you just do? Believe it or not, Lord Ben Wapol shot you away with one shot." When his subordinates heard this, they all immediately put away their fear and became cheering. "Lord Wapol is the strongest. Lord Wapol, beat that guy away. Long live Lord Wapol." Listening to the compliments from his men, the smile and pride on Wapol's face became even more overflowing. Starts to activate his munch fruit ability, preparing to turn his arm into a cannon and then blow Luffy away. Luffy ignored the clowns on the other side and just looked at Chopper, who was still dazed, and said, "Chopper, let me show you." Chopper heard Luffy's voice and immediately recovered from the shock. He looked at Luffy curiously and asked, "What are you looking at?" Then, he saw the corners of Luffy's mouth raised slightly and said, "I'll show you what the monster from the sea looks like." Chopper made a sound of confusion. Then, he saw Luffy suddenly step forward and stand in the middle of the audience. Then, Chopper and everyone in the audience saw Luffy suddenly raise his right hand and clenched his fist. The next second, a flash of black appeared on it. Just when everyone was wondering what Luffy was doing, their bodies suddenly shook, and their pupils shrank into small dots. As soon as the black color appeared, Luffy's body suddenly erupted with an unparalleled, earth-shattering aura. Suddenly, it was like a bomb exploding in his fist. An extremely terrifying energy wave exploded from it. The terrifying purple-black lightning instantly resembled countless winding snakes, spreading radiation in all directions at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the winding snake turned into a 1,000-meter giant dragon, and it is still spreading and growing. At the same time, the sun seemed to be blocked by something. The world suddenly became dark. In just a short moment, dozens of kilometers in radius were covered by this terrifying purple-black lightning. The scene of dark sky and dark earth, coupled with the roaring purple-black dragon, makes this area become like sheer hell, which is frightening. Such a terrifying scene that shook the world immediately shocked the entire audience, including the entire island. Castle here. Everyone in the audience had their mouths wide open, their faces were covered in cold sweat, their pupils shrank until they disappeared, and their eyes revealed infinite shock and horror. Their bodies were all trembling, and their throats were trembling with sounds, as if they had seen a ghost, and they stood motionless in place. And at the same time, everyone on the entire island was frightened by the terrifying purple-black lightning that almost covered the entire island. Each one of them had a look of shock and fear on their face, looking up at the point where the lightning gathered, the highest mountain peak. Everyone in the straw hats was sweating coldly when they saw this scene. They were shocked and full of doubts at the same time, and each asked questions. That direction, is that Luffy? What is that guy Luffy doing? Isn't he going to find a doctor for Miss Nami? Luffy, what happened to him? This side of the castle. Wapol looked at Luffy, who was slowly walking toward him like a ghost in shock and fear, but he was so frightened that he couldn't move at all. Every time Luffy took a step forward, Wapol's inner fear increased. Until Luffy walked up to him, Wapol's heartbeat seemed to stop beating for an instant. He used all his strength to make a trembling sound from his throat that sounded like he was talking in his sleep. However, Luffy had a cold expression and no mercy in his eyes. He raised his fist and blasted it silently. The fist containing terrifying power had not yet touched Wapol. Then he tore his whole body into pieces and turned into nothingness under the raging purple-black lightning. The terrifying purple-black lightning that covered the sky disappeared, and the air fell into a moment of silence. The next second, Wapol's group of men exploded after being extremely shocked. Then, what's going on with that guy? He's just a legendary monster. Why would a monster of this level appear so far up the Grand Line? Is this the power that those monsters in legend have, the power that can destroy the world? Monster, what a terrifying power. At the same time, after a brief daze on Dalton's side, the crowd suddenly became excited. Wapol has been killed. This country no longer has to be plunged into darkness. Great, Wapol is finally gone from the country. Thank you, Straw Hat Boy. Thank you for saving our country. Yes, thank you, we can build a new country. Quote. Listening to the shock, horror, and cheering sounds around him, Chopper looked at Luffy blankly and murmured. Everyone is really calling Luffy a monster. And, human beings are actually thanking a monster. Is this really not a dream? Chopper couldn't help but ask. Luffy's words echoed in his mind. Monsters. Are symbols of power. Every pirate dreams of becoming a monster. Monsters are very popular. Suddenly, Chopper's eyes were filled with excitement and his mouth moved slightly. I want to be such a monster too. At this moment, Luffy, who had solved Wapol, came to Chopper and spoke. Chopper, don't you want to protect Dr. Saruluk's belief? Knock those two guys away and show them your belief. Luffy looked at the two cadres following Wapol. After hearing what Luffy said, Chopper looked at him. The next second, his eyes suddenly focused, his expression was firm, and he yelled angrily. My name is Tony Chopper. That's the name the greatest doctor in the world gave me. Even if the doctor can forgive you, I will never forgive. You who dare to laugh at the doctor. After Chopper finished speaking, he took out a blue wave ball and said to Saruluk in his heart. Doctor, just watch, I will definitely win, because I am a monster. With the voice in his heart falling, Chopper swallowed the blue ball and rushed towards the two people. At the same time, Turton and his guards also fought with the dyed fish under Wapol. At night, the bright moon hangs high. A room in the castle. Dr. Kureha and Dalton are discussing something. At this time, Tuba suddenly entered the door. Dr. Dory, I have something to tell you. Dr. Kureha said casually. Chopper, where did you go just now? Just in time, I'm asking the guards to carry the cannon down below, so you can go and help too. Chopper looked very excited and said. Listen to me, Dr. Dory, I'm going to be a pirate. I'm leaving with Luffy and the others. Dr. Kureha was stunned when he heard this and asked a question. What? Chopper said with longing in his eyes. I want to go to the sea, I want to be their ship's doctor, and travel around the world with them. Dr. Kureha suddenly broke out with an angry expression and cursed. Stop talking nonsense. Listen, you are my only assistant. Don't you think about who taught you the medical skills? Do you want to repay kindness with enmity? Chopper was startled by Dr. Kureha's appearance, waved his hands repeatedly, and said. No, I'm very grateful to Dr. Dolly. I also like it here very much, because it was here that I met Dr. Saruluk and Dr. Dory. Dr. Kureha took a sip of wine and her tone became much calmer. Then stay. You won't be able to live in such a wonderful castle anywhere else. It's not easy to be a pirate. If you're not careful, you could end up dead. Chopper said with firm eyes. That doesn't matter. Dr. Kureha frowned again when he heard this and said angrily. Don't be too arrogant with me. I've never heard of reindeer being pirates. Being questioned like this, Chopper finally couldn't help it anymore and shouted loudly. Yes, I'm a reindeer. But, I am a man. The air fell into silence for a moment. The next second, Dr. Kureha suddenly burst out, picked up a knife and threw it towards Chopper, wiping his face and flying past. I told you, you are not allowed to go anyway. If you want to go, just step on me first. Chopper broke out in cold sweat, but murmured in his heart. Dr. Dolly, please understand. Dr. Kureha refused to give up. More knives in his hand kept flying towards Chopper. Chopper was so frightened that his eyes bulged out, his face was covered in cold sweat, his chin almost dropped to the ground, and he kept screaming. Wow 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 wow. While running, I listened to Dr. Kureha's roar behind me. How dare a coward like you call yourself a man? Stop pretending. I won't let you run away. Chopper fled to the castle yard, pulled a sleigh, transformed into a reindeer, and ran towards the castle gate. At the same time, he secretly thought in his mind. I'm sorry, Dr. Dory. But I really want to see the outside world. Behind him, Dr. Kureha is still questioning. What can you do in the sea? Living on fantasy like that quack. Hearing this, Chopper remembered that Saruluk told him before he died that he had developed a special medicine that could cure all diseases. He kept walking, but he looked up to the sky and roared. No, that's not a fantasy. The doctor's research is complete. At this time, Chopper has also arrived outside the castle. Here, the entire Straw Hat crew gathers. They all came over after seeing the movement on the mountain, and naturally later learned what happened from Luffy's mouth. Everyone, get on the sleds quickly, we are going down the mountain. Chopper said loudly, then passed by Luffy and others and ran towards a plain road that had been prepared in advance. At the same time, everyone jumped up. Stop! Dr. Kureha's roar came from behind. Luffy and others looked around when they heard the sound, and saw Dr. Kureha going crazy, holding a knife and roaring continuously. Suddenly, there was a scream on the sled. What's going on? That witch doctor is crazy. Thick, on a dark night, a reindeer pulls a sleigh, carrying a group of people, reflected under the full moon. Dr. Kureha stood quietly on the edge of the mountain, watching this scene. Is this really a good way to say goodbye? Dalton's voice came from behind. Dr. Kureha said in a trembling voice with tears in her eyes. I don't like crying ones the most. At this time, there was a heavy rolling sound of wheels behind her. Dr. Kureha wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked back. Then I saw a group of people pushing a dozen cannons slowly approaching. She recalled a piece of research that Cerulean had given her before his death and asked her to help realize it. Now is the best time. Hurry up and get ready and launch it for me. Yes, in the forest of Drum Island, Luffy and others were walking towards the coast with the newly joined Chopper. Boom 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 boom. Suddenly, I heard loud rumblings in the sky. Everyone looked up when they heard the sound. At the same time, extremely bright lights lit up on the top of the castle, almost lighting up the entire island. For a moment, everyone was stunned. I only saw where the castle was. The mountain peak was wrapped in a large cloud of pink smoke, like a towering tree with sakura flowers in full bloom. At the same time, pink snowflakes like sakura flowers began to fall from the sky. Under the illumination of the lights, the entire Drum Island is transformed into a miracle island full of sakura flowers. Such a shocking scene made everyone in the straw hats couldn't help but feel excited and emotional. Wow, so beautiful, what a nice view. Chopper, on the other hand, stared blankly at this scene, his body trembling, his vision blurred, and tears pouring out of his eyes uncontrollably. After a brief silence, he raised his head and cried loudly. Ooh ooh ooh. Ooh. At night, under the light of a full moon, the Mary sailed slowly on the sea. Wow ha 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 ha. I'm so happy to celebrate that the moon is full and I can see sakura flowers in full bloom. Yes, it's such a beautiful night sakura. I didn't expect to see it in such a snowy country. Hey, Chopper, guy, how long are you going to be in a daze? Come over here and celebrate with us. Drink, come here and drink. Come here quickly. On the deck, the Straw Hat crew sat together, toasted and held a banquet for Chopper's joining. Chopper stared blankly at the laughing crowd, each of them showing him a welcoming and happy smile. Luffy came to Chopper and asked with a smile. How's it going, Chopper? Aren't monsters popular? Chopper turned his head and looked at Luffy blankly. The next second, he smiled happily and nodded heavily. Well, this is the first time that I am so happy. Luffy smiled and said, let's go over and celebrate with everyone. Usopp was the first to run over, stuck 2 chopsticks in his nostrils, pressed them against his lower lip, and laughed. Gah, hey, Chopper, do you want to try this? Very happy. The next second, there was a second person on the boat who enjoyed this strange happiness like Usopp. Hey, Chopper, don't imitate Usopp. Hey, cook, get some more food and drinks. What, you dare to point fingers at me? Kuru, you drank too much. What a group of people who can't stop. But, it feels good. At this time, Luffy raised a wine glass, and everyone suddenly became quiet. Then, I saw Luffy smiling and saying, to celebrate our new partners, ship Dr. Tony Chopper joins us, everyone. Quote ... exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. In an instant, laughter burst onto everyone's faces at the same time. Everyone raised their cups Li Hao and shouted, cheers. Alabasta, in a huge and luxurious office. Mr. 1, Mr. 2, Mr. 3, Mr. 4 and other senior cadres and their partners gathered here. How long do you want me to wait? At least have some Buffy the Octopus. Mr. 2, can you please be quiet? That's right, you idiot, you made my back hurt. But then again, why did you suddenly say that we need to be summoned urgently? How strange. It's really strange. In the past, Mr. Quan Sunday was responsible for contacting us, but this time it was the letter sent by the unlucky duo. What's going on? Who sent us the summons letter? On the table, all the cadres had puzzled expressions, and their eyes were full of confusion. It's me. At this moment, a deep voice sounded. Everyone heard the sound and saw someone walking in the door. The moment they saw that person, their pupils shrank, their faces were full of disbelief, and they were shocked. You are the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, Sir Crocodile. Why is Shichibukai here? How is this going? Crocodile held a cigar in his mouth, slowly raised the corners of his mouth, and whispered. Mr. Zero. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes suddenly shook, and Huo was even more shocked. Really, our boss is actually Shichibukai. This is really unexpected. What a big shot. Why would Shichibukai? Aren't you a pirate recognized by the world government? Why did you organize this club? Also, where did Ms. go all Sunday? Wasn't she the one responsible for contacting us before? Crocodile came to the top chair and sat down. His expression suddenly became fierce. He bit his cigar, his eyes were filled with anger, and he said in a deep voice. Ms. All Sunday betrayed us. Crocodile came to the top chair and sat down. His expression suddenly became fierce. He bit his cigar, his eyes were filled with anger, and he said in a deep voice. Ms. All Sunday betrayed us. Hearing this, the whole audience was shocked again. How can it be? Isn't Sister Chenjo like that kind of person? Didn't she always handle various things for our studio? Why, betrayal? Crocodile signaled with his eyes, and the unlucky duo who came in behind him distributed photos of the Straw Hat members to everyone, which they had drawn at Whiskey Peak. As they looked at the photos, Crocodile spoke. Ms. Quan was defeated by this group on Sunday and is now left on their ship. You should know, right? Failure is not allowed in our studio. When Crocodile said this, his voice was extremely low and cold, and everyone present could not help but feel chills in their bodies and have lingering fears in their hearts. To them, this sentence seemed to be spoken to them. Then, Crocodile continued, it's because of this incident that I had to personally step down and arrange what should have been Ms. S entire Sunday work. After these few days of preparation, everything is finally in place. That's why I called you here to prepare for the official implementation of our Baroque Studios' ultimate battle plan. The name of the battle is Utopia. After hearing Crocodile's remarks, all the cadres were full of doubts and asked. Utopia, what kind of battle plan is this? Crocodile said calmly. I'll tell you bit by bit. My true purpose, and the full picture of Baroque Studios' final battle. After hearing this, everyone pricked up their ears and listened carefully to Crocodile's sermon. My purpose in establishing this association is not for money or status, but for the military power hidden in this country. After hearing this, all the cadres were stunned, with doubts and curiosity in their eyes. Then, they listened to Crocodile continue. In this country, there is hidden information about a weapon with the power to destroy the world. Ancient weapon, King. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief and astonishment. Destroy the world. Is there such a terrifying weapon? Ancient weapon, Pluton. Crocodile nodded and said. This weapon can destroy an island with one shell. As long as I get the information about this weapon and master this power, you can dominate the whole world and become the Pirate King. Hearing Crocodile's description of Pluton, everyone present was shocked again. Can one shell destroy an island? Is such horror really happening in this country? That's why you want to rob the whole country, right? The slaves got goosebumps when they heard this. In other words, our mission this time is to complete this huge plan. After hearing what everyone said, Crocodile slowly raised the corners of his mouth and said with ambition in his eyes. That's right. Since the establishment of Baroque Studio, all the tasks you have performed have been to prepare for this battle. Next, I will tell you the orders you need to execute regarding this battle. After saying that, Crocodile began to assign detailed tasks to everyone. Merry Christmas, Mr. 4Ms. The mission of the two of you is to sneak into the palace and secretly kidnap the king, Cobra. Then comes Mr. 2. You are waiting for Mr. 4 and their mission to be completed. Then you use your ability to transform into Cobra, pretend to be the king and lead the army to cause destruction in the city and anger the rebels. Then there are Mr. 1 and Ms. 2. The reason why the rebel army has not launched an attack on the king's army today is because of the lack of weapons. So I secretly purchased a batch of weapons in the past few days. You two will start the rebellion then. When the army was enraged, these weapons were inadvertently delivered to the rebels. At that time, the rebel army will launch a general attack on the king's army, and the entire Alabasta will fall. In just one night, this country will become our Utopia. Goo-ha-ha-ha-ha. Crocodile laughed loudly, with absolute confidence in his eyes. At this time, Mr. 3 and Ms. Golden Week, who were not assigned to the task, were stunned, and Mr. 3 asked, "What about us? What are we going to do?" Crocodile stopped laughing when he heard this. With a trace of anger in his eyes, he looked at Mr. 3 and said, "I received a report from 1,000,000 elders this morning that someone had spotted the Straw Hat crew on their way to Alabasta. Judging from the time, it will probably take them half a day to arrive at Alabasta. They have Vivi on their ship. Before the rebel army launches a general attack on the king's army, Vivi must not be allowed to meet with the leader of the rebel army, Kosa. The two of them know each other. If Vivi tells Kosa about us, this war will probably be prevented. So, the task I give you is to lead all the billions of elders and millions of elders who came to Alabasta, and do whatever it takes to prevent them from meeting." After assigning tasks to everyone, Crocodile glanced at everyone and said seriously, "This is Baroque Studios' final and largest Utopia battle plan. Never allow failure. Action will be tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. After you have completed your respective tasks, you will all go to the capital Albana together to prevent the Straw Hat crew from taking Vivi to stop this war. Do you understand everything?" Everyone heard the words and responded at the same time. "Clear." Crocodile then raised the corners of his mouth, his eyes full of ambition and confidence, and smiled. "I wish you success." On the sparkling sea, the Melee slowly moved towards Alabasta. On the deck, Luffy is using Heaven-Defying understanding to help Chopper realize his transformation ability. At this stage, Chopper is not proficient in mastering Devil Fruit, so he still needs the assistance of the Blue Wave Ball to transform and strengthen. However, due to the side effects of this Blue Wave Ball, the time for taking it is limited, and it will gradually make the consciousness become cruel. If you eat too much, you will lose control. That's why Luffy wants to help Chopper understand this autonomous transformation ability in advance. Because Chopper can already transform into the corresponding form by eating blue wave balls, Chopper has a certain understanding and familiarity with the transformation waveform of that form. With the help of Luffy's Heaven-Defying savvy, it's not hard to remember that waveform and change it. After a period of Heaven-Defying comprehension assistance, a prompt came to Luffy's mind. Your understanding is Heaven-Defying. Through enlightenment and transmission, your conductor's mastery of his own abilities is improved. He can complete 6 stages of independent transformation, and his mastery of the 7th stage of transformation is improved. After receiving the prompt, Luffy and Chopper's eyes lit up at the same time. Chopper was even more excited, looking at Luffy with starry eyes, and said in surprise, "See gooey, Luffy, now I can transform into 6 stages of normal transformation without the help of the Blue Wave Ball. Although the 7th segment is still unable to transform on its own, the number of blue balls it needs to eat has been reduced, so it won't lose control. See gooey, see gooey." Chopper couldn't help but sigh with excitement, and began to use his transformation ability freely on the deck, immersed in the joy of his improvement. Luffy is also very satisfied with the result. Chopper's 7th stage of transformation is to transform into that gigantic form. At this stage, he originally wanted to eat 3 blue wave balls, at the cost of falling into a violent state and losing his self-awareness, but Tuan could do it. But now, with his help, he can sustain himself for 3 minutes by just eating a blue wave ball, and he can maintain his self-awareness. Luffy looked at the excited Chopper, smiled and said, "These are your own abilities. In fact, your current combat effectiveness has not really improved. You have to practice the extreme exercise technique and hockey I taught you. When your basic abilities improve, you will get even more improvements after transforming. And when you improve to a certain level, you can complete the 7th stage of transformation without the blue wave ball." Chopper was still immersed in the joy of freely transforming. In the process of continuous experience, he answered Luffy, Sepha. I see. I will train hard, I want to become a sea monster like Luffy. Chopper's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Ever since Luffy redefined the meaning of monster to him, Chopper has dreamed of becoming a monster like Luffy. Luffy smiled and left Chopper to practice on his own. Just when he was free, Vivi came over. As the country gets closer and closer, Vivi's urgency to save the country becomes stronger and stronger. So, she asked Luffy with a little curiosity and worry. Luffy, we are about to reach Alabasta now. Can you tell me the plan you mentioned before? Luffy thought for a while after hearing this, and it was almost time. So he called the person he was talking to. After everyone arrived, he began to tell everyone about his full plan to save Alabasta. There are 3 key points to save Alabasta. The first is to defeat Crocodile. The second point is to prevent the war between the rebel army and the king's army. The third point is to tell the whole country the truth about Alabasta, that is, Crocodile is the culprit responsible for Alabasta. After talking about the 3 key factors, Luffy began to introduce them in detail. Just leave it to me to defeat Crocodile. Leave it to Yuta to prevent the war between the rebel army and the king's army. When Vivi heard that Luffy said that she would leave the matter of preventing the war to Yuta, she suddenly looked confused and asked. Yuta, she is an outsider. How can she convince the rebels to stop waging war? Luffy, I know Kosa, the leader of the rebel army. If I tell him the secret of Crocodile, he will definitely believe it and the war will be prevented by then. Leave this matter to me. Seeing Vivi eager to save the country and full of worry, Luffy shook his head and said. Vivi, you are so naive. The news that we are about to arrive at Alabasta must have reached Crocodile. How could he let you meet Kosa? There are so many people from the Royal Army and the Rebel Army, do you think Crocodile will not have members from the Baroque studio among them? If you come into contact with Kosa, these people will definitely try their best to stop you. It may even threaten your and Kosa's lives. Vivi couldn't help but be startled by what Luffy said. She just thought that as long as she could see Kosa, Kosa would definitely believe her words. I really never thought about such a thing. If it was like what Luffy said, even if she met Kosa, she would probably be assassinated without saying anything, or Kosa would be assassinated after she informed Kosa. In short, it won't be as simple as she thought. After hearing these words, Robin silently expressed his approval to Luffy. She had been staying with Crocodile, so she naturally knew that a large number of people from the Baroque studio had been deployed in the armies of both sides to prevent accidents. At the same time, she also became curious about what Luffy said about Yuta, and turned to look at Yuta. How can this girl stop this war? Looking at Vivi, who fell silent and stopped talking, Luffy said seriously. Vivi, do you believe I can save your country? Vivi looked at Luffy after hearing this, and she saw infinite confidence in his eyes. Having been with Luffy for so long, she has already developed a strong trust and dependence on Luffy. Even if she doesn't realize it, she will feel at ease as long as Luffy speaks. Looking into Luffy's eyes, Vivi nodded heavily. Luffy smiled slightly when he saw this and continued. Since you believe me, then follow my plan. And regarding the second plan, I actually need your help. Vivi asked quickly when she heard that there was a place where she could contribute to saving the country. What do you want from me? Luffy said word by word. I want you to prevent the Royal Army from resisting and allow the Rebel Army to successfully invade the capital. As soon as Luffy said this, not only Vivi, but also everyone else in the audience was confused. Luffy, what did you say? Aren't we trying to stop the war? If we let the rebels invade the capital, wouldn't that mean the war has already started? Yes, Luffy, now that the Royal Army has fewer troops than the Rebel Army, if the Rebel Army is allowed to invade the interior, then the Royal Army will not be able to resist even if they want to. The people who voiced these concerns were those who didn't understand Yuta's abilities. But people who know Yuta's abilities, including Yuta himself, don't know why Luffy let the rebels invade the capital at this moment. As long as Yuta's ability is used before the war breaks out between the two armies, the war can be prevented. Why must the rebels attack the capital? Everyone's eyes were full of doubts. After Luffy glanced at them, he suddenly smiled and explained. In fact, this is the third step of the plan to save Alabasta, and it is also the most critical point. It is to expose Crocodile's true identity to the people of Alabasta. When Luffy mentioned the third plan, everyone immediately pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Luffy continued, "Why do you think Crocodile has been able to maintain a good image as a national hero and be supported by the people despite manipulating so many things behind the scenes?" Vivi had already told everyone about Crocodile. Crocodile has always protected the people from pirate invasions and has long become a hero in the hearts of the people. Everyone looked at Luffy and made guesses in their minds. Luffy didn't wait for their answer and continued. "That's because he has always hidden himself very deeply and never exposed his unknown side to the outside world. What is shown to the people is his glorious and positive image. That's why he can be supported by the people and become a national hero. Now, if we want to reveal his true identity, we have to stop him from hiding himself." "When do you think he will stop hiding himself?" Luffy looked at everyone. Everyone was looking at me, and I was looking at you, as if he had not listened in class and was called up to answer a question. The word, confused, was written on his face. Only Vivi suddenly woke up and said excitedly, "When he achieves his goal. Crocodile has been disguising himself just to achieve his goal. Once the goal is achieved, he will naturally no longer need to pretend." Luffy glanced at Vivi, smiled and nodded, and said, "That's right, so we have to give him a false impression that his goal has been achieved. Let him think that his plan has succeeded. Next, he will stop pretending and achieve his real goal." Suddenly, when Luffy mentioned, "real goal," everyone, including Vivi, who was the only one who answered the question just now, became more confused and bewildered. Only Robin looked at Luffy with surprise in his eyes, wondering if Luffy knew something. "The real goal, isn't Crocodile's goal to seize Alabasta?" "Yes, Luffy, didn't Vivi say this a long time ago? Why do you suddenly say such strange things?" Luffy had expected everyone's doubts, smiled inexplicably, and asked everyone, "Do you think that Crocodile, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, would go to such great lengths just to seize a country?" As soon as this question was asked, everyone fell into thinking. Of course, no one could think of anything. Luffy continued to explain. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile has the support of the world government behind him. Quote, "He can do pirate things openly and plunder legally. He can have money and status. Why would he want to seize a country? Don't forget, he is a pirate." Quote, "What else can a pirate gain from seizing a country besides money and status? He doesn't want to be a good king, does he?" After Luffy finished speaking, everyone in the audience fell silent. If you think about it carefully, it is indeed as Luffy said. Crocodile has no reason to seize a country. Because he can't really want to be a king loved by the people. For a moment, they were confused again, looking at Luffy and asking, "If he is not trying to seize Alabasta, what is it for?" Luffy smiled and looked at Robin and said, "Robin should know." All of a sudden, everyone's eyes turned to Robin. Especially Vivi asked impatiently, "What is Crocodile's purpose? Why does he want to bring this country to the brink of destruction?" Looking at Vivi's eyes full of tears and anger, Robin couldn't help but look at Luffy again. This captain doesn't seem as simple as she thought. Robin spoke slowly. "He is for the ancient weapon hidden in Alabasta, Pluton." When these words came out, everyone reacted just like the Baroque studio executives when they heard about this from Crocodile. When they learned what Pluton was from Robin, everyone was stunned. There is such a terrible thing. So that's it. Is that Shichibukai's goal to dominate the world with Pluton? If he really gets this weapon, then wouldn't the world be in danger? Everyone was amazed. Only Vivi couldn't help crying, her voice trembling. To destroy our Alabasta for that kind of thing. That Crocodile, unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Everyone looked at Vivi's grief-stricken look and couldn't help but feel sad and sympathetic for her. At this time, Luffy patted Vivi's back gently and said softly, "Vivi, don't worry, we will definitely help you save Alabasta." The others also stepped forward to comfort Vivi at this time. "Don't worry, Vivi, your country will be safe as long as we are here. Yes, Vivi, we will definitely help you. We will definitely help you teach Crocodile a lesson and drive him out of your country. We are here." Vivi looked at these people with tears on her face. She was extremely moved and said in a choked and trembling voice. After Vivi's excitement calmed down a little, Luffy continued to speak. "Let's talk about the plan just now. When Crocodile thinks that the war has completely broken out and cannot be stopped, he will relax his vigilance and start to capture this ancient weapon, Pluton. According to what Robin just said, this weapon should be a mysterious stone written in ancient literature. Vivi, do you know where this kind of stone can be found in your country? Vivi had stopped crying at this time and thought back carefully after hearing Luffy's words. After a while, she remembered something and spoke. Behind the capital city of Albana, there is a mausoleum of our royal family, the burial and ceremony hall. I remember there was a stone with incomprehensible writing on it. After Vivi finished speaking, Luffy suddenly raised his voice and spoke to everyone. Okay, now I will explain to you the specific implementation steps of this plan. First of all, Vivi, you need to write a personal letter telling your father about Crocodile and letting them pretend to resist and let the rebels invade the capital. Then, Yuta took this letter and rushed directly to the capital Albana. When the rebels invade the capital and create the illusion that the king's army is unable to resist, it will be up to Yuta to stop them. After the rebels invade the capital, this news will definitely reach Crocodile, and the rest of you will rush to the capital with Vivi at this time, pretending to prevent this war. At this time, the cadres of Baroque Studios should come out to intercept you. And Crocodile will also race against time to find Pluton's whereabouts before the war is stopped by you. So Crocodile will definitely find Vivi's father and ask about it. At that time, let Vivi's father pretend to cooperate, and when Crocodile found the stone and relaxed his vigilance, he took the opportunity to induce him to reveal the things he had manipulated. Then what the rest of you have to do is, when you confront those cadres, make them admit that they are people from Baroque Studio, Crocodile's subordinates, and secretly record it with a video phone. Crocodile also asked Yuta to hide the video phone bug in the funeral ceremony hall in advance. When the time comes, we will broadcast the words of Crocodile and all cadres live to the entire Alabasta. In this way, the secret of this country will be revealed. Ultimately it's just a matter of dealing with Crocodile and these cadres. After Luffy finished explaining the entire plan, everyone looked at Luffy dumbfounded as if they had been baptized. Nami couldn't help but pinched Luffy's head and kept pulling it back and forth, exclaiming, "Let me ask you, how did your brain grow? Why can you think of the other party's actions so clearly? And aren't you usually quite stupid? Why did you suddenly become so smart this time?" Luffy rolled his eyes at Nami speechlessly. "You're the one who's usually stupid, right? I was so stupid that I didn't realize that you, the captain, are the smartest person on this ship." In fact, Luffy was able to come up with this plan because he knew something about Crocodile's plan in the original book. Even if he took Robin away halfway, Crocodile would definitely not be able to make a completely new plan in just a few days. Therefore, the overall plan must be very different from the original plan, which is why he made such a targeted plan. After hearing what Luffy said, Nami suddenly grinned, as if she wanted to teach Luffy a lesson. "What did you say?" At this moment, Vivi suddenly spoke with a sad tone, and Nami also saw the opportunity and became quiet. In this case, wouldn't there be people in the king's army who died in the false resistance? The same goes for the rebel army, there will definitely be some sacrifices, right? Luffy looked at her seriously and said, "Vivi, this is war. A war involving millions of people is impossible without sacrifice." There was sadness in Vivi's eyes, she lowered her head silently and nodded lightly to express her understanding. During her time with Luffy, she really felt that many of her previous ideas were too naive. It is impossible not to wish anyone to die. Luffy didn't bother Vivi anymore and let her accept this fact silently. Then he turned his attention to Robin and said, "Robin, I want you to cooperate with our plan. Back to Crocodile for now. Didn't you say that? Only you can understand those words, so Crocodile will cooperate with you. So if you can come back to him, he will definitely feel more closer to achieving his goal, and it will be easier to tell everything he has done." In fact, Luffy also has another purpose in doing this, which is to gain Robin's trust so that she can completely let down her guard and integrate into their straw hats. After all, if a plan against the enemy is told to someone who is still on the enemy's side for the time being, there is definitely a possibility that it will be leaked. The fact that Luffy is still willing to say it shows that she trusts Robin enough to make Robin trust them too. Sure enough, after hearing what Luffy said, the others reacted in horror and exclaimed before Robin could answer. Wait a minute, Luffy. This woman is from Baroque Studio. Yes, she heard our plan just now. If she goes back, wouldn't our plan be exposed? You guys said you were smart just now, why did you suddenly become stupid? Luffy, we must not let Ms. come back to Crocodile all Sunday. Even Vivi, who was silent, spoke out to dissuade her. She still hates Robin a little. Robin didn't feel angry when she heard everyone questioning her, as it should be. She was just staring straight at Luffy now, full of doubts in her heart. She couldn't figure out why Luffy was willing to let her go and trust her so much. Then, Robin and everyone in the audience saw Luffy smile slightly and said, "The plan I just mentioned is the fastest way to save Alabasta and start its revival. If the plan is leaked, then we will go directly to kill Crocodile and his gang. ... Asterisk asterisk asterisk. They are the chief culprits that endanger this country. As long as we get rid of them, this country will slowly recover in the future, but it will take a little longer. So, either way, this country will not fall into the hands of Crocodile. Besides, Robin is our partner now, and we should trust our partners, right?" After Luffy finished speaking, everyone calmed down. It is indeed as he said, as long as they are here, it is only a matter of time before Alabasta is saved, and it will not fail because of a plan. In this way, they no longer block it. Robin, on the other hand, looked at Luffy blankly. She was shocked as if Luffy's last words touched her heart. As a wanted criminal on the run to avoid being pursued by the world's government, Robin has been with countless pirate groups and experienced countless betrayals. But she has never felt trust. Even as Crocodile's most senior cadre, she knew that Crocodile didn't trust her. But now, a new pirate group, this man wearing a straw hat whom she had just met, showed absolute trust in her. Suddenly, Robin grinned and nodded. I see. She had no intention of telling Crocodile Pluton's secret. She had already planned to break up with Crocodile at the last minute. But now, Luffy can help her escape from Crocodile, and is willing to trust her and accept her as a partner. This is the best development for Robin at the moment. And one more thing, she feels that she is very happy in this pirate group. After arranging all the plans, the Golden Merly continued sailing for a certain distance and finally arrived at Alabasta. They sailed the ship to the city closest to the coast, Rapeseed Flowers. After hiding the Mary in a secret location, everyone disembarked and officially landed in Alabasta. As soon as they got off the boat, Vivi handed Yuta the letter she had written long ago and asked Karu to lead the way for Yuta. This is the most urgent matter at present and cannot be delayed. Karu, Yuta, please. Vivi looked at Yuta and Karu with strong expectations in her eyes and said. Yuta smiled and said, leave it to us. Nothing will happen. Gah. Karu also shouted. It says it's guaranteed to get the job done. Chopper translated from the side. As an animal, he understood what Karu said. Afterwards, Yuta rode on Karu, waved goodbye to everyone, and set off directly towards the capital Albana. After Yuta and Karu left, Robin also spoke at this time. Then I'll leave first. Bye. Without even waiting for anyone to respond, Robin left Luffy and his group. At this time, everyone turned their attention to Luffy and asked, what do we do next? Luffy touched his belly, laughed, and said casually, I'm a little hungry, let's find a restaurant to eat first. As soon as he finished speaking, questions rang out. I said, you guy, is it time to eat now? We are being watched by the Baroque studio. If we show up like this, we will definitely be hunted down. Yeah, Luffy, we need to at least change our clothes first and go there dressed as ordinary people here. This way we won't attract the attention of the Baroque studio. That's right, Luffy, it's very dangerous to walk out on the street like this. In response to everyone's dissuasion, Luffy waved his hand directly and said, need not, we are now trying to attract people from Baroque studio to hunt us down. Hearing this, everyone was stunned again, looking at Luffy in confusion. Why, isn't Vivi very dangerous? They will definitely come to assassinate Vivi. Luffy explained, although we have a response plan now, we don't know when Crocodile will start implementing his plan. We want to attract people who come to the Baroque studio and find out the news from their mouths. In this way, we can determine the timing of our action. After listening to Luffy's words, everyone looked suddenly enlightened, and everyone looked at Luffy with eyes filled with sighs. Compared to Luffy, they simply can't think. While everyone was stunned, Luffy continued. Let's split up first. Go to this town to attract people from the Baroque studio, and then pry out information from them. We will meet back here in 3 hours. After receiving Luffy's instructions, everyone dispersed. Zoro is in a group with Chopper, Sanji is in a group with Usopp, and Nami is in a group with Noki. Because Vivi is the most dangerous, she follows Luffy. 4 groups of people dispersed at the same time and went to various parts of the town, looking for opportunities to inquire about the time of the Baroque studio operation. Chapter 71. Alabasta, Port City Rapeseed Flowers. In a resort near the coast, Mr. 3 and Ms. Golden Week were sitting under the parasol, enjoying a leisurely and comfortable time. Mr. 3 held a cup of black tea in his hand, took a sip and let out a pleasant sigh. For black tea, I still want to drink Earl Grey tea. Ms. Golden Week on the side was holding a book in her hands and said boringly. It's so relaxing, Mr. 3. Mr. 3 continued to sip the tea and said impatiently. You keep talking about leisure and leisure, don't you hate working? Ms. Golden Week said, lightly. Mr. 3 then continued. Then enjoy the rare leisure time now. Also, don't call me by my code name in public places like this. That will reveal that I am Mr. 3. Ms. Golden Week raised her eyes and looked at the 3 formed by the hair on Mr. 3's head, and uttered a question. Yeah. At this time, Mr. 3 shifted his attention to a piece of paper in Ms. Golden Week's hand and said doubtfully. By the way, what's that piece of paper you've been holding in your hand since an hour ago? Ms. Golden Week heard this and raised the note and said lightly. This is the report submitted by billions of elders before, saying that the Straw Hat crew has taken Princess Vivi into the Alabasta Sea area and will arrive at the Rapeseed Flower in an hour. Mr. 3 was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized what he was doing, grinning and yelling. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Ms. Jinjo looked at him with an innocent face and did not respond. Mr. 3 was obviously used to this situation, and he quickly calmed down and said. The report was submitted an hour ago. Does that mean the Straw Hat crew has arrived at Rapeseed? Maybe they are in the city now. After sorting out his thoughts, Mr. 3 said to Ms. Golden Week. We missed the opportunity to sink them at sea in advance, so let's kill them in the city. The task Mr. 0 gave us this time is that Princess Vivi and Kosa must not be allowed to meet. FFFLX. Ms. Golden Week, immediately mobilize all the billions of elders and millions of elders in this city to search for the whereabouts of Princess Vivi. We'll deal with them here before they leave the city. A street of rapeseed flowers. A Colonel Marine with a slicked back hair and 2 cigars in his mouth was walking slowly. Beside him was a female swordsman who looked a little clumsy. Colonel Smoker, is that Straw Hat guy really coming to Alabasta? We've been here for a few days and there's been no sign of them. Tashigi, the clumsy swordswoman, asked in confusion. And the Colonel Marine holding a cigar next to her was the Smoker chasing from Logue Town. Smoker always frowned and said in a deep voice. It will definitely come. We intercepted a piece of communication at that time. Although the signal was incomplete, there was no doubt. What is certain is that the 2 people who made that communication, one of them was Straw Hat. Thinking of the intercepted conversation about these 2 characters, Smoker felt frightened and confused. Because the signal was incomplete, they only heard this conversation. That group of people also knew the secret of my identity, back to Alabastaden. We must not bring Princess Vivi back to the country to ruin my plan. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. Recalling the intercepted content again, Smoker's inner doubts were ignited again. Isn't Princess Vivi the princess of Alabasta? How could she be related to Straw Hat Boy? There is another person who said that Princess Vivi must not be allowed to return to China. Who is he? What is his plan? This series of questions made Smoker extremely confused. And he also had a vague feeling in his heart. Something earth-shaking is about to happen in this country. Just as Smoker was thinking in his mind, he suddenly heard a noise coming from the front. Looking up, he saw a bunch of people gathered in front of a restaurant. Hey, what's happening here? I heard that someone died in the restaurant. What? How did you die? I don't know. I heard from people in the store that that person suddenly died while eating. Look, he's still lying there. Smoker quickly led Tashigi to the door of the store and looked inside. I saw a shirtless man lying motionless on the table, with a piece of meat on the fork in his hand. The people in the surrounding stores were standing aside in fear, not daring to get close. Suddenly, Smoker frowned, his pupils trembled violently, his eyes were full of disbelief, and he murmured, "BBM." Tashigi noticed something was wrong with Smoker's tone and asked in confusion, "What's the matter, Colonel Smoker?" Smoker gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Look at the tattoo on that man's back." Hearing this, Tashigi looked behind the man and saw that the tattoo was a skull symbol with Whitebeard on it. Immediately, Tashigi's mouth opened in an O shape in surprise, and he said with a look of shock, That's the logo of the Whitebeard Pirates." Just as she was marveling, the man lying there suddenly got up from the table. Then he looked around blankly, suddenly lifted up the skirt of a woman next to him, and wiped off the food stained on his face. Then, in the eyes of everyone in the audience with shock and fear, he scratched his head and vomited. Fell asleep. Boom. The whole place suddenly erupted like a volcano, and every guest grinned and shouted in disbelief. Fell asleep. At this moment, Smoker walked in with Sichi. Seeing Marine with a strong aura suddenly enter the store, everyone around him immediately shut up. Then, everyone heard Smoker say in a deep voice, "Captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, why are you in this country?" Portgas d'Ace. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience suddenly burst into exclamation. Whitebeard, is that person from the Whitebeard Pirates? So, I seem to have seen the tattoo on that person's back. Why would that Whitebeard pirate group come to a place like this? While people around him were talking a lot, Ace raised his lips, turned around, crossed his legs, rested his elbows on the table behind him, looked at Smoker indifferently and smiled. "I'm looking for my brother. Younger brother." Smoker muttered, then put it aside, looked at Ace and said in a deep voice, "Then, just surrender and capture him." Ace raised the corners of his mouth when he heard this, smiled lightly, and said something lightly. "I reject. Only a psycho would agree." Smoker did not rush to take action, but said, "I'm looking for a pirate, and I'm not interested in you." Ace spread his hands and said casually, "Then let me go." Smoker suddenly frowned and gritted his teeth. "That won't work either. I'm a Marine and you're a pirate. As long as this identity doesn't change for a day." Just when Smoker was mid-sentence, a somewhat excited voice suddenly came from behind. "Yo, Ace, it's really you." Luffy stood at the door, looked at Ace inside the store, and screamed in surprise. While walking on the road, he was wondering if Ace would come to this country like in the original work, so he kept sensing the surrounding atmosphere with his sense of knowledge. As expected, he sensed a familiar atmosphere and found this store. Hearing this voice, everyone in the room was immediately attracted to their attention. Smoker, who was about to take action, was suddenly startled, and his heart was shaken as if he was frightened. "This voice is Straw Hat Boy." Smoker suddenly turned around and saw Luffy standing at the door with a grin on his face, looking in the direction behind him, where Ace was. Just when Smoker was wondering why Luffy was greeting Ace, suddenly, his eyes were shocked again, filled with disbelief. His eyes fell firmly on the woman next to Luffy. After careful identification, "I hope Moe will confirm it. That woman is the Princess of Alabasta, Vivi." Just when Smoker was extremely shocked and confused, he heard Ace's voice of surprise behind him. "Luffy, Ace and Straw Hat know each other." Smoker was confused. He has too many questions on his mind right now. At this time, Luffy also saw Smoker in front of him and was stunned for a moment. "Why are you here?" The next second, he frowned and said, "Hey, I don't have time to play with you now. You can go play by yourself." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience was stunned. Everyone looked at Luffy with expressions like they had seen a ghost. Then, the man in the straw hat actually talked to Colonel Marine like that. Who is that guy? How dare he do that? Isn't he afraid of death? That's Colonel Marine. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed. Then, that straw hat, I seem to have seen it somewhere. You can't be wrong. This person is the most evil newcomer, the Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy. When someone announced Luffy's name, the audience suddenly burst into exclamations. Really? Is this the Straw Hat Boy Monkey D? Luffy, who is known as the worst rookie pirate in history and has a bounty of 6,000 Baileys. I didn't expect to see a real person. The pirate with a bounty of 60 million Baileys is so scary. Hey, did you see that? That Straw Hat Boy seems to know Ace from the Whitebeard Pirates. Two extremely evil pirates. I know each other. They are not going to attack our country, are they? When these people were shocked by the identities of Luffy and Ace, someone suddenly exclaimed again. Hey, look, isn't that Princess Vivi? Really? Why is Princess Vivi and Straw Hat Boy together? No way. Could it be that Princess Vivi was kidnapped by Straw Hat Boy? This is so bad, we have to save Princess Vivi quickly. Who dares to attack those two pirates? Seeing that the crowd was in chaos, Vivi wanted to explain. But Luffy stopped him with a look in his eyes. Vivi is now a princess of a country, and he is a pirate. If the people knew that the princess and the pirates were together, it would be difficult to explain. Treating him as kidnapped is the best outcome. You can also use the momentum of these people to spread the news to Baroque Studio, attracting their pursuit, and thus obtaining information. After stopping Vivi, Luffy pulled Vivi into the restaurant and sat next to Ace. He raised his head and said something to the frightened boss. Boss, give me 1 portion of all the dishes you have here. No, give me 10 portions. The boss's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and there was fear in his eyes. Facing a vicious pirate, how could he dare to disobey him? He nodded immediately and ran to prepare Luffy's meal. At this time, Ace suddenly hugged Luffy and laughed. Ha 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 ha, Luffy, you are still so good at eating. Luffy glanced at the 2 1-meter-high plates placed in front of Ace and complained. Isn't it the same for you? Wahahahahahahahahahaha. Ace laughed again and patted Luffy hard on the back. Then, as if ignoring everyone around them, the two people put their arms around each other, talking and laughing. The onlookers who watched this scene were amazed. Vivi was also sitting aside, looking at Luffy, who was chatting and laughing with Ace, and secretly wondered who Luffy was. Ace. Just as the two were laughing and chatting after a long separation, an extremely low and angry voice from behind interrupted them. Straw Hat Boy, what on earth do you want to do, you guy? What exactly are you going to do to this country? Why did you kidnap the princess of this country? What is your purpose? Hearing the voice behind them, Luffy and Ace stopped reminiscing. The two of them looked back together with Vivi. Smoker's face was as gloomy as water, and the muscles on his face kept beating because of his anger. Looking at Luffy's eyes, I wanted to eat him alive. Luffy looked at Smoker and said calmly, if you want to know, just stay in this country and watch. If you want to stop me, I'll be with you anytime. Luffy spread his hands to express his attitude. Smoker became even angrier when he heard this, and the cigar in his mouth was almost bitten off. The 2.7 people around looked at this scene with horror on their faces. They already felt that Colonel Marine was ready to explode at any time. However, to everyone's surprise, they saw Smoker suddenly turn around and say to Tashigi beside him, Tashigi, let's go. Then, the two people left here with everyone's shocked and puzzled eyes. This scene made everyone present dumbfounded again. They looked at Luffy in disbelief and were shocked. Then, that Colonel Marine was scared away by the Straw Hat Kid. Really, is this Straw Hat Boy that powerful? I know that Colonel Marine. I heard that he is the Logia fruit user, Smoker. He is a very strong monster. Wouldn't such a person dare to fight the Straw Hat Boy head on? Straw Hat, so scary. After Smoker left, Luffy and Ace continued eating and drinking, chatting as if no one was around. At the same time, on the road outside the restaurant, Smoker walked quickly towards the coast. Tashigi almost had to jog to keep up. Looking at Smoker's back, Tashigi asked in confusion, Colonel Smoker, why didn't you catch the Straw Hat Boy in the store just now? Aren't we just here for them? Last time in Logue Town, when Luffy attacked Smoker, Tashigi was not there, so she didn't know Luffy's strength at all. When Smoker heard this, he still walked very fast and said without looking back, we are no match for them. That guy must be planning to do something big in this country. There is no way I can watch him destroy this country. Let's go back to the ship, call headquarters, and call for reinforcements. We must stop the Straw Hat crew here. Hearing Smoker's words, Tashigi was extremely surprised and exclaimed, Headquarters, should you call for reinforcements from Naval Headquarters? But Straw Hat is just a pirate with a bounty of 60 million Baileys. Will the headquarters send reinforcements? Smoker suddenly stopped when he heard this, and then suddenly turned his head to look at Tashigi. Just looking at Smoker's eyes, Tashigi was so frightened that his body trembled and he didn't dare to look directly. Then, she heard Smoker roaring in an extremely angry voice. Listen up, Tashigi, that Straw Hat boy is definitely not worth 60 million Baileys. I reported this to the headquarters last time. But those fools said that because the wanted order had just been issued, they could not make any changes immediately, so he kept the reward of 60 million early. That Straw Hat boy is definitely a pirate worth over 100 million. Smoker roared and roared so hard that Tashigi almost cried. The Marines behind him were also trembling. They had never seen Colonel Smoker look so crazy. After informing Tashigi of the seriousness of the problem, Smoker turned around again and walked towards the coast with hurried steps. Inside the restaurant, while Luffy was eating, he chatted with Ace. Speaking of which, Luffy, you are famous now. The baddest newcomer. It's simply more popular than when I went to sea. Ace had fighting intent in his eyes and looked at Luffy with a smile on his face. Luffy kept eating in his mouth and said vaguely as if it were a matter of course. Isn't that natural? I'm much better than you. Hearing what Luffy said, Ace suddenly lost his temper and said unconvinced. Quote. You were stronger than me at the beginning, but I went to sea 3 years earlier than you and have experienced much more experience than you. Now, you are definitely no match for me. Seeing Ace's fighting spirit, Luffy smiled and said, What, you want to try? The corners of Ace's mouth raised, his fingers crackled when he squeezed them, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. I have competed with Luffy so many times and he has never won, so how could he not want to win once? At this moment, Ace suddenly became serious and said, Hey, Luffy, have you ever felt that it seems a lot quieter outside? The streets were originally very noisy, but now they are surprisingly quiet. Luffy smiled when he heard this and said, I've been waiting for them for a long time. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy stuffed the last piece of meat into his mouth. Then he patted his belly, stood up slowly, took a straw hat from the table next to him and put it on. Looking back, I saw on the street outside a group of big men armed with knives and guns, who looked like extremely vicious men at first glance, surrounding the restaurant. Ace couldn't help but ask doubtfully after hearing Luffy's words. Are those guys here to see you? Luffy smiled slightly, shook his head and said, It's me who is looking for those people. The 3 of them came outside the restaurant. I saw that the streets, rooftops, and all places where I could stand were crowded with such thugs. At first glance, Luffy roughly estimated that there were at least 500 people. Vivi glanced at these people and quickly recognized their identities and said, They are billions of elders and millions of elders, senior agents of Baroque Studio. The strength of the million elders is not inferior to that of the bounty hunters at Whiskey Peak. The strength of hundreds of millions of elders is even stronger than those of low-level cadres. In fact, Luffy didn't care at all about Vivi's introduction to these miscellaneous fish. To him, it's all rubbish. His eyes kept wandering among these people, looking for something. Suddenly, when Luffy saw 2 people standing on a roof, his eyes suddenly shone as if he had discovered a new world. On the roof of that building, stood a man with a 3 on his head. Next to him, stood a girl with twin ponytails. Mr. 3 and Ms. Golden Week. Luffy didn't need to think about it to know that those miscellaneous fish definitely didn't know the specific battle plan. So his initial target was the cadres of Baroque Studio. But now that he saw these 2 people, his eyes brightened. On the roof, Mr. 3 and Ms. Golden Week stood together, looking down at the battle below. Ha ha ha. A combination of 500 billionaires and millionaires. Each of them is a top-notch killer who grows by sucking blood in battle. Especially the hundreds of millions of elders, some are even stronger than the cadres after 6. Even if Straw Hat is a pirate with a bounty of 60 million Baileys, he can't be defeated easily. Mr. 3 looked at this overwhelming numerical advantage and laughed, his eyes full of confidence. Ms. Golden Week said nothing, staring straight at Ace, holding a piece of paper in her hand. Mr. 3 saw that Ms. Golden Week did not respond to him, so he turned to look at her and asked doubtfully. What are you doing, Ms. Golden Week? Noticing the note in Ms. Golden Week's hand, Mr. 3 asked curiously. Why are you still holding that note? Haven't we already found Straw Hat Boy and Princess Vivi? Ms. Golden Week said calmly. This is not the previous report, this is the latest report submitted to me by hundreds of millions of elders just now. It says that the shirtless man standing next to the Straw Hat Boy is Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The air fell into silence for a moment. The next second. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Mr. 3 bared his teeth and yelled in fear, and his body was instantly covered in cold sweat. How could he not know about the Whitebeard Pirates? How could he not have heard of Fire Fist Ace's name? That's a monster on the sea. Even if Crocodile is here, he may not be an opponent. At this moment, Mr. 3 panicked. I already had a plan to escape in my mind. After discovering Mr. 3 and Ms. Golden Week, Luffy suddenly spoke to Ace. Ace, don't you want to compete with me? Then let's target these people and determine the outcome based on the number of people solved, how about that? Of course, no conquerors allowed. A simple contest would lose its meaning if conquerors was used. Ace smiled strangely when he heard this and said. Luffy, you don't know yet, do you? After I went to sea, I also ate devil fruit. I eat the Mara fruit and can control fire. One fire punch can take down a large area, but you will definitely lose to me. Luffy was noncommittal about this and smiled. Let's try it. Luffy has said so, and Ace will naturally not shirk it anymore. Suddenly the corners of his mouth raised, he clenched his fists, and his eyes were fixed on the people around him. The next second, the two of them used their strength at the same time, and their figures flashed into the crowd. Where the two were fighting, blazing flames were flying in the sky on one side, and fists on the other side were dense like rain. The hundreds of millions of elders and millions of elders who surrounded them were manipulated at will like chopping melons and vegetables, and they kept wailing. It only took less than a minute for the large force of 500 people to be cleared away. On the roof, Mr. 3 was already frightened. Is this something that a pirate worth 60 million Baileys can do? That Straw Hat Boy obviously looks as strong as Fire Fist Ace. These billions of elders and millions of elders are manipulated at will. Ms. Golden Week is also scared, but because she has always looked expressionless, there is not much change in her appearance. Run away. Mr. 3 said a word and took IMK Golden Week to escape from here. However, when he came to the edge of the roof and was about to jump off, he saw a man wearing a straw hat and smiling on the ground. Mr. 3's heart suddenly tightened, and he stood there like a sculpture, sweating like rain, and his eyes filled with fear. In a narrow, dark alley, Luffy clapped his hands and walked out satisfied. At this time, Ace suddenly ran over and said with a proud look. Hey, Luffy, I just counted, I killed 250 people, but you only killed 249 people. I won this competition. I finally beat you once. Wahahaha. Ace laughed loudly. He felt extremely happy that he had defeated Luffy in the first competition. At this moment, Luffy smiled softly and said, Who said I lost? With that said, Luffy turned sideways and looked away. Suddenly, the scene behind him appeared. In the alley behind him, Mr. 3 was beaten like a pig's head and was no longer human. Ms. Golden Week looked frightened, with tears on her face, and fainted. 249 plus these two, 251, I won. The corners of Luffy's mouth rose, and there was a proud look in his eyes. After that, he took Vivi and left here. Ace was left there angrily, shouting unconvinced. Just a little bit worse. Rapeseed Port, a hidden coast. Luffy returned with Vivi, followed by Ace who was still struggling with losing to Luffy. The rest of the people have also returned, and each has purchased some necessities, such as the video phone bugs and projection phone bugs that Luffy asked them to prepare, which are now being distributed on the deck. Before boarding the ship, Vivi's excited voice could be heard on the ship. Everyone, we are back. We have obtained information. Hearing Vivi's voice, everyone came to the boat and said excitedly. Great, we haven't gotten any useful information yet. No one from Baroque Studio came to us. Their target should be Vivi. Thanks to you. This way we can start preparing to implement the plan. Suddenly, Sanji noticed an unknown man following Luffy, and asked curiously. Huh, Luffy, who is he? Hearing Sanji's question, everyone looked over. Without waiting for Luffy to introduce them, Ace got rid of his previous entangled state and returned to his previous state. Looking confident and proud, he smiled slightly. Hello everyone, my name is Portgas D. Ace. My brother, I owe you all for taking care of me, thank you. In front of Luffy, he can never win Ace. But in front of others, he is the famous Fire Fist in the sea. So at this time, he changed into a confident and polite look. After hearing Ace's introduction, everyone was stunned. Brother, you, Luffy's brother, I didn't expect Luffy to have a brother. But, how come Luffy's brother is in the Grand Line? Luffy smiled and said, Ace is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Like us, he is also a pirate. Hearing Luffy's words, everyone on the boat was shocked. Whitebeard Pirates, the captain of the ship who is known as the strongest man in the world. He is such a powerful person. As expected of brothers, both of them are like monsters. 1. When everyone was sighing, Ace looked around and suddenly asked Luffy in confusion. Luffy, where is Yuta? Is she not here? Luffy suddenly realized that Yuta would not see Ace after hearing this, and said with some regret. Oh, I asked Yuta to carry out a secret mission. Would you like to stay with us for a few more days, and then you can see Yuta? Ace shook his head. I don't have that much time. In fact, I am chasing a man who calls himself Blackbeard. That guy used to be my subordinate, but he killed his companions and escaped from my ship. As the captain, I must solve this matter and give an explanation to my 410 dead subordinates. Luffy heard what Ace said, but he couldn't say anything for a while. He knew that with Ace's personality, he would definitely not be persuaded. So he didn't choose to speak. At this time, Ace suddenly handed Luffy a piece of paper. This is for you. Quote, Luffy took the paper and recognized it as Ace's life card. Ace continued, this piece of paper will allow us to meet again next time. You must always hold this piece of paper. Luffy looked at Ace's concerned smiled and nodded. After handing Luffy the life card, Ace suddenly spoke. Okay, I came to you this time mainly to see you, and give you this thing by the way. Although it's a pity that I didn't see Yuta. But, I should go too. Hearing that Ace was leaving so soon, everyone on the ship spoke up. Huh, are you leaving so soon? Luffy's brother, don't you come up and have some tea? Stay a little longer. Ace smiled and waved his hand. I'll continue to rely on you for my younger brother. Then, Ace looked at Luffy again, with excitement and expectation in his eyes. Luffy, next time we meet, I hope we'll be at the top of the pirates. Luffy nodded and said only one sentence. Take care. The next time we meet, it will be at the top of the pirates, but not at the top of Ace. Luffy looked at Ace's receding back and made up his mind. Ace, I will definitely rescue you. After Ace left, Luffy called everyone to explain the plan. We have already found out about Crocodile's plan. They will start the action at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. That is to say, if nothing unexpected happens, the rebels will start to march into Albana shortly after this time. So we have to rush to the vicinity of Albana in advance. When the rebels break through the defense line of the king's army and attack the capital, we will show up at this moment, go to expose Crocodile's conspiracy, and get rid of the people in Baroque studio. Quote. After explaining the general course of action to everyone, Luffy told them the detailed plan. The conclusion after the overall resolution was, let Nokigo stay in Rapeseed Flower, and wait until tomorrow to broadcast the videos recorded by others from Crocodile and the cadres to the city through the projection phone. And protect the live broadcast from being disrupted by the people from Baroque Studio. Then the rest of the people drove up along the Santa Dora River overnight. The Santa Dora River runs through almost half of Alabasta, separating several major cities in Alabasta from the middle. And the upstream location is close to Albana, there is no port, and there are few people, which is the best hiding place. Tomorrow, they can set out secretly from here to expose this conspiracy. After confirming the action plan, everyone immediately started to act. The final battle is about to begin. Evening, Albana, inside the palace. Cobra and several important ministers gathered together. Next to them, Yuta and Karu sat drinking water. Especially Karu. After running around in the desert for several hours, he was almost thirsty. At this time, he was holding the bucket in tears and drinking. On the side, the adjutant of the Kingdom Guard, Bell, was holding a letter in his hand, with an incredible expression on his face, and said at full speed. This is indeed Princess Vivi's personal letter. Another adjutant, Yaka, had cold sweat on his face, looked shocked, and murmured. How so? Cobra held his forehead with his hands, his face full of anger and shock, and stared blankly ahead as he said. This blow is indeed a bit big. Because he is on the side of the world government, I was careless. I didn't expect Crocodile to want to subvert this country for something like that. At this time, Yaka suddenly spoke. What shall we do now, Your Majesty? Do you want to believe what this letter says? Do you believe this group of pirates? Leave Alabasta's fate into the hands of a group of pirates. When Yaka spoke, there was doubt and worry in his eyes. This is a matter of life and death for Alabasta, and it is completely left to a group of pirates to handle. They really don't dare to be careless. Cobra was also hesitant and struggling at the moment. Although in the letter, Vivi made it very clear that she wanted him to trust this group of pirates. But, as the leader of a country, it is still too difficult for him to make this decision. At this moment, Yuta suddenly looked at Bell and Yaka and said, Are you the strongest people in this country? Bell and Yaka were stunned when they heard this, and looked at Yuta in confusion. Although I didn't know what she meant, she nodded silently. Yuta smiled slightly when he heard this and said politely, Then, I'm rude. Regarding Yuta's strange behavior, both of them, including Cobra, looked puzzled. However, the next second, the three people's pupils trembled at the same time, looking extremely shocked. Then Yuta's figure suddenly disappeared. When the three of them caught it again, Bell and Yaka had already flown out. Cobra's pupils were shaking, and he looked at Yuta in disbelief. The two strongest warriors in the kingdom were killed so casually. Even though Yuta didn't explicitly say that he wanted to fight, as two warriors, they didn't react at all when facing the enemy's attack, and they were unable to parry. This also shows that there is a huge gap in their strength. At this moment, Bell and Yaka also looked extremely shocked. They covered their chests and got up from the ground with painful expressions. They looked at Yuta with horror on their faces, and were deeply conquered by Yuta's strength. They claim to be the strongest warriors in the kingdom, but when faced with Yuta, they feel powerless to fight back. At this time, Yuta continued to speak. Originally I would not interfere with your decision. But this is the task assigned to me by Luffy, and also Vivi's request. That's why I took action. Now, can you trust us? After Yuta finished speaking, the three of them all looked at me and me at you. They both saw the same look in each other's eyes. Then, Bell and Yaka nodded slightly to Cobra at the same time, indicating their acceptance. Cobra nodded in response to them, then turned to look at Yuta, his eyes full of gratitude and expectation, and said while bowing to Yuta. Alabasta, it's up to you. Bell and Gaga also bowed at the same time to show their gratitude. They didn't doubt the credibility of this group of pirates at first. After all, they were willing to believe in someone who Vivi could trust so much. So I just doubted their ability at that time. But now, after Yuta casually knocked down the two strongest warriors in their kingdom, they no longer had any doubts. After that, they took Yuta and started taking action according to Luffy's plan to prepare for tomorrow's decisive battle. Rainy Land. In a huge office, Crocodile sat on a luxurious chair. Next to him was the unlucky duo who reported to him. Crocodile frowned, the cigar in his mouth trembled uncontrollably, his eyes were full of anger, and he said in a deep voice. You said Mr. 3 failed the mission and ran away with Ms. Golden Week. Quote. The unlucky duo nodded in unison. Then they wrote a line of words on a piece of paper in the blink of an eye. Are you going to chase them? Crocodile took a look, and although he was extremely angry, he still shook his head. There is no time to care about this kind of trash now. The most important thing is to ensure that tomorrow's plan goes smoothly. Where is Vivi? Didn't she meet Kosa? The unlucky duo quickly wrote another string of words on the paper. Vivi and Straw Hat Crew disappeared from Rapeseed Flower. However, the hidden members of the rebel army said that they have been watching Kosa and did not see Vivi meet him. Quote. Seeing the latter sentence, Crocodile breathed a sigh of relief, but the former sentence still made him look confused. Disappeared. Didn't find any trace of them. Soon, the answer of the unlucky duo jumped out of the paper again. When all the members of Rapeseed were besieging Vivi, they were defeated by Straw Hat Crew and Fire Fist Ace, and no one noticed the whereabouts of Straw Hat Crew. Seeing the name of Fire Fist Ace, Crocodile's pupils trembled obviously, and there was fear and doubt in his eyes. Ace has been in Alabasta for many days, and he has received the news a long time ago. But he has never known what the other party's purpose is. Now that he knows that he suddenly helped Luffy, he is full of worry and doubt, and asked, why would Fire Fist Ace help Straw Hat Crew? The unlucky duo shook their heads and wrote down the answer. I heard that he and Straw Hat Crew were eating in the same restaurant at that time, and they were surrounded by people led by Mr. 3. Seeing this answer, Crocodile couldn't help his anger and cursed again. Mr. 3, that idiot. When I heard you report that his mission failed, I was wondering how 500 billionaires and millionaires could not kill Vivi from a rubbish pirate with a bounty of 60 million berries. It turned out that the idiot had provoked Ace of Fire Fist. The more Crocodile thought about it, the angrier he got. He wished he could suck Mr. 3 dry right now. If he wasn't so stupid, Vivi would have been killed long ago. Just as Crocodile was cursing Mr. 3 in his heart, the unlucky duo raised a piece of paper again and presented it to him. Ms. Kwan is back on Sunday and is now on her way to the rainy land. When Crocodile saw this text, his pupils flickered obviously, and then he frowned again, with doubt in his eyes. Wasn't she caught by the Straw Hat Crew? Why did she come back suddenly? The unlucky duo shook their heads at the same time. Seeing this, Crocodile no longer paid attention to them, but took out a Den Den Mushi. After a while, a voice came from the other side. It seems that you have received the message, Mr. Zero. Crocodile raised the corner of his mouth, his face was cold, and he said in a low voice, weren't you caught by the Straw Hat Boy? Robin's answer came from the other end of the phone. The Straw Hat Boy is a rubber man, and my ability is ineffective against him, so he was caught. After arriving at the Rape Flower, I took advantage of the Straw Hat Boy's absence and used my ability to escape. For Robin's answer, Crocodile had doubts in his eyes and said in a deep voice, you should know that our Baroque studio does not allow failure. Why don't you dare to come back? Nico Robin. Hearing Crocodile call out her real name, Robin knew that the other party was no longer pretending with her, and she also answered directly and clearly. You won't kill me. We are in a cooperative relationship, unlike those cadres. This is what we agreed at the beginning. I am for the historical text, and you are for Pluton. We cooperate with each other to achieve our respective goals. Isn't it, Crocodile? Hearing Robin's words, the suspicion and anger in Crocodile's eyes gradually disappeared, and he showed a sinister and confident smile and said slowly, welcome back, Ms. All Sunday. The night in Alabasta is beautiful. The stars twinkling in the sky are endless, embellishing Alabasta like a dream, making people intoxicated. Accompanied by the starry sky, the Melly slowly drove upstream along the Santala River. At some point late at night, Nami's voice suddenly sounded on the boat. Here we are, right here. She held a map in her hand, pointing to a coast near Albana, and said, based on our driving speed and the distance on the map, our current location is the coast closest to the target location. I heard that I finally reached my destination. A series of exclamations suddenly sounded on the ship. Ah, it's finally here. I can finally go to bed. It's so cold, a desert night. At this time, Luffy spoke. Okay, let's anchor here, park the Melly, and then go rest. Tomorrow morning, we will officially set off for Alba. Oh, X6. Shortly after Luffy and others rested, two figures sneaked into Albana's palace and quietly abducted Cobra. Somewhere in the dark, Belle whispered worriedly. Is His Majesty the King really going to be fine? The sound of adding cards is also very small. Let's just believe in the Straw Hat Crew. After all, they have even expected to send people to steal His Majesty the King quietly. Belle nodded. Now I have no choice but to believe them. In the early morning, a wisp of red clouds appeared on the horizon. A long day has begun. Rapeseed flowers in the port city. On one of the liveliest streets, Cobra suddenly appeared with a group of King's troops. Such a scene immediately attracted countless people around to watch. Whoa, why is His Majesty the King here? That fool took away our reign. He doesn't deserve to be the king. Lord Cobra. The voices of the crowd were mixed. Some in the crowd occasionally expressed anger and shame towards Cobra, but most of them remained respectful. In the minds of most people, it is still, I am willing to believe Cobra. At this moment, Cobra suddenly spoke. I'm here to apologize to everyone. I am the one who steals the rain from this country. In order to make everyone forget the unpleasant dancing fan incident. As he said that, Cobra suddenly looked fierce and said in a deep voice, I decided to destroy this rape flower. As soon as the words fell, Cobra immediately gave an order to the royal army behind him. Total destruction of this evil city, burn it down. As you command. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of royal soldiers drew their swords and guns, wreaked havoc and set fire everywhere in the city. After seeing this scene, the onlookers had expressions of horror and disbelief in their eyes, and anger also appeared in the eyes of more people. The originally neat and beautiful town turned into chaos in the blink of an eye. Everywhere was filled with gunshots, screams, howls, and raging fires that were getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, a man galloped over on horseback and stopped in front of Cobra. The person who came was none other than the leader of the rebel army, Shaw. When he learned that the king suddenly appeared in the rapeseed flowers, his heart was full of doubts and confusion. And now seeing such a scene, I feel even more angry and unbelievable. He asked angrily in a low voice. What are you doing? Cobra said calmly. I'm here to apologize. As soon as Cobra finished speaking, Kosa swung his arm and shouted angrily. Shut up. Do not make jokes. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, Kojo still couldn't believe it in his heart. But more than anything, it was anger. Cobra continued. What's drying this country up with dancing powder is. Before he could say the word, Kosa suddenly went crazy and rushed towards Cobra, roaring hysterically at the same time. Didn't I tell you to shut up? Before he could reach Cobra, Kosa was stopped by a group of kingdom soldiers. But Kosa had no one else in his eyes at the moment. He looked at Cobra with great anger and roared angrily. Do you know what the mood of those who fell in the dry city was like when they died? They don't hate you or blame you at all. They still trust you until they die. Kosa became extremely excited and angry at this moment, and roared at Cobra with all his strength. Even if it's a lie, you still have to say I didn't do it. Otherwise how can you be worthy of those who trust you? At this moment, a royal soldier beside Cobra raised his hand. Boom! There was a gunshot all over his body, and Kosa slowly fell down in anger and despair. Nanos. He has completely lost hope in this king and this country. Kosa, quote. Those fools. The crowd became extremely chaotic at this moment, screaming and wailing incessantly, and everyone's face was filled with anger and fear. At this time, Cobra led a group of royal troops and left. Kosa, a cadre of the rebel army rushed over and called Kosa's name worriedly. Kosa opened his eyes, unblinking, his expression was unprecedentedly determined. Can't wait any longer, he said in a cold voice. I'm informing everyone that this is the final battle. The subordinate immediately became worried after hearing this. Do we want a decisive battle? But our weapons are not ready yet. At this moment, another subordinate suddenly ran over and reported anxiously to Kosa. Kosa, a ship suddenly rushed in from the port, and a large number of weapons dropped from it. Kosa's eyes were filled with anger and he said in a deep voice. Simply God's will. Rebel base camp, Katlia. Kosa was standing on a high platform with a bandage around his waist. The square below was densely packed with thousands of rebels. Kosa clenched his fists, raised them above his head, and shouted with both hands. Listen, rebels, Alabasta is dead. This is the final battle. We are going to capture Albana. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a roar below, and the shouts were loud. If you attack Albana, you will never forgive the king. Change. Oh. When the rebels started taking action, Mr. One and others who had completed their mission also moved towards Albana to prevent Vivi from coming to stop the war. On the west side of Albana, on the banks of the Santa Dora River. Straw Hat crew is ready to go. Set off. Luffy gave the order and the group headed towards Albana. The moment the war started, Luffy, Crocodile, and Kosa were all heading towards the same destination, Albana. As time went by, the first people to arrive in the city were naturally the Crocodile group who had planned everything in advance. Albana East Gate. Halfway up a nearby mountain, Mr. Four and Ms. Christmas stood on the edge, looking down at the empty city below. When the news came that the rebel army was about to attack, all the townspeople fled here. Behind them, Cobra was tied there with blood on his face, unable to move. Those rebels should have arrived too. I'm almost bored to death watching this old guy all the time. I really want to see the war soon. You think so, Mr. Four? Ms. Merry Christmas said boredly, with a look of expectation in her eyes, and asked Mr. Four next to her. After about 2 or 3 seconds, Mr. Four nodded slowly. Ms. Merry Christmas immediately yelled at Mr. Four angrily. You stupid pig, your reaction is too slow. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind them. Are you scolding Mr. Four again? Merry Christmas, Ems. Ms. Merry Christmas was startled when she heard the sound and quickly looked back. On the top of the mountain behind them, they saw Crocodile standing there with a smile on his face and squinting his eyes as if he was contemptuous of others. Beside him, stood Robin, who returned to his side. This stupid pig is too stupid. Ms. Merry Christmas did not hold back. She cursed again, then looked at Crocodile and said, Boss, since you are here, I will leave this old man to you. Mr. Four and I will go down to meet Mr. One and the others. Crocodile smiled and nodded, then continued. Tell Mr. One that the rebels will attack in less than 30 minutes. Vivi and Straw Hat crew haven't shown up yet. They will definitely come to stop the war during this time. You must guard those city gates for me. Ms. Merry Christmas said coldly with strong confidence in her eyes. Anyway, just make Princess Vivi disappear, right? Crocodile smiled and expressed his acquiescence. After that, Ms. Merry Christmas and MJ. Four left here. At this time, Crocodile and Robin came to Cobra. Crocodile held a cigar in his mouth, smiled at the corner of his mouth, frowned, his eyes were full of playfulness and confidence, and looked at Cobra and said, What a shame, King. Cobra had anger in his eyes, but he snorted with disdain at Crocodile's emotion. HMPH. What kind of sarcastic remarks are you still making now? Kill or behead, it's up to you. Crocodile said while maintaining that confident and playful smile. When this kingdom perishes, your royal family will naturally be buried with it. But before that, I have something to ask you. This is also the biggest purpose of my trip. As he spoke, Crocodile's expression became serious and he asked, Pluton, where is it? 10 minutes had passed since Crocodile was about to question Cobra. 10 kilometers west of Albana. Beneath a pile of rocks. Luffy and his group gathered together with the super-fast duck team who came to pick them up midway. They have been waiting here for a long time. And now, it is the time when the time is ripe. At this moment, all members of the Straw Hats were wearing white burqas, wrapping themselves tightly and uniformly dressed up to look like Vivi. Luffy said looking at everyone. You are now pretending to be Vivi to stop the war. Attract those cadres guarding near the city gate away. Then I will take the opportunity to let Vivi take me around their site and go to the burial sacrifice hall. Luffy cannot directly reveal his whereabouts to the burial ceremony hall, otherwise Crocodile will definitely become suspicious if he knows about it. After hearing Luffy's order, everyone except Vivi and him responded in unison. Learn. Immediately, they rode on the super fast running duck and headed towards Albana. After they set off, Luffy took out a phone and dialed Nokigao. After the other party connected, Luffy spoke directly. We can start preparing the live broadcast equipment. Rapeseed flowers. The city that was destroyed by Cobra in the morning has now recovered somewhat, but this has not calmed down the anger of these people. The streets were crowded with people, gathering everywhere to talk about what happened in the morning and the fact that the rebel army was about to fight the king's army. And at this moment, in the largest square, Nokigao came to a tall building on the edge of the square. Start arranging the curtains that have been prepared on the wall. Her move quickly attracted countless onlookers. Everyone was talking about it, but no one dared to stop it. Because in front of Nuochigao, there was a circle of strange-shaped piranha flowers that resembled those with mouths, as well as plants with huge buds that were constantly swaying and always revealing danger. It seemed that if anyone approached, they would be he is ready to attack people at any time. While Nokia is setting up live streaming equipment, check Crocodile is here. I said, there is no such thing here, so don't ask any more. Cobra turned his head to the side, frowning, and avoiding Crocodile's gaze. Crocodile looked at Cobra's false lies, smiled, and said, "Stop struggling, Cobra. You don't still think that this war can be stopped and this country can be saved, right?" With that said, Crocodile walked over, lifted Cobra up, and pulled him to the edge of the mountainside, looking to the south of Albana. It was like dark clouds pressing down on the city, and the rebel army running wildly as far as the eye could see. As they got closer and closer, the ground began to shake, as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking, making bursts of rumbling sounds. Crocodile looked at the massive rebel army, laughed and said to Cobra, "Plus or minus a cent a unknown currency a unknown currency a. Did you see that, Cobra? The rebels have arrived. This war is about to begin." Boom. As soon as Crocodile finished speaking, a cannonball was fired from the city wall, aiming at the rebels who had entered the range. Although it missed, this shell also heralded that the war had finally begun. Soon, more and more shells were fired, and the rebels' roars and shouts were deafening and frightening. Unknown currency a unknown currency a unknown currency a unknown currency a. Crocodile suddenly laughed and said, "This war has finally begun. How's it going, Cobra? Do you want to stay here and watch your citizens die one after another, or do you want to take me to Pluton now?" Crocodile knew that Cobra was a person who cared deeply about the lives of his people. So when the lives of more and more citizens are threatened, he will not be able to bear to watch and will give in. Sure enough, when he saw the war starting, Cobra suddenly sighed, seemingly accepting his fate, and said, "That's all. I'll take you there. Triple A." Crocodile laughed loudly again. Then he mentioned Cobra and left here. At the same time, Albana South Gate. Mr. 1 and other cadres were guarding there. The sound of fighting between the rebel army and the king's army has already sounded, and the roar of cannons is everywhere. It's starting, it's finally getting interesting," Ms. Merry Christmas said excitedly with an excited face. "The Straw Hats haven't arrived yet, but the rebels have already arrived. So, what should we do?" Mr. 2 put his hands together on his head, made a heart shape, danced ballet, and said while spinning around, "I think we should just sit back and watch the fight. The war has already broken out. Even if the princess shows up now, it will be a disaster." Ms. Two Finger took a puff of cigarette and said confidently, "Our mission is to eliminate the princess. We just need to follow orders." Quote. Mr. 1 had a cold expression and an extremely cold tone. Just as the other four people were talking to each other, Mr. 4's voice started from the first sentence they said and continued until the last sentence. Quote. When the four people started chatting, they didn't pay attention to Mr. 4's words, but when Mr. 1 finished speaking, they were all stunned. Suddenly looked at Mr. 4 who was looking west with a telescope. The four looked in that direction at the same time. They saw a row of super fast running ducks running towards them at a high speed, and on the back of each fast running duck sat a person wearing a white robe. "You stupid pig, why are you reporting so slowly?" Ms. Merry Christmas scolded Mr. 4 and continued. "That's the fast running duck unit of the palace. Princess Vivi must be among them. If they want to enter the city, they must be stopped." Quote. After saying that, she and the others prepared for battle at the same time. When the runaway ducks were about to rush to them, they suddenly turned around and ran in different directions, running along several different doors. At this time, Mr. 1 and other cadres also split up and each pursued a Princess Vivi. At the same time, on the west side of Albana, 10 kilometers away. When Luffy and Vivi used their observation hockey to sense that the cadres at the door were all attracted and left, they set off immediately, moving towards the direction of the funeral hall at full speed. Led by Cobra, Crocodile and Robin walked on the way to the funeral hall. Kakaka. At this time, a Den Den Mushi voice suddenly sounded. Robin took out a Den Den Mushi from his body and answered it. A voice suddenly came from the other side and fell into the ears of the three people. "Princess Vivi and the Straw Hat crew have been found. They are now trying to break through us and enter Albana." Quote. "They are dead." Hearing Ms. Two Fingers report, Crocodile suddenly laughed out loud. "Goo ha 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 ha. Did you hear that, Cobra? Your last savior was also caught by our people. She couldn't have escaped the pursuit of those people. The Straw Hat crew are all newcomers, and only their captain is a pirate with a bounty of 60 million Baileys. A pirate group of this level has no strength to fight with me. Speaking, Crocodile suddenly looked fierce, with anger in his eyes, and said to the Den Den Mushi in a low voice. Leave the Straw Hat boy to me, I will deal with that guy myself after I finish my business. Yes, Ms. Ergi's report came from the other end of the Den Den Mushi. After the 5 Vivi slipped in through different doors, the rebels finally arrived at the foot of the south gate wall. Looking at the city gate in front of them, all the rebels were in high spirits. Charge! Concentrate your forces to break through the south gate in one fell swoop. Break through the city gate, destroy the king's army, and capture Albana. Ah, capture Albana, charge! Amid roars and screams, the rebels rushed along the steps to the south gate. However, Kosa, the leader of this group, was extremely confused. Why did he always feel that the king's army's combat effectiveness was very low? Why were the shells on the city wall always inaccurate? These questions made him very confused, and he vaguely felt that something had happened. Under the fierce attack of the rebel army, the gate of the royal army was easily breached. The rebels officially entered Albana, and this made Kosa even more confused. He said to a rebel cadre next to him, "You take the troops and move forward first, and I will go into the palace to have a look myself." As soon as he finished speaking, the man exclaimed worriedly, "What are you going to do, Kosa? Now is a good opportunity for us to attack Albana in one go. If we miss it, we may lose this opportunity." Kosa shook it and said, "I still feel something is wrong. You stay here and take command. I'll come back as soon as I go. Besides, I also want to go to the palace and see the king if I need anything." After saying this, Kosa did not wait for the other party to reply, and headed towards the palace in the North District alone. At the same time, the good news that the rebel army successfully broke through once again reached Crocodile. Unknown currency A, unknown currency A, unknown currency A, unknown currency A. The rebels have entered Albana. You have truly fallen, Cobra. The king's army was trained to be so vulnerable by you that it was able to break through the first line of defense so quickly. Crocodile looked up to the sky and laughed, mocking Babybra. Cobra looked down and said helplessly, "Isn't this all your fault? A large number of the king's army defected to the rebel army, and the morale within the king's army has long been lost. Now that you've kidnapped me, how can they have the fighting spirit and resistance?" Crocodile laughed loudly and said, "Plus or minus A, unknown currency A, unknown currency A, unknown currency A. This is not okay, Cobra. If the king's army is defeated so easily, then won't the war that I have carefully planned for so long be wasted?" As soon as Crocodile finished speaking, Robin's voice suddenly came from beside him. "Arrive." Crocodile stopped laughing when he heard this and looked forward. "I saw an extremely magnificent mausoleum, which was as luxurious as a castle. Finally, is it here?" Crocodile let out a sigh and slowly raised the corners of his mouth. At the same time, rapeseed flowers were on the square. Nochigao's live broadcast equipment has been prepared. The suddenly prepared projection equipment made everyone in the audience extremely curious. But they all only dared to watch from a distance and did not dare to step forward. There was constant chatter among the crowd. "Hey, what are you going to put there? Yes, please answer us. Why haven't you started yet? What are you waiting for? It would be great if you could show us the battle situation in Albana." Someone mentioned this, and the whole audience suddenly burst into laughter. "That's right, show us the battle situation in Albana. The most touching thing in Alabasta right now is the war going on in Alba. So now everyone wants to know what's going on over there." Just then, Nuachigao's phone rang. Puff, puff, puff. She answered the call immediately. Then I heard Luffy's voice over there. "It's time to begin." After receiving the instruction, Nuochi raised the corner of her mouth and turned on the screening phone amid the expectations of everyone around her. As the projection phone bug reflected the projection on the huge screen, a picture suddenly caught everyone's eyes. Albana. Zoro rides a super fast running duck through the city gate and rushes through the city. Behind him, Mr. One was chasing after him. After passing through several alleys, Zoro glanced around, searching nearby and found a place with a good view and where it was difficult to be discovered. Then he took out the video phone bug that he had prepared long ago and put it in a safe place. and reported the news to Luffy. Luffy, I'm ready. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. One also rushed out of an alley and stood in front of him. At the same time, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, and Chopper also arranged everything and reported it to Luffy. This side is ready. Ready. After receiving the news that everyone was ready, Luffy informed Nakigao. It's time to begin. Meanwhile, Rape blossoms. The moment Nakigao received the order, the already prepared projection phone immediately started working, and one picture after another came into everyone's eyes. Above the curtain, there are 6 pictures and 6 locations. The first picture shown was a place that looked a little dim but was luxuriously built. But there is no one in this picture, so people basically focus on the other 5 pictures. I saw 2 people standing in each of the 5 pictures, each facing each other. And in the same picture, there is a person wrapped in a white burqa, with a tight waist. The moment they saw the picture, the crowd immediately started talking. What's in this? Who are they? Why do you feel that the place they are in is familiar? There were many residents who had escaped from Albana in the crowd. When some people saw some familiar buildings in the background, they suddenly exclaimed. This place is Albana. Look, the building behind that bald head, that's my home. As the first person identified the location, more and more such voices sounded among the crowd. I've been to that place. It's indeed Albana, that place is near my home. Hey, listen carefully, you can still hear the sound of fighting. Someone reminded me again. Everyone listened carefully, and from time to time they could hear various roars and shouts coming from the screen. Come on. Defeat the king's army. After confirming that the location in the picture was Albana and that the war had begun, the crowd was excited. Hey, little girl, don't show us these people, show us the war scenes. We want to see the rebel army defeat those king's army. That's right, look at those king's troops being defeated, look at that king being overthrown. Rebel army, defeat the king's army, defeat that king. Down with the king. The crowd became more and more excited, attracting more and more people to come and watch. In the blink of an eye, the entire square was densely packed with people, and some even climbed onto the roof, all shouting words like, "Down with the king's army," and "Down with the king." In the crowd, Smoker and Tashigi were also mixed in. Both of them looked puzzled, looking at the inexplicable scene that suddenly appeared. At this moment, the people in the picture who were wrapped in burqas took off their burqas one after another, revealing their true colors. For a moment, Smoker and Tashigi's pupils were shocked, and their faces were full of shock. Tashigi couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. That's Straw Hat Crew. That's Roronoa Zoro. Smoker frowned at this moment, staring at the characters in the pictures, biting his cigar and said in a deep voice. Why are the Straw Hat Crew there? Where did the Straw Hat Kid go? And those people who are confronting them, who are they? At this moment, Tashigi suddenly remembered something and exclaimed. Colonel Smoker, look at the man opposite Roronoa Zoro. I know that man. His name is Daz Bonus. He is a very famous killer in West Blue. I heard that he is very powerful. Tashigi noticed another picture and exclaimed again. And that, the one dancing ballet is Bon Suimo, a wanted criminal with a bounty of 32 million Baileys. And that slender woman is Sarah Poison Spider with a bounty of 35 million Baileys. As more and more people were recognized, the confusion and shock in Tashigi's eyes became stronger and stronger. It can't be wrong. All the people who are confronting the Straw Hat Crew are famous killers and bounty hunters. Quote. Why, so many criminals would gather together and join the Straw Hat Crew? What is going on? Tashigi's eyes were full of confusion, and his voice became smaller and smaller as he spoke to the end. When Smoker heard what Tashigi said, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter, and a man appeared in his mind, and he thought to himself. Straw Hat Crew, what do you want to do? Just as Smoker and Tashigi were talking, a man standing behind them had a look of shock in his eyes. He heard everything the two had just said. Straw Hat Crew, isn't this the pirate group of the recently famous, the worst newcomer, Straw Hat Luffy? This man was shocked and recalled the name. Just then, the crowd exclaimed again. Look, someone appeared in the first picture. Quote, boom. When people saw the characters in the picture clearly, the crowd suddenly cheered. Isn't that Mr. Crocodile? Why did Mr. Crocodile appear in the picture? Look, the man next to Mr. Crocodile. That's the king. Really? But why was the king tied up? He looks like he was abused. Did Mr. Crocodile tie up the king? What is going on? The crowd was full of confusion and shock. And Tashigi and Smoker's pupils also trembled. Tashigi exclaimed, "Colonel Smoker, look at the woman next to Crocodile. Isn't that the Nikkwan builder who was offered a reward of 79 million Baileys by the world government when she was 8 years old? Why is she here, and with Crocodile? And why does the king of this country look like he was kidnapped by them?" While Tashigi exclaimed, Smoker was also extremely shocked. The impact of the pictures one after another made his mind full of questions at this moment. However, what worried him the most was not. It is impossible for two big figures like this to get together for no reason. What earth-shattering things are they going to do? Smoker thought to himself. At the same time, the man behind them was getting more and more shocked, and his eyes were almost popping out. A bounty of 79 million Baileys at the age of 8, this is a super pirate. He listened to Smoker continue. This live broadcast was organized by Straw Hat Crew, and now they are facing a group of criminals. Plus, that Shichibukai Crocodile and a bounty criminal of the world government are together. From all these, it is very likely that the killers are gathered by crocodiles. Quote, as the target of Straw Hat Crew this time. Shichibukai Crocodile. Hearing this, the man's mind was suddenly shocked, and his face was full of original body and disbelief. He was in turmoil, and he kept exclaiming, "The worst newcomer Straw Hat Boy versus Shichibukai Crocodile. This is big news that is shocking the world. We have to report to President Morgans quickly." The next second, he suddenly rushed out of the crowd like crazy. At the same time, just as the crowd was talking about the few pictures that had just appeared over there in Albana, when Mr. One saw Zoro taking off his burqa and revealing his true face, he frowned and sighed. "Har, looks like I'm out of luck. I didn't meet the real Princess Vivi." As he spoke, Mr. One shook his head, looked at Zoro and said, "Forget it. Leave Princess Vivi to them. Since you have been encountered by me, I will take you." Mr. One's tone was casual and very casual. It sounded like he was facing a person who was completely ignored by him and treated like an ant. Faced with this contempt, Zoro looked calm, without any anger or anger. Instead, he asked, "What's your number?" Mr. One crossed his arms, glanced at Zoro with contempt, and said coldly, "1." Zoro heard this and continued, "In other words, you are the strongest person in Baroque Studio besides that Shichibukai Crocodile." Mr. One said confidently and calmly without thinking. "That's right." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed the corners of Zoro's mouth rising, and an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. Mr. One suddenly asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why are you laughing?" Zoro stopped smiling, shook his head and said, "No, it's nothing. But there is a secret passage in my heart. This way, it should be fine." While Zoro was thinking about it, the rapeseed flower square also completely boiled and exploded. What did that man just say? He said he was the strongest person besides Mr. Crocodile. What does that mean? Hey, Baroque Studio, I've heard of this name. Isn't this a very famous criminal organization? No way. From what they said, Mr. Crocodile is a member of this organization. Is Mr. Crocodile a criminal like this kind of person? Please give me flowers. Don't forget, Crocodile is a pirate. In the crowd, someone said such a sentence, and everyone was stunned. Crocodile is the image of a people's hero in this country, so most people have long forgotten his identity as a pirate, only remembering that he is a Shichibukai who protects the people. But, now after being reminded of this, everyone immediately recalled it. For a moment, the crowd became extremely shocked, arguing whether Crocodile was a people's hero or a pirate criminal. Just when people were arguing and discussing, another picture appeared. Sanji and MR2 stand opposite each other. When it was discovered that Sanji's true identity was not Vivi, Mr. 2 looked at Sanji, spread his legs, squatted slightly, and said angrily, "Hateful, how dare you deceive the slave family? The slave family hates being deceived by others." Sanji looked indifferent, took a puff of cigarette, then looked at him and said calmly, "Oh, don't you often lie to others? I heard that you can look like someone else, even the voice and appearance are exactly the same. You dare to say that you hate deception the most. Regarding the information about the executives of Baroque Studio, Luffy asked Robin to inform everyone early in the morning. And they learned about Baroque Studio's plan from Mr. 3. Knowing that Mr. 2 has become the king's sabotage thing. So Sanji wanted to expose this matter at this time. Mr. 2 suddenly exclaimed when he heard that Sanji actually knew his abilities. Why do you know the slave family's abilities? You guy, where did you hear that? Sanji still looked calm and said calmly. This is all thanks to Mr. 3 in your studio. He told us all about your abilities, and your plans. Mr. 2 immediately became angry when he heard this and cursed. Sanji, on the other hand, showed a look of disbelief and said doubtfully. But then again, is it really possible to completely transform into another person? Even if the appearance changes, the voice cannot change, right? How on earth did you pretend to be the king and deceive those citizens? When Mr. heard Sanji talking about his abilities, he looked like he didn't believe it, and suddenly became proud and said. Of course, the slave's ability is that he can completely transform into another person, even his voice is the same. As Mr. 2 spoke, he reached out and touched his face, turned into Cobra, and spoke proudly in Cobra's voice. See, I am the king of this country now. How is it going? Isn't the slave family very powerful? Mr. 2 asked Sanji proudly while dancing ballet. Sanji took another puff of cigarette, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said calmly. At the same time, Rapeseed Square was dumbfounded again. People looked at the Cobra who was dancing and doing ballet on the screen in disbelief, and they all exclaimed. Then, that king is pretending. Not only the appearance, but also the voice is exactly the same. So, is this the person who destroyed the town this morning? We misunderstood Master Cobra. How could I be stupid enough to doubt His Majesty the King? He is obviously such a good king, I should believe him. For a time, the crowd was filled with voices of regret and annoyance. The voice that had been yelling about defeating the king's army and defeating the king just now completely disappeared at this moment. Instead, people looked at Crocodile in the first picture and became suspicious. These people are all Crocodile's subordinates, that is to say, all of this is planned by Crocodile. Someone made such a guess, and the crowd fell into disbelief and confusion again. No way, that national hero Crocodile wouldn't do such a thing, would he? Yes, he has driven away invading pirates for us many times and protected us. But, how to interpret these people's words? Zoro, Sanji and 3 others almost identified Crocodile as the boss of Baroque Studio through the cadres of Baroque Studio. So at this moment, people have almost no doubt about this, especially after seeing how Mr. 2 can turn into a king. Now, everyone's attention is fixed on the first picture, looking at Crocodile, who is holding a cigar in his mouth and looking excited. And when these people doubted Crocodile, in a narrow and dark alley, the man was breathing heavily, his face full of horror and excitement. Holding a phone tremblingly, he shouted excitedly. President Morgans has big news. Spoon, President Morgans, there's big news. Hearing this excited voice, an interested voice suddenly sounded on the other end of the phone. Oh, what's the big news? The man looked excited, panting heavily, and shouted excitedly. Then, that baddest newcomer, Straw Hat is going to challenge the 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile, Sir Crocodile. After hearing the news, the voice on the other end of the phone became obviously excited and asked with shock. What, are you telling the truth? Just being a Straw Hat boy may not be enough to shock the world, but the identity of 7 warlords of the sea is different. The man continued to speak in an excited tone. It's true. I am in a city in Alabasta right now, and right now, there is a live broadcast of the Straw Hat crew against the Crocodile gang in the square of this city. It looks like, the battle is about to begin. Morgan suddenly became more excited after hearing this and said in surprise. What, you said it's live broadcast? Quick, hurry up and relay the scene. I want to broadcast this battle to the whole world and let the whole world see this big news. The Straw Hat crew, the rookie pirate group, versus the 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile. Big news, this is big news. Morgans cheered with surprise and excitement on the other end of the phone, and the man on the other side immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, President Morgans. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a video phone bug from his bag and ran towards the square again. Before the man talks to Morgans. On this side of the square, everyone's attention was now diverted to the first scene, which showed Crocodile taking the kidnapped King Cobra in a dark room. 367, and before that, the scene of the beginning of the day. A door was pushed open. Bright light shines in, illuminating the originally dark environment. 3 figures walked into the light, and as they continued to approach, people recognized that the people who came were Crocodile, Cobra, and a woman that most people didn't know. Crocodile spread his hands and looked away at the magnificent buildings around him. There was excitement in his eyes, and he smiled. What a wonder. This place. To use the tombs of your royal families as a cover-up is a shame. Goo ha 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 ha. Crocodile laughed. Cobra ignored Crocodile's teasing and said, "It's in the front door." As soon as he finished speaking, Cobra suddenly sat down on the spot. It seemed that he had no intention of following. Crocodile was a little confused when he saw this scene. He stopped and turned to look at Cobra, with a contemptuous smile on his lips, and asked, "What's wrong, Cobra? Why did you stop?" Cobra lowered his head, with doubts in his eyes, as if talking to himself or asking, and whispered, "Crocodile, I have always had a doubt. The dancing fan incident was something you did deliberately, I can understand it. But what I've never been able to figure out is why sandstorms continue to sweep through cities and towns in this country. The buried oasis Aruma was completely destroyed by sandstorms, and Yuba is now constantly experiencing sandstorms and is on the verge of destruction. But, before the dancing fans incident, these 2 towns were the most famous oases in the country. At that time, there were no such constant sweeping sandstorms. Why did dancing fans start to appear after the incident? Is it really just because the country's rainwater has been taken away? Or is it God's will? Cobra had great doubts in his eyes, he still couldn't figure out this problem. Even when he didn't know who was behind the dancing fans incident, he was thinking about the sandstorm. This sudden and strange natural phenomenon is really puzzling. So when he knew that Crocodile was behind the scenes, he wanted to ask whether this incident was God's will or whether it was related to Crocodile. After Cobra finished asking the question, Crocodile suddenly laughed. Goo ha 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 ha. God willing. Crocodile stopped laughing, and his expression suddenly became contemptuous. He looked down at Cobra, who was sitting on the ground, and said coldly, "Cobra, do you know why this country is like this now?" Cobra raised his head when he heard this and looked at Crocodile doubtfully. Then, he saw a contemptuous smile on Crocodile's lips and said to him, "That's all because of you. Because the citizens of this country are so stupid. O plus or minus A unknown currency Anna." Crocodile threw his head back and laughed as he said this. At the same time, all the citizens in the Rapeseed Flower Square who saw this scene opened their mouths in disbelief, their eyes were full of shock, and their expressions were extremely sad. It's like being suddenly betrayed by your most trusted friend. Even if you hear the truth, you still can't believe it and can't accept it for a short period of time. Crocodile. Mr. Crocodile, what are you talking about? Isn't this true? How could that national hero say such a thing? No way. No way. Fake. This must be fake. This Mr. Crocodile must be fake. The real Mr. Crocodile would never say that to us. He is the hero who protects us. The square was filled with voices of sadness and reluctance to accept this fact. Smoker looked at such a scene and snorted with disdain. Sure enough. Pirates are pirates. The same goes for 7 warlords of the sea. In the scene, Crocodile's laughter gradually stopped, and then he looked at Cobra with an expression like he was looking at a fool, and said contemptuously, "Whether it's the dancing fan incident, the sandstorms that continue to sweep through the city, or this incident that triggered the rebels to launch a decisive battle, the citizens of this country are like fools who can't think. They will believe whatever you let them see. When they see that it rains only in your city, Albana, they will believe that you took away the rain. They see you wreaking havoc on the street and they're going to believe you're a jerk." Quote. Crocodile said, and suddenly stretched out his right hand, and a small sandstorm quickly appeared in the center of his palm. Just listen to him continue. "See, this is what you call providence. It doesn't matter if it's you or that stupid old man who spends his days digging wells in Juba. You have always only believed in what you saw, treating the sandstorm sweeping the city as a natural phenomenon, and even calling it God's will. Quote. Crocodile suddenly called Cobra, then looked into Cobra's eyes and said every word. You, and the citizens of this country are really, extremely stupid. Plus or minus A. Unknown currency A. Unknown currency A. Unknown currency A. Unknown currency A. Only Crocodile's laughter was left in the air, and Cobra lowered his head in silence at this moment, constantly thinking about Crocodile's words and thinking about his own mistakes in his mind. At the same time, he gripped the ground tightly with his hands, tears of regret overflowing from his eyes. At the same time, rape flowers were on the square. The whole place was silent, and only Crocodile's arrogant and ruthless ridicule could be heard. The citizens all looked like sculptures, staring blankly at the laughing man on the screen. They were like Cobra, trapped in memories of the past. Thinking back on how Cobra once cared about this country, how he cared about them as citizens, and how much they trusted and liked the king at that time. They also recalled how, since the dancing fan incident, they had doubted the king, how they began to slowly distrust the king, and now they had grown to hate the king. After a brief period of days and silence, tears welled up in the eyes of countless people in the square. They gritted their teeth and apologized to the king they had misunderstood, and scolded themselves. I'm sorry, Your Majesty the King. I'm sorry, Lord Cobra. Idiot, what on earth have I been doing so far? I actually doubted that king. If he hadn't led someone to rescue me from the pirates, I would have been killed by the pirates long ago. I have also received help from His Majesty the King. When I accidentally fell into the sea when I was a child, His Majesty the King personally rescued me. I was also helped by that king. TB. The square was filled with the voices of remorseful and self-reproaching citizens, and some people who had been helped by Cobra told their own stories. At this moment, a shout suddenly sounded from the crowd. It's a crocodile. It's a crocodile that took away the rain in this country. It's a crocodile that started the war in this country. It's the crocodile that caused this country to become like this. Defeat the crocodile and drive him out of this country. The first such sound sounded, and soon countless such sounds followed. Down with the crocodile and drive him out of the country. Down with the crocodile and rescue His Majesty the King. As the number of such voices increased, they eventually involuntarily evolved into the same slogan. Just look at the rapeseed flower square at this moment, and the people are furious and chanting this slogan angrily. Down with the crocodile. Down with the crocodile. Smoker glanced at the people around him and said to himself. It has caused public outrage, this crocodile. It seems that this country is going to undergo a big change. I'm afraid, Shichibukai is going to change too. When Smoker said these words, a figure appeared in his mind again, and he said doubtfully in his heart. Straw Hat. Are you planning to save this country? After exposing Crocodile's conspiracy, his crew also faced off against Crocodile's men, which forced Smoker to make such conjectures. Tashigi, how long until support from headquarters arrives? Smoker suddenly asked. Tashigi was stunned for a moment when he was suddenly asked this question, but after a brief thought, and replied quickly, 3 days to go, Colonel Smoker. Smoker fell into deep thought after hearing this, while Tashigi looked at this scene with confusion on his face. What's the matter, Colonel Smoker? Do you think the Straw Hat crew might be overpowered by the crocodiles? No support is needed. Tashigi looked at Smoker innocently. Then he saw Smoker suddenly turning her head, gritting her teeth, and scolded her like crazy. You idiot, that crocodile is no match for Straw Hat. Although I have never seen the strength of his crew, have you forgotten how the 100 bounty hunters in Whiskey Mountain were killed? At that time we found a conscious person. What did that guy say? You idiot, think about it carefully. Tashigi shrank his head, shivering as he was scolded by Smoker, recalling the scene in his mind. They were stunned when they arrived at Whiskey Hill. I saw corpses everywhere. After searching carefully, they found a person who still had a trace of breath left. What happened here? How did you become like this? What did you say? What 3 people? 3 people, just took care of all of us. Monsters. Those guys are monsters, terribly strong monsters. Who are they? Their captain is Straw Hat. After saying the last sentence, the man died of anger. His thoughts returned to the present, and Tashigi couldn't help but look at the screen, those Straw Hat boys, especially the man with 3 knives, and thought to himself. Roronoa Zoro, how strong are you? Just as the crowd in the square chanted the slogan, "Down with the crocodile," a real-time broadcast quietly spread throughout the world at lightning speed. Naval Headquarters. In a conference room, Sengoku sits on the top seat, with Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru on one side below, and Garp, Suru, and other Marine executives sitting on the other side. They were having a routine daily Marine high-level meeting. "Okay, this meeting ends here," Sengoku said to the people below. Everyone then stood up one after another and prepared to leave. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the door. "Marshal Sengoku, something happened." After hearing this, everyone looked toward the door and saw a Marine with a nervous and anxious look on his face. "What's wrong? What happened?" Sengoku asked 0.6. The Marine glanced at the many bosses present and swallowed unconsciously, realizing that he had acted too panicked just now. After taking a deep breath, the Marine answered, "It's that Straw Hat boy." As soon as these words came out, everyone turned their attention to Garp. Sengoku yelled angrily, quote. Garp, on the other hand, picked his nose with his fingers and looked up at the ceiling, as if he didn't hear anything. The Marine continued, "The Straw Hat Pirates are currently confronting Sandcrocker, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. It looks like they are about to start a fight. I don't know who secretly planned the live broadcast of this confrontation. Now this live broadcast has been broadcast all over the world by the president of that news agency, Morgans." After this Marine finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. The impact of the live broadcast around the world is not small, especially regarding the combat power of the world's ruler, the 7 warlords of the sea. It's so scary. That Straw Hat boy has just started to challenge Shichibukai not long after he was put on a bounty. What a scary newcomer. HMPH. He caused so many troubles just after he went to sea. If he is left here, he will be a trouble in the future. I think it would be best to send someone to get rid of him as soon as possible. In fact, I received a report yesterday that Smoker requested support from Naval Headquarters to go to Alabasta to capture the Straw Hat Kid. There are currently 30 warships closest to Alabasta. We are already rushing there, and they should all arrive in 3 days. Quote. The 3 admirals said one after another. Sengoku frowned at this time and said to the Marine, "Hurry up and prepare the live broadcast screen for me." Marine saluted and said, "It's ready, Marshal Sengoku." Suddenly, under the leadership of this Marine, a group of Naval Headquarters bosses walked towards another room, and Garp followed quietly. Dressrosa. In a dark room, Doflamingo and a group of cadres looked at a scene in front of them. In the picture, there is a huge curtain, and 6 pictures are played on the curtain. 5 of the 6 pictures are not that eye-catching. Only the laughing man in the first picture attracted the attention of Doflamingo and others. At the same time, in addition to the huge curtain, one could vaguely see the surrounding crowd, as well as the blue-haired woman guarding under the huge curtain. There is a circle of strange plants surrounding the woman, blocking all those who want to get close. Although you can't see the surrounding environment completely, you can always hear a neat and loud slogan, "Down with the crocodile." Looking at this scene, Doflamingo couldn't help laughing. It has been condemned by all the people. What exactly did that sand do to cause national outrage? Diamante glanced at all 6 pictures and couldn't help but wonder. Didn't that news agency President Morgans initially report that Straw Hat Kid was challenging Crocodile? Why didn't you see Straw Hat Kid? Torbal said with a big nose and a smile. Maybe he was scared away. Crocodile is a Shichibukai like Dover, not just anyone can challenge it. Pika said in a particularly high-pitched voice. I heard that Straw Hat is now the most famous newcomer, and his initial bounty was as high as 60 million Baileys. There are also rumors that when someone was eating at a restaurant in East Blue, they heard the chef there say that he saw Straw Hat defeat the world's best swordsman Hawkeye. I don't know if it's true or not. As soon as Pika finished speaking, Doflamingo couldn't help laughing again. Bah, 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 bah. Do you believe that nonsense, Pika? Who is that Hawkeye? Don't you know? That guy is a man that even I find difficult. He was defeated by a newcomer from East Blue. Do not make jokes. Bah. The other cadres also laughed loudly at this moment, which made Pika very embarrassed. Holy Land Mariajoy. A huge conference room. The 5 elders sat together and watched the live broadcast ahead. Wachulashang, who is bald, has a mustache and a birthmark on his forehead, frowned and said solemnly as he listened to the slogans that kept ringing in the video. What do you think about this? Saint Moshe, who had long straight white hair and a beard, had cold eyes and said coldly. Crocodile is a pirate recognized by the government of our world. Now he has caused the anger of so many people and his influence has spread all over the world. This is a loss of face for the government of our world. Saint Satan, who had curly hair, frowned and said in a deep voice. That's right. Regardless of the outcome of this incident, we should consider replacing Shichibukai. Ask the bald swordsman Nasturo say. So what should we do with the current live broadcast? The bad impact caused by crocodiles has spread all over the world. Saint Peter, who had blonde hair, said firmly. Contact Marine who is currently in Alabasta as soon as possible and ask them to stop this live broadcast before it is seen by more people. A small island in New World. The sky is dark and the earth is dark, with the light of swords and shadows. Shanks is having a shocking battle with Hawkeye. At this time, Ben Beckman suddenly broke into the battle between the two and said, Boss, there is news about Luffy. Shanks and Hawkeye stopped their offensive at the same time after hearing this, with a look of interest in their eyes. Oh, what news? Shanks asked with a smile, and then followed Beckman towards the island, with Hawkeye following behind. IWC. In a huge room, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin was eating desserts with big mouthfuls, making excited sounds from her mouth. STS, pound STS. At this time, Perospero pushed the door open and said, Mom, something interesting happened. At the same time, Wano-kuni Onigashima, the Whitebeard Pirates Moby Dick, and almost every named character in the Grand Line were attracted by the live broadcast that Morgans promoted. Everyone is paying attention to this live broadcast. Alabasta, Rapeseed Flower Square. While the crowd was still chanting, down with the crocodile, Crocodile in the first picture gradually stopped laughing. He looked at Cobra, who was sitting on the ground, looking regretful and self-blaming, and the contempt on his face became even stronger. The corners of Crocodile's mouth suddenly rose, with inexplicable amusement in his eyes, and he spoke slowly. Tell you one more thing, Cobra. Hearing Crocodile's claim that he still had something to tell him, Cobra suddenly raised his head in confusion and looked up at Crocodile, who looked unruly at the moment. Then he saw Crocodile looking down at him with a smile on his face, and said, Didn't you always want to stop this war? I will help you fulfill this wish. Hearing what Crocodile said, Cobra and all the people of Alabasta who were watching the live broadcast looked puzzled. Wasn't Crocodile the one who started this war? Why help stop the war? Then they listened to Crocodile continue. The square of Albana is the center of the battle between the King's army and the rebel army. At 4:30 in the afternoon, that is, 10 minutes from now, there will be a bombardment of powerful artillery shells. That's a special cannonball that can destroy everything within a 5-kilometer radius. As soon as these words came out, Cobra and all the Alabasta citizens looked shocked. The combined number of the King's army and the rebel army numbered millions. If the bomb really exploded, it would kill millions of people in an instant. While everyone was in shock, the smile on Crocodile's face became more and more obvious as he continued. At that time, this war will end with this grand artillery fire. This country will also usher in new life and welcome their new master. Goo ha 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 ha. Crocodile opened his arms, raised his head and laughed, enjoying the joy of having everything under his control and being allowed to play with others. Such a scene immediately caused screams of fear and wailing in the square. That devil, is he going to kill all the rebels and the King's army? A bomb with a radius of 5 kilometers. If it really explodes, all the rebels and the King's army will be wiped out, and this country will fall into hell. No, my family is still in the rebel army. This bomb must not explode. Quick, we have to stop this explosion quickly. Hurry up and contact the people you know in Albana and tell them to stop the war and stop this explosion. Someone in the crowd gave a reminder, and anyone who knew the rebel army or the King's army took out their phones to contact them. Smoker looked at this scene and shook his head and said, It's useless. There's a war involving millions of people, and there are killings everywhere. Who has time to pay attention to phone bugs? This country, I'm afraid it's going to end. Just when Smoker sighed, puff, 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 a phone call suddenly rang from Tashigi. Colonel Smoker, it's too noisy here. I'll go outside the square first. Tashigi said this and planned to leave the square and answer the phone outside. Smoker glanced at Tashigi, nodded, and then turned his attention to the video again. At this time, Cobra in the screen suddenly stood up. Crocodile is still laughing, but he also noticed Cobra's actions, followed his figure with his eyes, and smiled. What's wrong, Cobra? You don't think about running back to stop the explosion now, do you? It's too late, no one can stop it. Whether it's a war or an explosion, no one can stop it. Unknown currency A, unknown currency A, unknown currency A, unknown currency A. Crocodile laughed and suddenly saw Cobra running towards a hidden corner. This made Crocodile suspicious. The next second, he heard Cobra shouting worriedly towards the corner. Straw Hat. Contact Straw Hat quickly. Let him stop this explosion quickly. Did you hear that? Straw Hat's companion. Hurry up. Let him stop the explosion. Quote. As Cobra shouted loudly, Crocodile's world suddenly became quiet. His mouth was open, maintaining a smile, but he couldn't make any sound. He stared blankly in the direction of Cobra, his eyes full of doubts. Then, he calmed down and walked over slowly. Pulling Cobra away in front of him, he saw a phone bug whose body was covered, with only 2 eyes exposed, facing him. For a moment, Crocodile was stunned as if someone had fixed him. And at the same time, rapeseed flowers in the square. The crowd also became quiet, and everyone stared at the man on the screen who was also stunned. Cobra's words just now were recalled in his mind. His Majesty the King, what were you talking about just now? Straw Hat. Why did His Majesty the King ask Straw Hat to stop this explosion? Is this live broadcast jointly organized by His Majesty the King and the Straw Hat Kid? Are they jointly dealing with the crocodile? The crocodile looks like it doesn't know it's live. While the crowd was talking a lot, Nojigao quickly took out a phone bug after hearing Cobra's words and contacted Luffy. Dressrosa. Doflamingo looked at the stunned crocodile on the screen and couldn't help laughing. Hash 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 hash. It looks like he has been tricked. What a rare sight. Someone actually made a crocodile. Was it made by Straw Hat? Hash 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 hash. After laughing for a while, Doflamingo suddenly stopped laughing, raised the corners of his mouth, and smiled with strong interest in his eyes. Things are getting interesting. Naval Headquarters. Inside a house, Sengoku and other Marine senior executives were sitting among them. Everyone was staring at a video screen playing in front of them. In the screen, Crocodile stared at the camera, his eyes unblinking. The emotions in his eyes were extremely complicated, as if the world suddenly collapsed, and he couldn't react for a while, just like a sculpture. Like, standing there in a daze. Seeing such a scene, Kizaru couldn't help pouting and said with a lewd expression. How pitiful, Crocodile. It looks like you suddenly came home and saw your whole family dead. Everyone present heard Kizaru describe this, and everyone cast a meaningful look. And Kizaru also read something from everyone's eyes when they looked at him. Sengoku. If you don't speak, no one will think you are mute. Garp. Good point, hehe. Keep going, Aokiji. It seems quite similar. Akainu. You are the only one who talks a lot. Funeral hall. Crocodile stared blankly at the phone bug. For a moment, the brain seemed to have lost the ability to think and didn't know how to react. 3 years. He had been planning for this moment for 3 years. Starting with the initial incident of dancing fans, and then gradually sweeping the city with sandstorms, the people gradually lost patience with the king. And the final plan for this launch will completely trigger a war. Seeing that his goal finally reached the last moment after 3 years of secret planning. Pluton's information is about to be cracked, and the country's seizure is imminent. But the result, such a video phone bug appeared. The sudden appearance of a small snail made Crocodile feel as if he had been struck by lightning. His soul seemed to be ripped out of him, and he stood there like a zombie. He knew in his heart that what he just said must have been recorded and played. 260 I'm afraid there are countless people in front of the camera right now, watching him standing here in a daze. The plan he had prepared for 3 years suddenly collapsed at this moment. The corner of Crocodile's mouth suddenly twitched. Quote. Unknown currency A, unknown currency A, unknown currency A, unknown currency A. Crocodile suddenly laughed wildly, as if he were crazy. Everyone in the rapeseed flower square couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. Countless viewers around the world who watched the live broadcast were also frightened by Crocodile's laughter and appearance. At this moment, Crocodile looks like the calm before the storm, as if it will turn into a frightening devil in the next second. And just like everyone else feels, Crocodile, who was laughing maniacally, suddenly stopped laughing, turned his head suddenly, and looked at Cobra beside him. In an instant, Cobra and countless viewers around the world were shocked, with infinite horror and fear in their eyes. I saw Crocodile at this moment. His face was ferocious, his brows were furrowed and seemed to be squeezed together, the cigar in his mouth was bitten with a click, his teeth were clattering, and the expression on his face. His muscles were beating constantly, and the anger in his eyes looked like he wanted to tear people to pieces. His whole person exuded an aura that made people extremely fearful. Then, everyone saw Crocodile maintaining this look, staring directly at Cobra, speaking every word in an extremely low voice. "Who did this? Is it you, or Straw Hat?" Crocodile's voice was so deep that it seemed to be suffocating, and the look he looked at Cobra was even more murderous, making people afraid to look at him. Facing Crocodile's questioning, Cobra had fear in his eyes, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "It's me." Crocodile saw through Cobra's lie at a glance, curled his lips, snorted, and said in a low voice, "HMPH. Boring." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand casually, and a sharp sand blade suddenly shot out from his hand, causing a shocking wound on Cobra's chest. Ah! Blood spurted out, and Cobra screamed and fell to the ground. Without blinking, Crocodile then turned his attention to the phone bug, looked at the camera, and said in a deep voice every word. "Straw Hat Boy, you have pissed me off. Hurry up. Come here quickly. I can't help it anymore. I'm going to get angry." When Crocodile said the last words, it was like the roar of a wild beast, extremely penetrating. Everyone in front of the camera was frightened when they saw this scene. At the same time, Luffy was holding a phone to contact Nokigao, and Crocodile's voice reached his ears through the phone. Listening to Crocodile's angry voice, Luffy also had anger in his eyes. The seeds of their battle had already been planted when they were at Whiskey Mountain. While Luffy was thinking about it, Vivi suddenly screamed excitedly. "Arrive, Funeral Hall." After Crocodile made a provocative declaration to Luffy in front of the camera, he no longer cared about the live broadcast. At this point, his actions were exposed, and he would definitely not be able to seize this country. At the moment, he only shifted his attention to Pluton. This is his most important goal this time. As long as he has Pluton, he still has absolute power, and then he can start to develop other countries. As for the Den Den Mushi in front of him, he wants to keep it. He wants to crush the Straw Hat Boy who ruined his plan in front of everyone watching the live broadcast. This is enough to eliminate the anger in his heart. Retracting his thoughts, Crocodile turned his head and looked at Robin. Robin went to the room where the historical text was placed alone when he and Cobra were talking. However, that room is not within the range that the Den Den Mushi can record. This is also what Luffy specifically reminded Yuta, asking her not to record the historical text on the screen, otherwise the country will not be at peace. Crocodile walked into the room at this moment, and his figure completely disappeared from the live broadcast screen. Rapeseed Flower Square. When people saw Crocodile slash Cobra to the ground with a sand blade, everyone was filled with worry and anger. And at this moment, looking at the figure lying there in the picture, everyone couldn't help but lament with sadness. That devil gave His Majesty the King too. Is His Majesty the King okay? We have to find someone to save him quickly. Who can save His Majesty the King now? The King's army and the rebel army are fighting fiercely, and there are bombs that destroy everything in the square. I think this country is going to be ruined. Don't let this happen. Someone stop the war, stop the explosion, and save the king. Just as people were lamenting despair, someone in the square suddenly exclaimed, "Straw Hat Boy." Didn't His Majesty ask Straw Hat Boy to stop the explosion at that time? Now I'm afraid only he can save this country. As soon as these words came out, the square was boiling. Where is Straw Hat Boy? Please come out and save this country. Straw Hat Boy, please show up. Someone shouted to Nokigo at the bottom of the screen. Hey, you are Straw Hat Boy's companion. Contact him quickly and ask him to save this country. Yes, contact Straw Hat Boy quickly. Please. Looking at so many people asking Luffy for help, Nokigo couldn't help but think of the time when Luffy led them in the Kokoja village. She also understood the feelings of these citizens very well, and raised a Den Den Mushi in her hand and said loudly, "My captain is now opposite this Den Den Mushi, if you have anything to say, just tell him directly." When Nokigo said this, the whole square suddenly rang with deafening cries for help. Everyone was shouting the same voice. "Straw Hat Boy, save this country." Smoker was deeply shocked by such a scene and couldn't help but sigh. "Straw Hat Boy, it seems that you have replaced Crocodile and become the hero in the hearts of the people of this country." At the same time, Luffy held the Den Den Mushi in his hand, and the earth-shaking cry for help from it rang in his and Vivi's ears. "This way!" Vivi shouted excitedly and led Luffy to shuttle through the Royal Tomb Sea. Thousands of cries for help made them excited. Holy Land Mariajoy. The 5 elders looked at the screen and listened to the cries of thousands of citizens for help, and they all frowned. Saint Vouchery angrily slapped the table and shouted, "That Crocodile has lost face for our world government this time." Saint Pitt said in a deep voice with an angry look on his face. "The most important thing is that this will make people lose trust in our world government." Saint Nasujiro frowned and asked, "Haven't we contacted Alabasta's marine just now? Why hasn't anyone stopped this live broadcast?" Moshe Saint said coldly with an indifferent expression, "There are so many people in the square, I'm afraid it will take some time for them to come in." Satan Saint looked at the woman holding the Den Den Mushi at the bottom of the screen, with a chill in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "The Straw Hat crew who caused this incident. They are the ones who took the lead. They ruined the image of our world government. Unforgivable. We must never forgive them easily." Dressrosa. Doflamingo laughed again. "Foo foo 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 foo." Civilians asked a pirate for help, but it was to resist a Shichibukai. This time, those old guys in Mariajoy are going to have a headache. Hash 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 hash. Diamante said a little bored. "But why hasn't that Straw Hat Kid appeared yet? It's so boring to wait. I really want to see them fight soon." Torebel suddenly shouted out loud, "Look, the people in the other scenes seem to be fighting." Pika had recovered from her embarrassment and said in a shrill voice, "Although it's definitely boring to watch a group of minions fighting, there's nothing else to kill time now. I hope these pirates can fight a little more decently, don't let me get bored." When the Don Quixote family paid attention to the other scenes, the whole world was now almost forced to shift its attention to the other scenes because the first scene had lost its interest. They swept through the 5 scenes and finally landed on the last one. It seems that the impatient mole woman, Ms. Merry Christmas, is going to fight the reindeer on the opposite side first. Before the fight, she kept digging holes in the ground with her claws. At this moment, the surrounding ground was already densely covered with dozens of large holes. Ms. Merry Christmas hid half of her body in a hole, and half of her body was exposed to insult and mock Chopper. "Pig, you stupid pig. When I was digging a hole just now, you didn't attack me, but asked stupid questions like whether I was a member of the Baroque studio. This land is my home now. No one can defeat me in my home. You are definitely not my opponent. Go to hell," Ms. Merry Christmas roared, and the whole person shrank into the hole and disappeared. Chopper suddenly reacted after hearing what Ms. Merry Christmas said, and exclaimed, "Oh no, just now I was thinking about how to make her reveal her identity, and I didn't notice these holes." Looking at Ms. Merry Christmas who had completely disappeared at this moment, Chopper suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, with worry and fear in his eyes. It's over, I'm dead now. That mole woman said this land is her home, and no one can defeat her in her home. No, I have to use all my strength and go all out to try to escape from here first." Quote. Chopper muttered to himself quickly, and then took out a blue ball from his pocket. Just as he was about to eat it, his feet suddenly felt empty, and he fell into the hole that Ms. Merry Christmas had just dug from the ground. Seeing such a simple and fast battle that was like playing house, all the viewers watching the live broadcast showed disappointment. Tisk, is that the Straw Hat crew? Isn't that too weak? What about the worst newcomer? I think these are all exaggerated. If the captain is really that strong, how can there be such a weak crew? It's really disappointing, this Straw Hat crew. I heard that Straw Hat crew was going to challenge Shichibukai, and I thought they were so strong. But they are just like this. Is there no news report about Morgans now? Reporting such a boring battle. During the broadcast to the world, Morgans introduced the identities of the two sides in detail to everyone. At that time, many people were interested in Morgans boasting. But now, many people feel extremely disappointed. Dressrosa, Pika snorted angrily. HMPH. I've really waited for nothing. I really can't believe these new pirates. It's a waste of my time to watch this kind of play-like battle. I'm going to go outside to get some fresh air. You can call me after Straw Hat and Crocodile start fighting. After Pika finished speaking, she stood up and prepared to go outside to get some air and relieve herself from being affected by this kind of play fighting. However, at this moment, he just left his seat. Roar. Just then, an extremely violent roar suddenly sounded from the screen. Pika couldn't help but look curiously, and her pupils suddenly trembled. Just see the picture. Suddenly, an extremely tall and powerful giant deer monster, several stories high, sprang out from the ground. The giant deer monster had scarlet eyes, opened its huge mouth, and let out a frightening roar. His body was human-shaped, but he was covered in thick hair, and his human-like palms were tightly holding the mole woman just now. But at this moment, the mole woman had blood at the corner of her mouth, was motionless, looked frightened, and had already lost consciousness. "Ha, you won. Are you so weak?" The giant deer monster held the mole woman in its hand and asked 3 questions in a row like the sound of a wild beast. Such a scene made everyone watching the live broadcast stunned. Everyone opened their mouths in astonishment, with horror and disbelief in their eyes. Then, where did that monster come from? What a terrifying monster. It killed that opponent instantly. Did you hear it just now? That monster seems to have spoken. So scary. A talking monster, a terrifyingly powerful monster. So scary. What about the little raccoon cat from Straw Hat Crew just now? Where did it go? It must have been trampled to pulp by monsters. Pika looked at this scene blankly, with a shocked expression, and shouted in a thin voice. Why is there such a scary monster there? This monster looks very strong. Doflamingo let out a deep laugh after hearing this. Quote, I think this monster is the civet cat just now. Sure enough, it's not that simple to dare to challenge the COD Straw Hat Crew. After hearing Doflamingo's words, Pika once again let out an incredible exclamation. What? The battle between Chopper and Ms. Merry Christmas is over. Immediately afterwards, Usopp and Mr. 4 also entered combat status. Everyone saw on the screen that the big fat man Mr. 4 took down the cannon barrel from behind. The cannon barrel turned into a person with a dog's head and legs, but maintained the body of the cannon barrel, and in his hand, he was holding a baseball bat. At the same time, opposite him, the long-nosed Usopp took out a small slingshot from his backpack, and then, nothing more. For a moment, the audience looking at this scene was dumbfounded again. That big fat man's weapon must have been after eating devil fruit. He turned into that. What's up with that Straw Hat Crew's long nose? How can you use a broken slingshot to fight the opponent's cannon? Look at the baseball bat in the big fat man's hand. It says 4T on it. Could it be that that baseball bat actually weighs 4 tons? See gooey, he can actually hold such a heavy bat. It seems that his attack method should be to use the cannon barrel that has eaten devil fruit to fire the cannonball, and then let him hit it out with a baseball bat. In this way, the impact and power of the cannonball can be. It becomes even scarier. Quote, I think that Straw Hat Crew's long nose is going to be beaten to death. An unknown island on the Grand Line. Buggy's gang and Alvida, who had eaten the slippery fruit, gathered together to watch the live broadcast. Wow, ha 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 ha. The person who beat up the Straw Hat Boy so hard was so brave that he dared to launch me with a cannonball last time, causing me to suffer so much. Come on, big fat guy. Use your cannonballs to blow up the Straw Hat Crew. Buggy clenched his fists and cheered Mr. 4 excitedly. At the same time, Mr. 4 and Usopp raised their weapons at the same time and aimed at each other. I saw a baseball cannonball suddenly ejected from Mr. 4's cannon, and then Mr. 4 swung the bat vigorously and hit the baseball cannon hard. Boom! There was a loud bang. Suddenly, the baseball cannonball was like a thunderous explosion. It became extremely fast and violent. With an astonishing momentum, it cut through the air, made a roar in the air, and rushed straight towards the bird. Thorpe. Boom. There was a loud explosion. Usopp's figure was completely buried in the bomb. Seeing this scene, Buggy couldn't help laughing. Wahahaha. That idiot from the Straw Hat crew didn't even try to hide. He must have been blown up to death. Relieve your anger. Relieve your anger. It's really so refreshing. Wahahaha. When Buggy laughed, everyone else looked confused. They didn't understand why Usopp was standing there and being beaten. At the same time, like Buggy, I think Usopp is really stupid. Ship. Zhao Li Zhao. Captain. Look. Buggy's younger brother suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong? Buggy asked with a smile, and then looked at the video. The next second, his eyes suddenly popped out, mucus flowed from his nose, and his face was covered with cold sweat. Just see it in the screen. As the smoke of the explosion disappeared, Usopp's figure appeared again. However, what shocked and surprised everyone was that Usopp looked as if he was not hurt at all at this moment. Standing there straight, with a confident smile on his lips. Just when everyone was still in shock, they saw Usopp raise the slingshot again, and then fired a pea-sized black ball. Seeing such a scene, everyone was stunned again. What is that guy doing? Want to hit someone with that thing? Would it hurt if someone hit someone with that kind of toy? Even a bomb is too small, isn't it? Will such a bomb be powerful? Indeed, it feels like I can block it with one hand. Someone said something with great confidence. And then the next second, the moment the cannonball fired by Usopp came into contact with Mr. 4, the whole world was stunned. Boom. Just listen to a loud roar comparable to thunder. Suddenly, the entire screen shook violently. It didn't take much thinking to guess that the earth was shaking violently. And the place where the explosion sounded. An explosion of flames hundreds of meters high and thousands of meters long, like a fiery inferno, completely buried M1 to 4. The impact of the explosion overturned and tore apart the land thousands of meters ahead, leaving an extremely exaggerated and terrifying ravine on the ground. It was as if an extremely powerful shock wave penetrated the orbit, swallowing and destroying everything on the orbit. Seeing such a small P, with such exaggerated power, the whole world, not only those little people, Sengoku and other naval headquarters bosses, Doflamingo and other Shichibukai, even included. Some cadres of the 4 Emperors team were all dumbfounded. Seeing such a small P, with such exaggerated power, the whole world, not only the little people, Sengoku and other naval headquarters bosses, Doflamingo and other Shichibukai, and even some cadres of the 4 Emperors team, were all dumbfounded. Everyone looked at the shocking scene in the picture and opened their mouths in shock. Then, what happened to that explosion? Is it caused by the little ball just now? No way. Can such an inconspicuous little ball, can it produce such terrifying power? That power can destroy most of the town. But it was the long nose that fired the small ball just now, causing the violent explosion. If he didn't cause the explosion, what else could be the reason? For a moment, everyone was shocked beyond belief. Buggy and his gang were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The bosses all opened their mouths, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. Ship. Captain, that power is simply more terrifying than your Buggy bullets. Yes, Captain, and that long nose only used such a small bomb. If it were as big as the Buggy bomb, I'm afraid it could blow up an island. Listening to the exclamations of his men, Buggy couldn't help but remember the time when Luffy wanted to take the Buggy bomb design from him. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's that Straw Hat boy. Isn't this bomb modified from my Buggy bomb? He actually created a bomb that was more powerful than my Buggy bomb." Ox. An island in New World. Shanks looked at the scene on the screen and couldn't help but patted Usopp on the back and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Usopp, your son is very strong now. He was unscathed in the explosion and was able to use such a powerful bomb. I think that guy will be stronger than you in the future. Listening to what Shanks said, the other pirates also joked about Usopp being stronger than Jesus. Usopp smiled happily after listening to these people's words. You've grown up, Usopp. Dressrosa. Doflamingo looked at the astonishing power of the bomb, and besides being shocked, his eyes also aroused strong interest. Interesting. If this bomb can be produced with energy, those guys in the underground world will definitely take advantage of it. When the time comes, that 290 will be able to earn countless amounts of money. Joe. While he was smiling, Doflamingo suddenly seemed to remember something. Suddenly asked all the cadres present. I remember the next island in Alabasta, it seems to be near where that guy Bellamy is. What's the name of that place? Although Bellamy is not recognized by Doflamingo, it has now lent its logo to Bellamy. He can also be regarded as his unofficial younger brother. After hearing Doflamingo's question, several of the younger brothers immediately recalled it, and finally Torbal took the lead in answering. I think his place is called Magic Valley Town. It's on a small island called Gaia. Doflamingo immediately raised the corners of his mouth when he heard this and smiled. Then when this live broadcast ends, I'll go for a walk on that island. Let's see if that Bellamy guy has disgraced my logo. Quote. After hearing what Doflamingo said, the other cadres immediately exclaimed. Dover, do you think the Straw Hats will win? Doflamingo smiled. That Shasha doesn't believe in his own strength now. He has long forgotten how to fight. The power of the bomb displayed by Usopp completely shocked the entire world, and all forces were wary of this. Before their shock was over, the battle between Nami and Ms. Two Fingers began. The moment before the two men fought, someone in Alabasta Square recognized Ms. Two Fingers and exclaimed. I know that woman. She is a pirate with a bounty of 35 million Baileys, poisonous spider, Sarah. She is a user with the ability of the thorn fruit. She can turn her entire body into spikes and can easily pierce stones. 35 million Baileys is already a very strong player in the front section of this Grand Line. Can that little girl from Straw Hat Crew win? Although the long nose was amazing just now, this little girl doesn't look very impressive. Indeed, the weapon in her hand is also weird. Since just now, she has been blowing bubbles out. What's the use of blowing bubbles? The bubbles don't hurt or itch when they hit someone. And the most important thing is that she hasn't hit it yet. The citizens doubted Nami's ability, but Ms. Second Finger also had a look of disdain on her face, looking at Nami who kept releasing bubbles outwards, and sneered. I said you're not going to keep stalling for time by performing boring shows like this for me, are you? No matter how bored I am, I will get tired of watching the same program all the time. If you don't have any other fresh shows, it's my turn to perform next. After Ms. finished speaking with Two Fingers, she activated the power of the thorn fruit, turned her arms into huge spikes, and launched an attack on Nami. However, just when she was about to stab Nami, she saw Nami dodge to the other side in advance as if she knew the direction of her attack. At the same time, bubbles are still being released. Ms. Ergi frowned and muttered. Coincidence. However, every subsequent attack she made seemed to be predicted by Nami in advance, and she easily dodged them all. Ms. Two Finger becomes more and more angry, while the world becomes more and more shocked. IWC. Perospero looked at Nami who dodged extremely easily, with a look of surprise in his eyes, and said. You can't be wrong. That woman is using observation hockey. And it seems that she is very skilled in using it. Katakuri also showed a little surprise. Being so far ahead of the Grand Line, and a new pirate, being able to use such an outstanding observation hockey, this Straw Hat Crew is really not easy. But Homies and Thundercloud Zeus, who were staying next to the ant, were restless and extremely excited at the moment. The ant noticed the change in Zeus and asked with her mouth wide open. What's wrong, Zeus? You look excited. Zeus kept floating back and forth, showing an excited look, and said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. The bubbles released by that woman look delicious. In the past, everyone had been attracted by Nami's eroticism, so they didn't pay much attention to the bubbles she kept releasing. After Zeus reminded them, they saw it. At this moment, the dark, cloud-like bubbles released by Nami had gathered in a large area, forming an exaggerated range. At the same time, Alba, Nami and Ms. Two Fingers are on the battlefield. Ms. Two Fingers was already irritated by Nami's continuous dodging of her attacks, and roared angrily. Are you just going to hide? You can't beat me if you just hide. As soon as Ms. Ergi finished speaking, she saw Nami suddenly retreat a few times, and then looked at her with a strange smile. I won't hide anymore. Ms. Ergi looked at Nami's expression and was stunned for a moment, then listened to what she said. It's going to thunder, be careful not to stand under the thundercloud. Boom. As soon as Nami finished speaking, Ms. Ergi heard a loud boom above her head. Her body trembled in fright and she looked up suddenly. It was seen that the bubbles that originally floated out of the Nami weather stick did not break after floating up into the sky. Instead, they all gathered together to form an extremely huge bubble group. The bubble mass covers a radius of several hundred meters. At this moment, all the bubbles shattered at the same time, and countless black clouds suddenly appeared inside, as well as tiny crackling thunder and lightning. In an instant, all the black clouds shattered from the bubbles merged with the thunder and lightning, turning the top of Ms. S 2 fingers into a huge thundercloud that kept crackling and looked extremely terrifying. And made a terrifying roar. Seeing this scene, Ms. Erji was dumbfounded. She felt frightened in her heart and subconsciously wanted to escape. But at this moment, she saw Nami opposite her suddenly smile. It's too late. He. Nami finished. Crack, crack, huge crackling thunder and lightning, like terrifying thunder dragon beasts, burst out from the black clouds. In the blink of an eye, the area within hundreds of meters was turned into a ruin swallowed by thunder. Wherever the thunder falls, everything is destroyed. Seeing such a scene, the world was once again dumbfounded. What a terrible thunder and lightning. Are these the thunder and lightning created by that woman? It looks like the end of the world. And that woman acted so strangely that she managed to dodge Sarah's attacks in advance every time. It's actually another instant kill. Although Nami hid for a while at first, that was compared to the two people in the battle. From the perspective of outsiders, only a few seconds have passed, so it is basically Nami's instant kill. With the assistance of Luffy's heaven-defying understanding, the weather stick produced by Usopp was much stronger than the original version, and Nami's mastery of the weather stick was also better, which resulted in this shocking scene. The power of the thundercloud that destroyed everything within its coverage was extremely astonishing. And because of its continuous persistence, it even shocked people, not much less than Usopp's bomb. People were shocked one after another by the huge monsters at the beginning, the bombs with exaggerated power, and now the terrifying thunder and lightning clouds. Straw Hat Crew gave everyone a big shock. However, at this moment, the battle between Sanji and Mr. R also started. Somewhere on the Grand Line, a maritime country composed of hundreds of snail boats, Germa 66. Inside the Kingdom Castle, a group of people wearing high-tech uniforms were sitting together, watching the live broadcast in front of them. Looking at the yellow-haired curly eyebrow in the picture, the blue-haired second brother Niji sneered. Hey, I must have read it right. Isn't this a waste and failure of that family? The green-haired fourth brother Youngji also showed disdain and mocked. There is actually a pirate group. Are you willing to accept that failure? What a misfortune. The red-haired eldest brother Ig also laughed with the same mocking disdain as the other two brothers. Why isn't this trash dead yet? It's such a disgrace to our Germa family. Now he is running to become a pirate. Even so, he is still a useless pirate that no one can defeat. Unknown currency quadruple A. After Ig finished speaking, the three brothers burst into laughter at the same time. Their father, Judge, looked at Sanji with an indifferent expression and said coldly, "Weak losers are not worthy of becoming members of our Vinsmoke family. If you want me to admit that you are a member of the Vinsmoke family, prove to me how strong you are." Among all the people, only my sister Reiju had concern and relief in her eyes, and she thought to herself, Sanji, it's great that you look safe. I also found a group of friends, which is really great. Albana, the battlefield between Sanji and Mr. 2. Mr. 2 kept dancing ballet around Sanji, using his abilities to change his face, and his mouth was never idle for a moment. Look, the slave's dance looks good. Look, how powerful the slave family is. The slave family also has very powerful shemale boxing skills. Do you want to see it? Do you want to learn it? I think you have the potential to be a ladyboy. If you want to become a transvestite, just tell the slave family. The slave family will help you. Hurry up and tell me, do you want to become a transvestite? If you want to, just say you want to. Say it quickly. Say what you want. Watching Mr. 2 keep circling around him and listening to his annoying voice. Especially in the end, Mr. 2 actually said that he had the potential to be a transvestite and asked him to become a transvestite. This statement completely angered Sanji. He lit a cigarette for himself and took a long drag. The next second, he jumped up out of thin air. In an instant, his face became ferocious and he spoke extremely angrily. My favorite thing in life is beautiful women. The most annoying thing is. Sanji suddenly roared. Shemale. As he roared, a touch of black suddenly appeared on his feet. The next second, a large ball of extremely hot flames ignited, covering his entire foot. At this moment, he was in midair, making a kicking gesture. The kicking foot was like black iron, with blazing flames burning on it. The entire foot exudes extremely surging energy, and the airflow caused by it is even tangible. It looks like a transparent barrier attached to the flame-black foot, surging. Pi, and the turbulent airflow blew his whole body as if dancing in the strong wind. Coupled with his ferocious and angry face, the whole person looked like a demon, which was scary. Mr. 2 below was already frightened by Sanji's astonishing momentum, and his nose could not stop flowing out, looking stupid. Don't be impulsive. My family just kindly invited you to be a shemale, why are you so angry? If you don't want to be a shemale, just say so. If you don't tell me, how do you know you don't want to be a transvestite? And you look like you have the potential to be a shemale, so the slave family kindly invites you. Before Mr. 2 finished speaking, he saw that the flames on Sanji's feet above his head became more intense, and the energy emanating from his body became even more amazing. At the same time, Sanji above his head let out a heartbreaking roar. Devil wind feet mutton shoot. Sanji let out a heartbreaking roar, and then he looked like a demon, kicking Mr. 2 with a kick containing extremely powerful energy. Even if Mr. 2 didn't get hit, he was almost stunned. This kind of power can kill people. I didn't even think about resisting. Mr. 2 turned around and ran away. However, Sanji's speed is beyond his comparison. Boom. Just heard a huge roar. Smoke and dust billowed on the ground, and gravel flew. And wait until the smoke dissipates. Everyone was extremely shocked to see a huge crater like a meteorite falling to the ground where Sanji had attacked. Mr. 2, on the other hand, looked frightened, his eyes turned white, tears flowed down his face, and he lost consciousness. In fact, Sanji did not kick Mr. 2, otherwise he would definitely die. But even if he was affected by the residual power, Mr. 2 was unable to resist. He was instantly killed by one blow and passed away. At this moment, the world is boiling again. Rapeseed Flower Square. Everyone looked at the man in the picture who was lighting a cigarette for himself, with expressions of astonishment and dumbfoundedness, and everyone was covered in cold sweat. See Gui. What a terrible destructive power. Is this kind of strength really a new pirate? Am I really not dreaming? This Blackfoot looks just like a demon. With that kind of strength, at least he is a big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. How scary. Straw Hat Crew is scary. Is this another instant kill? The Straw Hat Crew is simply terrifying. Smoker, who was mixed in the crowd, was also in a state of shock at this moment. Even he felt that he was unable to resist the kick that Sanji had just shown. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh. Straw Hat, am I still underestimating you and your pirate group? At the same time, the Kingdom of Germa. Everyone in the audience looked horrified when they saw Sanji's extremely powerful blow. Niji was the first to shout in disbelief. Impossible. That waste can't be so strong. Yuji said immediately. Yes, that loser is a failure. How could he suddenly become so strong? Ig also had a look of disbelief on his face, frowning and saying in a deep voice. The kick that loser showed just now doesn't seem to rely on our family's unique blood factor. Isn't that trash already so strong without awakening his bloodline factor? Judge's indifferent expression became more relaxed at this moment, and he said to himself with a little surprise in his eyes. It seems like you have the strength to be recognized by me as a member of the Vinsmoke family. If you come back and beg me for mercy, I might agree to let you return to the Kingdom of Germa. Reiju didn't pay any attention to what Judge and his brothers said, but was secretly shocked in his heart. Have you become this strong, Sanji? In this case, you will be able to get rid of this family completely. As soon as Sanji's battle ended, everyone focused on the second scene, the showdown between Zoro and Mr. 1. I saw Zoro and Mr. 1 standing opposite each other. Mr. 1 looked cold, crossed his arms, and looked extremely confident. Zoro, on the other hand, had empty eyes and seemed a little bored, as if he didn't pay attention to his opponent at all. Just one counterpoint performance attracted a lot of attention and discussion around the world. An island in New World. Looking at the three-sword swordsman in the picture who seemed a little bored at the moment, Hawkeye murmured with a smile in his eyes. Roronoa Zoro, can you now feel the boredom of facing an opponent who is much weaker than you? Let me see how far you have grown now. An island in the Grand Line. One of the future supernovas in the original work, Capone Beige and his group are standing under a big screen, watching the scene of Zoro and Mr. One facing off. Suddenly, one of his men exclaimed, "Ship, Captain, isn't that guy Daz Bonus? The most famous killer in our West Blue?" As soon as these words came out, the other subordinates exclaimed, "Yes, it's him. That guy is an incredibly strong guy. When we were at West Blue, we didn't even dare to confront him head-on. If anyone confronts him, it will be bad. That guy is a murderous devil. By the way, who is the swordsman from the Straw Hat crew opposite? Has anyone heard about it? Why does he have 3 knives on him?" Someone asked such a question, and soon, another person in the crowd exclaimed, "Three-sword style. You can't be wrong, that guy is East Blue's bounty hunter, three-sword style Roronoa Zoro." Seeing someone reacting so violently, the crowd suddenly became confused. Three-sword style Roronoa Zoro. Is that guy strong? In East Blue, that guy is a super strong guy who makes all pirates fear him. Ha, you said you were in East Blue. This is the Grand Line. Can a place like East Blue compare to the Grand Line? That's right. How strong can a swordsman from East Blue be? After all, that sea area is the weakest in the world. Unknown currency A, unknown currency A, unknown currency A, unknown currency A. There was a burst of laughter from the crowd. At the moment, Capone Beige was holding a cigar in his mouth and frowning. Although he didn't know what Zoro's strength was, he just looked at him standing there and not taking his opponent seriously. This surprised him extremely. Only when you can strongly feel that your opponent is far weaker than yourself will you become so unmotivated. Beige was also extremely impressed by Mr. One's strength. Even he didn't dare to be tough with the opponent when he was in West Blue. This made Beige even more shocked and fearful of the strength of Straw Hat crew. At the same time, he couldn't help but secretly thought, what kind of monster rookie pirate group is this? Albana, the battlefield between Zoro and Mr. One. Mr. One glanced at the 3 knives on Zoro's waist, with disdain in his eyes, and said coldly, "I'm not pouring cold water on you. Ever since I had the ability of Quick Slash, I have never been injured by a swordsman. A swordsman can't defeat me." Zoro raised the corners of his mouth when he heard this and smiled. "Then I'm really sorry." Mr. One was confused when he heard this and couldn't help but ask, "Why do you say sorry?" Zoro smiled evilly, stared straight at Mr. One, with unparalleled confidence in his eyes, and the arrogance of treating his opponent as an ant, and said slowly, "That's because this is the last chance you have to say something like that." Mr. One instantly heard what Zoro meant, and Zoro looked at him as if he were an ant. Anger and murderous intent suddenly ignited in his eyes, and he said in a loud voice, "HMPH, what an arrogant guy. Let me show you my ability to turn my whole body into a sharp blade. Only a swordsman who can cut through steel can defeat me. And such a swordsman, I have never met one so far." As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. One turned his arms into sharp steel blades and said to Zoro in a loud voice, "Draw your sword, swordsman." Zoro smiled lightly when he heard this, and said while drawing his sword, "You are really pathetic. I claim to be the nemesis of swordsmen, but I have never met a swordsman who can cut through steel. Then let me open your eyes." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3rd-generation ghost in Zoro's hand was already unsheathed. Seeing such a scene, Mr. One frowned again and asked, "Why, aren't you carrying 3 knives? Why only use one?" Zoro smiled lightly when he heard this, then looked at Mr. One confidently and arrogantly, and said, "You are not qualified enough. Let me pull out 3 knives." At the same moment, everyone around the world who saw this scene was shocked by Zoro's momentum. The island where Beige is located. Isn't this East Blue swordsman too arrogant? He actually looks down on Daz Bones so much. Although I don't think the guys from East Blue are very strong, this swordsman makes me feel good. Yeah, I feel the same way. It's like the two of them are not on the same level at all. Straw Hat crew, are they all monsters? What kind of pirate group is this? Are they really new? While people were shocked and frightened, Bej looked at Zoro with inexplicable fear in his eyes and sighed in his heart. A great pirate group is about to appear in this world. Albana, the battlefield between Zoro and Mr. One. After hearing Zoro's arrogant words, Mr. One felt deeply insulted, and his eyes instantly ignited with ultimate anger, and he shouted angrily. "Arrogant guy, you die." As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. One rushed towards Zoro. Zoro was not in a hurry, holding the third-generation Kitetsu in front of him, looking at the rushing Mr. One and said slowly. "Since I said I would open your eyes, I can't break my promise." As soon as Zoro finished speaking, his hands holding the knife were immediately covered with black. The moment the black appeared, it quickly spread to the blade. In the blink of an eye, the whole blade was covered with wisps of black mist, which looked like ghost energy, making people extremely scared. Such a scene made Hawkeye, Shanks, Kaido, and Sengoku and all the big guys have their pupils shaken, with shock in their eyes. That power, Conqueror's entanglement. Just when all these big guys showed shock, Mr. One also rushed over at this moment. Zoro waved his knife, and time seemed to stop. The next second, Zoro slowly put away the knife. At the same time, a large amount of blood spurted out of Mr. One's chest. There was a look of horror in his eyes, and he slowly fell down. Before everyone was shocked, dozens of houses behind Mr. One were neatly cut apart and slowly slid down along the cut surface. In an instant, the whole world was quiet. Everyone opened their mouths in astonishment, sweating coldly, their eyes full of shock and disbelief, and they were like puppets, stagnant in place. The island where Bej is. After being shocked to the point of being unable to speak for a while, after a few seconds, the crowd gradually began to speak of shocking voices. That guy, is so strong. More than strong, he's just like a monster. He cut dozens of houses with one sword. I'm afraid there aren't many swordsmen in this world who can do this kind of strength. What kind of monster-like existence is the Straw Hat crew? Each one of them is as strong as a monster. ... Yes, they kill opponents one after another in seconds. And they show their absolute overwhelming strength. Are they really a rookie pirate group? Listening to the shocked discussions around him, Bej also recovered from the shock and subconsciously took a puff of cigar to calm down. Quote ? Where's my cigar? Bej's mouth moved slightly, but he couldn't feel the existence of the cigar. He looked down and found that the cigar had fallen to the ground without knowing when. A certain island in the New World. Eagle Eye's eyes were shining with a strong sense of surprise. It's really amazing. Roronoa Zoro. It hasn't been long since that duel, and you have already grown to this extent. You have even mastered the entanglement of Conqueror's Haki. As expected of the swordsman of that monster captain. I am looking forward to it, Roronoa Zoro. I am looking forward to fighting with you again. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Hawkeye laughing so excitedly, Shanks couldn't help but smile, with the same expectation in his eyes. I wonder how far Luffy has grown. Rapeseed Flower Square. When Smoker saw Zoro's sword that shocked the world, his heart almost stopped beating. I really underestimated the strength of Straw Hat crew. These guys, are definitely not something I can defeat now. While saying these words, Smoker gritted his teeth tightly and made up his mind. You must first find a place to become stronger. And just behind Smoker, Tashigi came with a group of Marines. At this moment, he was stunned on the spot, unable to say a word for a long time. Even the knife in his hand dropped to the ground. Smoker heard the movement and turned around to look, and saw Tashigi with a shocked expression on his face, staring at the figure in the picture dreamily and muttering in his mouth. Roronoa Zoro, is the distance between you and me so great? Tashigi couldn't believe it, but at the same time, like Smoker, he was determined to become stronger. Smoker suddenly noticed a group of Marines following Tashigi and asked curiously. Tashigi, what happened? Why were these guys brought in? Tashigi's thoughts were pulled back by Smoker. He suddenly remembered something and hurriedly replied. Colonel Smoker, this live broadcast has been broadcast all over the world. Smoker was shocked when he heard this. What did you say? They had been in the square all this time and had no idea that this would happen. Tashigi continued. Colonel Smoker, the headquarters called and asked us to stop this live broadcast immediately. As she spoke, she lowered her voice. They said that the world government was very angry because the crocodile had ruined the image of world government. Smoker immediately gritted his teeth and became angry when he heard this, and snorted coldly. HMPH. I knew those old guys would say that. If that's the case, why should an organization like Shichibukai be established? The government cooperates with pirates. What kind of idiot came up with this idea? After scolding the people in the main office, Smoker looked at Tashigi and said angrily, I'm not going to stop this live broadcast. You know, Tashigi, I hate Shichibukai very much. Let me protect Shichibukai and maintain the good face of the world. Lousy would never do such a stupid thing. Smoker shouted the last sentence, which made Tashigi tremble with fear. Even the surrounding Marines and civilians were trembling. Tashigi said fearfully, Colonel Smoker, please keep your voice down. It will scare the civilians. If you don't want to go, don't go. I'll just take them with me. After saying this, Tashigi quickly led dozens of Marines to escape from Smoker. Nokigao was standing under the screen at the moment, also watching the pictures on the screen. Suddenly, I heard a movement and a voice coming from behind. Are you from the Straw Hat crew? We're arresting you here now. After hearing this, Nokigao looked back and saw a female swordsman, Marine, with dozens of Marines surrounding her. Nokigao smiled slightly and said, Sorry, I have a mission right now, so I can't go with you. When Tashigi saw this, he didn't waste any time, pulled out the knife in his hand, and said to the Marines behind him, Don't use guns, you may accidentally injure civilians. The Marines nodded after hearing this and also drew their swords. Then just when they were about to take action, they saw Nokigao smiling strangely. This is my domain, you are in the wrong place. After Nuo-Chigao finished speaking, everyone saw that the strange plants that had been surrounding the screen, surrounding Nuo-Chigao and the live broadcast equipment, suddenly grew rapidly. It was like transforming into huge plant monsters, entangling and capturing dozens of Marines, or swallowing the wrappers with flowers like big mouths. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.